Hello, how are you doing?
Hi, hello. Is this the potting shed?
Who are you? I haven't seen you for...
I'm Shaun. Yeah, are you Adam?
I am, yeah. Nice to meet you.
I remember you.
I just
I know we worked together ages ago.
We did, about 5 years ago.
And it is the potting shed.
It is.
And I'm back.
He's back. He's been all over the place. He's been up to Alaska. He's been right up north.
I have. Yes, I mean, I've not been here for, I think it's nearly 4 weeks, actually. And I've missed it. But I've been away. I was on a big trip around Alaska. It was a belated birthday present from the other half, and had the most amazing time, saw the most incredible scenery. But it is lovely to be back here with Adam, of course, live this Sunday. And I have to say, Adam, the plants are amazing today, aren't they?
Yeah.
They are just incredible.
We're calling it a potting shed, but this morning it feels more like a garden centre. We felt
a luxury garden centre.
It does, yeah.
With reduced prices.
Yeah, it looks like a super stocked garden centre with top quality and such a fantastic range.
Yeah, some amazing deals. I think we're going to be really, really busy. So Adam is an amazing multi-award winning gardener. I know a thing or two about gardening, so together...
You know more than a thing or two. You're
I don't as much as you.
You're playing yourself down too much. You're a brilliant gardener, Shaun.
Thank you, but you've spent your whole career gardening. So I think I might nip into presenter mode today. Is that all right?
That's good with me.
And just chip in a little bit. Yeah. But we would love you to be part of the show as well. Now you might be brand new. If you are brand new, just a few things you need to know. If you want to really get the best offers, then you have to use the offer code. It's not a kind of maybe, it's a must-have. So as you check out, there's the little place where you put a promo code, and it is YGTV2724. You can do it on the phone lines as well, so if you prefer to give us a call, but just do give that offer code, and that is really important because that unlocks things like buy one, get one free. Oh, it also unlocks your free gift today, which is the Ultimate Rose Bloom Booster. Now, the reason we've included this is because we have got a special offer on our roses today as well, which is a buy one, get one free. So you end up getting 2 roses for under £25, and some of them are Harkness roses as well, so really great quality, all potted, of course. But Adam, the free gift, although it will make your roses perform beautifully, you can use it on other things as well.
I mean, it's a slight misnomer, really, the name of that, because it will do other shrubs as well. I mean, and it's got the mycorrhiza, which is great for creating that relationship between the roots and the soil in the ground. It's got trace elements in there as well as the main nutrients that plants need as well. And it's a granular feed. This one, you don't dilute it, you just sprinkle it on the soil around the plant if it's an established plant, or you add it to the planting hole when you're planting a new plant.
Yeah. So that is worth £4.99. It is free with every single order today. Something else you need to know, postage is what we call capped at £6.99 per order. So that's all you'll ever pay in a single order. But if you manage to spend over £40, and that's easy to do, we've got so many great deals today, you will get free postage and packaging as well, which is fantastic, isn't it?
It is, because like Stu always says, a producer, if you can just...
What?
A producer. That's what I call it, because he's a cross between a producer and a director, so I always call him a producer.
I like that, yes, producer.
But it's great, because if you can just get over that £40 mark, and then that sort of £6 that would normally be P&P, and that's just paying for P&P, you've got something to show for it, haven't you?
So it really worth it. But if you can't get to £40, you'll only pay £6.99. So some of the things coming up, we'll do a little preview. I'm in charge of the tablet today because Adam's even worse at technology than I am. That takes some doing, Adam. Yeah. So if you want to email us, it's ygtv@yougarden.com, and I can find the emails there. Hey, it's all going to go well. Or you can, of course, join in the live chat on YouTube as well. So loads of ways to interact, and you can interact on Facebook, of course, as well. Penny says hello already from Facebook. Penny's probably admiring my lovely tan for my holiday, and it finishes there. There you go.
An Alaskan tan, that's saying something.
I got a classic T-shirt tan.
So just quickly, what time did it get dark, or did it stay pretty much all the way through?
Pretty much light all the way through.
Wow.
But because of the 9-hour time difference, I came back and was all over the place. I think I've just recovered, so I should be on form today. Right, shall we begin then, Adam?
Yeah, let's go for it, absolutely.
We'll do a little preview. Now, these are amazing. It's a Lucky Dip perennial plant collection. £12. which is just where it works out £1 per plant. In fact, if you're a club member, it works out less than £1 per plant. And I can see all sorts there, Aquilesias, Geums, they're all going to be different as well,
They are,
aren't they?
Shaun. Yeah, different plants for different situations, flowering at different times, giving you different flower types, different foliage texture. So an incredible range there. And, you know, I went around some garden centres during the week and I was seeing perennials, Shaun, pretty much the same size as that in 2 litre pots for $5.99, $6.99 each.
And you know, some people even bought those and resold them. You know, things like car boot sales, plant club sales, whatever. But the value is amazing on those. I would expect that kind of price for plug plants, but they're in 9 centimetre pots. Now, our oleanders, I mean, Adam and I have worked with oleanders for many, many years, but the value today, it's like we're rolling back to 2002. And basically, it is a mix and match selection. So we've got red, we've got white, we've got pink. 3 different item numbers. But if you put 2 in your basket, you'll only pay £19.99. And if you just want one, they still have price at $14.99. What amazing quality they are, Adam.
These are, Shaun. I mean, these are incredible. I mean, what I say most times is the majority of the times when you look at these in the pot, these are grown from cuttings, and most times, and this one I've got here, the red one's an example, 9 stems on each plant, which is fantastic.
Oh.
You know, leaves all the way down to the base, super healthy foliage, flowers now, buds to come, and bringing you that holiday Mediterranean feel to your garden. And it's brilliant, isn't it, this time that we're going to give you the choice of all 3 colours.
Yeah, I love it to be able to mix and match. So the red is 680057. The white is under a different item number, which is 680058. Same deal, any 2, mix and match. And then finally, we do have the pink option as well, which is 680027. So I've been asked which is the favourite, and I'm going to say the white.
Oh.
Was I wrong?
You're wrong, yeah, it was the red apparently. What's your favourite? You got a personal favourite?
I actually like I like the idea of having different colours. So I don't have a particular favourite, but I would definitely go for I'd probably go for white and red or white and pink. In fact, I'd probably go for white and pink actually.
Yeah, I do like the white. I mean, I love all the colours, but I just think white is more unusual. You don't generally see white oleanders, do you? We're used to the pink ones and more so the red ones, but the white is, I don't know, for me, it just stands apart a little bit.
Now, we've also got the most amazing price reduction on our garden-ready plants. So, if maybe you get your basket to about £36 and it's not quite at £40, just get some of our extra our garden-ready plugs. I say plugs, they're plants. They can go straight in the ground. If you've got gaps in your garden right now, I was looking at my mum's garden, it looks amazing, but there's just a few little gaps. And we don't like to see soil, do we, Adam?
I definitely don't like to see soil. In fact, I was trying to be in my garden yesterday, in between the sort of monsoon downpours that I had yesterday. But I did see some gaps in my garden. I mean, we're getting up to sort of mid-July now, and I thought there's a few gaps. I don't like seeing those gaps.
No.
But the gaps aren't really big enough for me to put big perennials in at the moment. And something like this is ideal because I can plug those gaps instantly.
Yeah.
I've got instant colour on there, Shaun, and I've got that colour all the way through to the autumn.
It's really, at this price, saving £8, incredible. So you can either go for the marigolds, and that's the Durango mix. You've got lots of lovely kind of oranges and yellows and copper tones in there as well.
They're a joy, aren't they? Look at those.
Yeah.
Look at the
colours.
colours.
They're going to make you smile, aren't they?
They are just stunning, aren't they?
Even if the sun's not shining, the garden will be shining with that. So they're just joyous. So they were £12.99, they're now £4.99. These were on the nursery that Stu took just the other day. They all look that good.
Yeah, well, they're stunning. I mean, these are grown in our professional compost, and the great thing about these marigolds is they're nice, compact plants. They've got lovely, healthy foliage. Months and months worth of flowers to come on these as well. And you can companion plant with these. So if you plant these with tomato plants, for example, they actually say it deters greenfly and aphids and things like that.
Yes.
So that's an option as well. But yeah, I mean, these are great for kids as well. Great to get your children, your grandchildren involved in gardening because they're easy, they're bright, they're happy, they're cheerful, and they'll flower for such a long, long time.
And then we're going to move on. We have got the Geranium Fire Queen. I've got a lot of these in my garden right now, my mum has, and they are just spectacular. I think red geraniums en masse just look fantastic, don't
they? They do, and you know, bit of politics. It's been a week for red, hasn't it? You know,
oh yes.
And you know, and these are truly red. I mean, these are absolutely gorgeous. These are what I call. I mean, it's just my little nickname. I always call these the Buckingham Palace geraniums because you know they have that huge roundabout outside Buckingham Palace, and they always plant up the area with these lovely geraniums, and that's Beck's. That's Beck's front garden. And Beck's has,
they look amazing, don't they?
They're stunning. I mean, Beck's has just put those, you know, in the little tiny planters there with the lobelia. And
I love it.
Yeah, I mean, and Beck's hates her front door because she finds it really dull and boring.
Did I see it?
And she's put those plants there, those geraniums.
I mean, if Beck's is watching, I did think the patio could do with a bit of a jet wash, if I'm honest, but... Look at the clip again.
She's a busy lady. She's a busy
lady.
Bex
loves doing like cleaning and stuff. She's always cleaning the car and stuff. She does it every week. She's far better than me. But yeah, apparently she has noted that she needs to get rid of the moss and stuff in the cracks. There's only so many hours in a day.
There is, yeah.
Hello, Bex, if you're watching, by the way. I'm back with Bex on Thursday now. Right, we've also got, now these are one of my favourites, the Gazanias. And oh my word, you know, I've just remembered, my mum said to me yesterday, because her garden looks great, and she said, because I plant up my mum's garden for her, she helps maintain it, but I do all the planting for her, and she said, I love my garden, but you've not got me any Gazanias this year. I completely forgot. So, Mum, if you're watching, I'll give you the details, Mum. I'll order them for you, Mum, don't worry though. Because it takes my mum about half an hour to put the right number in the phone nowadays, bless her. But they're only $4.99 for 10. So, Mum, I'm going to treat you to those at $4.99. But they are wonderful. And I love the fact that Gazanias give you such big show, but they open up in the sunshine, don't they?
They do, yeah. They open and close in the sunshine. And the thing is, with both the geraniums and the Gazanias, if you give them winter protection, you can actually treat them as tender perennials, and you can take them through from one year to another. But all three of these that we're bringing to you today, all these garden readies, they will all go right up into the autumn. They'll all give you the most amazing amount of colour, and they will just keep flowering until the first serious frosts.
Yeah, they really will. So we would love you to be part of the show. I would love to feel loved today. Imagine if I got loads.
Give us a hug.
Oh, God.
You're loved. You're always loved.
Bless you. No, it's just so nice to be back, and I genuinely have really missed the potting shed. You know, we've got such a lovely team here with Adam, Bex, Stu, who does all the really clever stuff, and then lots of our other presenters that nip in and out as well. So, but the most important people are you wonderful customers of YouGarden, of course. But if you want to see everything that's on the show, then all you need to do is go to our website, yougarden.com. Click on the Live Now or the YouGarden TV button. And this is everything. I mean, these are some things. I tell you what, oh my word, right, I'm going to apologise. I did not check the price on the lemon and the orange trees coming up. That is ridiculous. Oh, right, I'm going to get some of them because, sorry, I'm just a bit shocked at that. With that Perennial deal is incredible. Got a gorgeous clematis coming up, the Avant-garde there, which is stunning. The biggest eucalyptus we've done so far. Right, remember the roses, they're on a buy one get one free. Some of those are Harkness roses as well, and they've been breeding roses for over 140 years. There's the garden reddies. There's the mix and match oleanders, of course, as well. We've got Flamingo Willow salix standards. And some brand new pots as well. In fact, because I think we're going to be really busy today, and if you're buying lots of plants, you may need some pots to put them in. Well, we've got some great deals on pots, haven't we? So these
are classic.
So again, Mum, if you're watching, I think these look lovely outside your front door. These are classic, aren't they? And classy, I think.
Don't chip them.
You can't chip them. I know I've been away, Adam. You can't chip these.
But you would think you could chip them, though, couldn't you?
You would.
I mean, if you walk past them, you're on your way to work in the morning and somebody's got these in their front garden, you wouldn't give these a second look and think these weren't actually ceramic.
No, you wouldn't. And I don't know about you at home, but it was really windy the other day on Thursday. The winds.
It's crazy.
And so many pots would have got blown over. And if they're ceramic, they may well have chipped and smashed.
Oh, easily. Yeah, the rim would have broken off on these straight away, and then you've got a pot that's no good.
Well, these are man-made. So they're not ceramic, they're lightweight, but they're UV resistant. They've got drainage holes already built into them, but they look really, I think, just really elegant, sophisticated, classic pots, aren't they?
Yeah, they are classic actually. Let's just I'll drop an oleander into them. It obviously gets a little bit buried there, but yeah, oleander is fantastic in there. These pots are great. I mean, what else have we got? I tell you what, we're talking about the oranges and the lemons.
They look really good in these.
I mean, look that.
Because that.
Look. Look at that. I mean,
that is so stylish,
you've got an olive design and you've got an orange tree in there, you know, two plants that grow in the same part of the world, so they kind of go together pretty well, don't they?
That does look really kind of Mediterranean, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, these are just brilliant. These are absolutely fantastic.
Sorry, Adam, I'm giggling about just, you know, I said I'm in charge of the iPad today. I've just literally tapped on something like it was news. I don't want to watch that. Don't want to see any depressing news today. Actually, no, it's a good week. Actually, people seem quite happy at the moment. Don't they?
Yeah. There's been.
I think the football's helped everybody, hasn't it?
There's been lots happening this week. Yeah. We'll avoid the politics, but yeah, lots happening.
We always avoid politics. But anyway. If you'd like to go for the pots, £17.99, but for £2 more, you can double up. I love those. I think they're really lovely. And as Adam said, you'd swear they were ceramic. And if they were ceramic, they'd be really expensive. I mean, I'm not
and heavy.
Yeah. But you probably pay for one of those in ceramic, 30 quid, something like that.
Easily.
So you've got all of that look, but with so many extra benefits. They're not going to break, they're not going to smash, they're not going to be affected by frost, they're not going to be affected by UV. They are superb. And they're lightweight. So if you're getting on a bit, and we both are now, Adam, aren't we? We're no longer in our 30s. They're a lot easier to move around, of course.
Well, I'm nearly 30s twice. I'm nearly into my second lot of 30s.
Yeah, he's got a big birthday next year, haven't you?
I have, yeah.
Yeah, and he's really looking forward to it.
Yeah, so am. Yeah.
We both talked about age earlier. Do you know one of the things is that? I don't know about you at home, but I think as you get a bit older, you know what you like in life, and I've just realised I've always loved gardening, but now I love it even more. You know, it's an absolute dream and pleasure. And I got up this morning about 5:45, walked around the garden, and I just felt so good.
I can see that. And another thing I think, it's not for everybody, but as I've got older, I like pace. I like peace and quiet. And when you're younger, you feel guilty about, you think you're wasting your time or wasting your life not having peace and quiet. But I think when you get older, you just enjoy peace and quiet. It's nice. Like not all the time, but sometimes.
No, I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
It's nice and peaceful at the nursery today.
That's what's so gorgeous working here.
There's only a handful of people here.
It's divine, isn't it?
Yeah, really, it's lovely.
There's us three and about 25,000 plants. Probably about 500,000 plants, actually, all out there.
Very nice. You like some nursery. So midweek is quite busy, of course it is, but today is fairly quiet. Right, we've also got some gorgeous Durham pots as well. We've got two to choose, either the large or the small. This is the large that Adam's got. Which is only $7.99, and that is actually 14 inches in diameter. Nearly half price, normally $14.99. We've got it today at £7.99. And that hibiscus looks gorgeous in there, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, again, look, Shaun, this is a stunning plant and a stunning pot. And I always say, I used to hate plastic pots because in the past you used to see the seam.
Oh, I remember that.
See the joint.
You've got to be a certain age, but I remember that. They were so tacky.
Oh, really tacky. And where they come off the blow mould, you'd have those little kind of wispy strands of plastic hanging off the bottom of the pot. You'd have to pick all them off because they look really naff. Look at these. I mean, these look classic. And again, if you was walking along the road one day on the way to work, or you saw these somewhere, you would not think, ooh, cheap plastic pots.
You think terracotta.
They just do not look like plastic pots.
And actually, when they age a bit, sometimes if you don't clean them, they actually look even more authentic, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. I like the raised design on these as well, because it's always nice when you get the kind of the little raised design on there as opposed to a sort of a completely flat surface. You've got that nice rim around the top as well, so nice and easy to pick this up as well. UV stable, frost resistant, lightweight, and again, unlike a real terracotta pot, I've got one that drives me mad in my garden. I've got a bougainvillea in it, which I've had for years, but every time the pot is covered in this green slime on the outside, where it's always stayed wet all the time.
That happens with terracotta, doesn't it?
And I wipe it off and then it keeps coming back. But these, again,
you're right, you tend not to get that with these.
No, you're not going to have that problem with these. And also, they keep the moisture in a lot more because, terracotta pots wick away the moisture. These actually keep the moisture in.
And then we also have the extra large as well.
What can we put in there, Shaun? What we've got really big that's
eucalyptus?
Yeah.
Would you say
Pride of Madeira.
Eucalyptus would probably prefer to be in the ground, wouldn't it?
Whoa!
Like, this is amazing.
That's a heavy old beast, that one. Look at that. That looked good in there.
Yeah, that
wow.
does.
I love that. That looks superb in there. And,
see, it's amazing when you actually put a plant in a pot, a nice decorative pot, suddenly you really appreciate the plant so much more. To me, that's suddenly come to life, hasn't it?
It has. And I mean, for instance, the Pride of Madeira as well, this Echium, in mild, we'll get to this later, but in mild parts of the UK, that might go through a winter. But if you want to grow this and you're in a colder area, growing it in a pot is brilliant because you can give it that winter protection easily in that pot and then bring it out next summer to enjoy those spectacular blue flowers.
So that is an amazing pot at that price, isn't it?
These are gorgeous, these pots.
£12.99.
I love these pots.
Yeah, saving £7 on that one.
I think myself as well, I would quite like, I know money's, we're not in a world where money's no object, but personally, if I was going to sort of go for some pots, I'd probably go for one large one and two smaller ones and kind of a little group of three, because that would be quite nice.
That does look nice, doesn't it?
Yeah, because you could have the taller plant in that one and then slightly lower plants in the lower one, and even use some of the bedding as well. The £4.99 bedding would look great in these.
And when Adam gives a little bit of advice about garden design, it is worth listening. He has won 4 gold awards at Chelsea with his partner John, some silver gills and some silvers. Well, he doesn't like the silver gills and the silvers. He only likes his gold ones, don't you?
No bronzes yet, thank goodness. We never went down that low. But,
no.
Yeah.
And the worst award is when you just get a letter, isn't it? When you get no award.
You can just get a letter. Yes, very, very unusual. But
4 golds at Chelsea. So when it comes to garden design, it's fair to say Adam does know a thing or two.
I do my best.
Yeah, he's brilliant at garden design. Right. Where do you want to go next, Adam? Shall we? Do you know? Yeah, I'm thinking. Shall we go to the perennials?
Yeah, right down here, in front of us.
We're already getting busy for these. I mean, the value is incredible, and I'm just going to pick up one of these. These are from the nursery, so just going to pick up. I'm going to go for that Aquilegia here.
And that's sweet.
And that's £1. Works out £1, doesn't it?
Even less with the club price.
Yeah.
It goes down to even more silly with the club price.
What's
it go to?
About just under 90p, yeah.
That's
90p.
insane, Shaun. I mean,
just ridiculous.
You and I
isn't
go
it?
to garden centres. Yeah, I know we love YouGarden, but as gardeners, we just can't avoid going into a garden centre if you see one. You just have to just to be inquisitive. And
Verbena bonariensis.
Now, I saw some of them during the week in a garden centre where I live in Norfolk, and they were $5,699 each for a plant in a 2-litre pot, not much bigger than that. And look, this is chives. We've got some chives down here. So, it's not chives. Oh no, it's Tolbagia. I bet it's
Here's me saying that Adam knows it all.
It's an allium.
Yeah, it is.
Well, same family.
It is the same family. Well done. Adam.
Yeah. But I thought it was chives from a distance. Oh, it smells just like it's exactly the same family, but this is an ornamental form of it. So there you go.
I love it when Adam makes a mistake. It happens about
do you know what?
Happens about once every decade.
I'm quite happy to. No, honestly, because gardening is such a massive topic.
No, it is. When we said this,
and you cannot know everything.
So we all sometimes think, should have known that, but you're right. It's just you can never know everything when it comes to gardening. You think about every single plant there is on this planet.
Oh yeah, it's just crazy, isn't it? Really.
So that looks like a salvia to me, yeah.
And that's brilliant, Shaun, for full sun. I mean, like your garden, for instance, you're baked in your garden. You've got that really well-drained soil. That would do well in full sun. Yeah. But if you want to go for something a little bit more shady, you've got the Alchemilla here, the Alchemilla mollis.
Yes.
It would do well in kind of shadier positions. Lovely ground cover, lovely limey green flowers. Or Geum, for example. Geums do well in sun or shade. The foxglove, little foxglove there. So fantastic mix there.
Yeah, and it might you won't get any doubles. It will be all different plants. That was just an idea of what you'll get. You may well get some of those in your collection, but you may get some other ones as well. But amazing value, £1 a plant. And although I love my summer bedding, perennials are such good value because they come back every single year. They get bigger and bigger. You can often divide them and then spread them around the garden. And it just makes gardening so affordable if you go for those. I've got enough gaps in my garden for those.
And it's a great gift as well for somebody moving into a new house. I live on a new development, and that development's just finishing right now. And, people are just moving into just empty gardens. I mean, that is probably the most economic way that you could get a herbaceous border, in an instant. You open the box, and your herbaceous perennial border is in that box from YouGarden.
Do you know what?
Just ready to be planted.
You've just made me think, because my mum's got a lovely new couple that have moved in next door, and they've moved to our village because they lived in a flat before and they wanted a garden. and they've got lots of gaps in the garden, and they're a lovely couple. So I'm thinking I could go around with that as a little housewarming.
Yeah, that'd be absolutely amazing, Sean. Because
I think I'd spend a fortune as well, wouldn't they?
They would, and also, whatever
Like,
aspect
you're
of the
so
garden.
generous, Shaun. I said, look, it doesn't matter. I know they were expensive. Here's 12, and I wouldn't be like that. But it's a lovely idea.
But on the shady side, they could put the foxglove in. On the sunny side, they could put the salvia in. As you say, plants for every occasion, every position, every time of year. Just a brilliant mix.
I don't know how we can do that price, but we are getting really busy first. Right, we've also got one of my absolute favourites, hibiscus. And actually in July time, this is really when hibiscus burst into flower, isn't it?
They do, yeah. I mean, these are slightly early actually this year because we had a really mild winter. So, these are flowering already, but these can go right the way through late summer into autumn.
Look at that, Marina.
That blue. Isn't that just absolutely amazing? Sean, I'm just going to tilt that flower forward even more so you can see into the centre of that flower.
I love blue in the garden because it's actually one of the rarer colours to see, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Blue is very, very unusual as a colour in the garden, but this is such a stunning colour. And it was really interesting, Sean, because, sometimes people say something to you, and again, gardening's always a sort of discovery. We was on, you might not remember this, but I was on with you before, and I said these are hibiscus syriacus, and you said, do they come from Syria? So that kind of got me thinking.
They do, don't they?
Well,
some do, don't they?
Yes, well, I googled it, and now they originate. I knew this, the first part. They actually originate from China, Korea, that part of the world. But they've spread out all over the world, and a lot of the modern hybrids were discovered growing in Syria. So they took them from Syria to create the modern hybrid. So that's where the Syriacus comes in.
There's something in my sort of like the back of my mind. I thought, I'm sure, because obviously that's why they can tolerate the cold in the UK.
Yeah. I mean, they don't originate from Syria, but they'd spread there. And these are hardy to -20. So you can grow these anywhere in the UK. They make lovely, super upright plants as well. This particular one gets to about 2.5 metres tall, and it has the RHS Award of Garden Merit, which is kind of like a gold medal, if you like, for a plant. Look at that.
I mean, just superb.
Absolutely stunning. Loved by the bees, pollinating insects.
And I've got a few hibiscus in my garden, and I just think...
They're a joy, aren't they?
They are. They look so... To me, they look quite exotic. They look like they're going to be hard work, and yet they're very easy to grow. And they actually, Adam, they do tolerate fairly poor soils as well, don't they?
Yeah, they're not fussy about soils. They like a little bit of moisture. They don't like to be too super dry, and they do like a bit of sunshine. If you get them in a nice sunny position...
The more sun, the more flowers.
Yeah, more sun, the more flowers. One flower only lasts a day, but they just keep coming. So
one thing I will say is, just because of my mum, bless them, every year my mum always thinks her hibiscus have died because they are one of the last plants to come back into leaf, aren't they?
Sometimes
this year they weren't too bad because it was
earlier,
mild, but sometimes it is literally mid-May till you start to get leaves, and everything else is sort of like doing its thing, and you've got some twigs there, but do not panic, they always come back because they're fully winter hard.
But that's the great thing about hibiscus is they start late, but they keep going late into the year. So when a lot of shrubs are finished flowering, these give you that wonderful flower colour at the back end of the year.
And Adam, I was thinking about our current climate. And actually, for many years now, we often get really good Septembers and quite good Octobers, don't we? So sometimes the summers are a bit hit and miss, but you quite often get, some people call it an Indian summer, don't they? When you get those. So it's really important to make sure your garden looks good in September, because we do get some gorgeous weather in September.
Well, I've kind of felt in the last 10, 15 years, working outside for 35, 36 years, that the seasons have shunted forward a couple of months. Quite often now, I find June is more like a spring month than a summer month, and September, October are more like sort of summer months than autumn months. So it's definitely sort of shifted along.
So it is worth having plants in your garden look great in September. So that's the first hibiscus, called Marina, that beautiful blue, $13.49 if you're in the club. By the way, we've got 45,000 club members now. So nearly 45,000 club members. Amazing. I'm one of them. And then the next hibiscus, and Stu is, I'm sure you are, of course we are. The next hibiscus is this one. I mean, Adam, look at this.
That is knockout, isn't it?
Isn't it?
And the great thing about these, as you said, Sean, they kind of look exotic, they look delicate, they look tender. And that's because when you go on holiday to Spain and places like that, you see hibiscus, don't you, growing in these hot countries. Those hibiscus aren't hardy. They wouldn't survive in our climate, but these are their cousins, these are their relatives. And these are bone hardy. As I say, these will go down to -20. plenty. They really are incredibly hardy.
And I did once buy some of the other hibiscus that are not winter hardy, and even though I tried to protect them in the greenhouse, they died. Yeah, it wasn't worth the money.
They don't like the low light levels.
No.
These, I mean, these come out into leaf. They'll flower. They'll go right up into the autumn. Nice, tall, upright plants. The blue one is about 2.5 metres tall. This particular one is about 1.5 metres tall. So you've got slight sort of height differentiation on those, but two absolutely stunning hibiscus here.
Same price, same size, pretty much in the 3-litre pots, and saving £10 today. But our lovely Bex was out on the nursery earlier on in the week, and just check out these gorgeous starburst chiffon hibiscus.
So we're here on the YouGarden nursery, and we've come to take a look at the hibiscus. I am a big fan of hibiscus, particularly the chiffon, because what you've got are these gorgeous double flowers. And this one in particular, with those deep maroon red stripes bleeding through that pure white, I think it's an absolute stunner. Of course, it flowers all summer long. They're all in flower right now, but they keep going right the way through into September and into October. We always talk about hibiscus being a great transitional plant because when all the summer colour is gone, hibiscus is still going. Super easy to grow, winter hardy as well, and truly exotic and beautiful.
Well, can I just say, both Bex and the hibiscus looking beautiful there.
I always say Bex. She's a beautiful lady, Bex, inside and out.
She's
lovely.
She
really
is.
Lovely
And
lovely
that was a
human.
lovely clip film in the nursery, wasn't it? Right, we've got some, I've managed to choose the tablets. So good morning, everybody. Elaine, good morning, Elaine. Bill's there as well. Glyn, Neil, one of our real regulars. What else we got here? Scott said, Shaun, where's your cat Chester? Now, I'm confused by this one, Scott, because so I am in a TV advert at the moment, but it's with a dog called Chester. Do you know? So maybe you meant the dog. I have got a cat, but the cat's called Teddy. But yeah, there was an advert that I did, and I'm sat with the dog. And all my friends, honestly, every time now my friends come in, they're like, "Oh, steady on, Chester," because that's one of the lines in it. So basically, it's for a company called Vintage Cash Cow, and I'm with a dog, and we've decided what to spend the money on, and the dog's dreaming of a holiday. You see.
I saw you that because I texted you, didn't I? Cause I was like,
oh, you did, yeah. Is that you?
I was just like, hang on, that's Shaun. He's in an advert on the telly.
It was the first advert I've ever done. You know, I had such a lovely time, but you have to say the same line about 100 times. It's like, so the director there's like, steady on, Chester. No, just put an emphasis on the Chester. Steady on, Chester. No, just slow down the steady on. So steady on, Chester. Honestly, it's like hilarious.
That's the great thing about live TV, like we do here, is it's not scripted, is it?
Definitely not.
We just say what comes out of our mouth, and it's great.
Yeah, no script. We do prep though, don't we? We do. Yeah.
But I had to do something recently myself that was scripted, and oh my goodness me, I had to do it so many times because when you just use the chatting away just off the top of your head, and then somebody gives you a script, it just so restricts you.
Yeah, I'm just used to, I'm not going to say waffling on, but just, chatting, which is nice. Right, so Alwyn's there. Hello, Alwyn. Missed you, Alwyn. And William as well.
It wouldn't be the same without
Scott
Alwyn.
said, yes, sorry, Shaun, you're right. It's a dog, not a cat. Yes, Chester's a dog, a very nice dog actually. I tell you what, this will make you laugh. Just talk about the TV ad. So like here, there's only 3 of us that do this whole show. There's Adam, myself, and Stu who does everything. So there's three of us, and then Craig picks all the plants for us and sorts them out. Our lovely Craig. But the TV ad, there was about 20 people in the room. And even the dog had its owner there, Chester and its owner, and a vet on call as well. So it's great. So there's a vet, it's really,
Was the dog really well behaved?
Great, yeah.
He just did his thing.
Yeah, in fact, they were cut out of the advert, but the dog did loads of tricks and everything.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, the dog was far better than me actually doing the ads. Yeah, yeah, the dog's actually probably skilled at doing adverts. Anyway, thank you for that. It's lovely to be back. So just to remind everybody, free postage when you spend over £40. Your free gift is that fabulous rose feed, but you can use it for all your other shrubs as well. You do need to use that offer code, and that is really important. I know most of you are regulars, but we always get some new viewers. So always use that offer code YGTV2724. And that offer code will give you this amazing double up deal. 2 of these ferns, I cannot believe the size of these, Adam.
These are knockout, aren't they?
$14.99.
Yeah, I absolutely adore ferns. I've got
Same
loads
here.
and loads of ferns in my garden. I've got a north-facing border in my garden where, you know, sort of sun-loving things really struggle. So I've packed it out with all different ferns. This fern, this is the Deuteris erythrosora, which is, you know,
Just say that again, Adam.
Erythrosora. It's quite a difficult one to say.
It's not easy.
But this is the copper shield fern, and you can see why it's called the copper shield fern, because look at the new foliage. It comes out. Well, it can actually almost be a pinky colour. That when it very, very first comes out, it can be sort of a pinkish kind of colour. Then it goes to a copper colour, and then as the foliage matures, it will go to that gorgeous green colour. This is a semi-evergreen fern as well. In a shelter position, this will look pretty much like this all the way through the winter, and then all you do in the spring, before the new little croziers or shoots start, the leaves come through, you just take the old leaves off from the outside, then the new leaves emerge from the middle, giving you this spectacular colour. And this one is really, really good for damp or moist shade. So if you've got a shady area and the soil is quite wet or moist or damp, it'll absolutely love that kind of position.
Now, one of the biggest talks at Chelsea this year, it was all about grasses and ferns. Loads of the gardens featured those. And I think part of that, and I might be wrong here, but we are sort of having to adapt to climate change. So when you say words like they love a damp position, damp, shady position, absolutely superb. And my ferns this year have thrived. Some of the things I have not done as well, like my peonies were not great because it got smashed with the rain.
Every one of my customers has said that to me. Peonies haven't done well.
Yeah, magnolia, not a great year because again, the really heavy rains that we got when they're in flower finished them off quickly. So it is worth thinking, if we're going to continue getting these wetter seasons and more rain, ferns are going to be absolutely superb. And I always think if there's a gap in your garden, because it's wet and it's still fairly warm, but it's wet, weeds are going to fill those gaps unless you've got something else there.
Yeah.
So ferns make such a good choice.
But look at the quality of these
ferns.
ferns.
They're amazing.
These are absolutely gorgeous, these ferns.
Stunning.
Super glossy foliage. And you know, to think even in the winter time you've got this interest. And I'll tell you what, these look fantastic in planters as well. If you're going to plant up a pot for the winter time, put some ferns like this in that, and then put winter flowering pansies and bulbs. And when you see spring bulbs, when you see gorgeous yellow daffodils coming up between these ferns, oh, that is a lovely, lovely look in early spring.
I hope you're writing this all down, remember. 4 gold awards at Chelsea. I'm listening to all of this and taking it in.
These are really, really long-lived, these ferns. They get to about 60 centimetres tall eventually. But the great thing about ferns is once you planted them, there's no hoo-ha, there's no fiddle or fuss or anything about that. Just let them grow, let them do their thing, and just say once a year, just take off the old leaves. And in fact, you know, if the old leaves still look quite good, you don't even have to take them off. You can let the new leaves come above the old leaves. It's not critical to take them away. In nature, nobody would be cutting them away, would they?
No.
So, you know, the option's yours.
So remember, no hoo-ha with these.
No hoo-ha with these at all.
I've not had that expression in years. My mum used to, she used to use that a lot. There's no hoo-ha with this. I like it.
They need no mollycoddling even.
No, it's a good one.
That was in my head as well. I'm going to Google that after the show, because when I was on the way here, I thought, where did that word come from? I need to find that out. I'd love to know.
There's so many weird expressions, aren't there?
There are, yeah. What's the one they used to use in Little Britain? It was, kerfuffle.
Yes,
kerfuffle. That's another good word.
But basically, they're low maintenance. They're easy and fantastic. The quality of those. Now I'm going to warn you, they're selling really well this week, as you can imagine. They've been the busiest fern this week. Look at how good those are, filling those gaps, making use of those dark, damp spaces in your beds and borders. And I love Adam's idea of putting them in pots as well, because they look magnificent. I think sometimes foliage displays in pots can look even more dramatic and more beautiful than sometimes flowers. And you're saying semi-evergreen, so maybe in pots, if you move them, close to the house and things,
Yeah,
you get that.
It really depends on the winter. Yeah, if we get a mild winter like we've just had, these are going to look good pretty much all the way through the winter. If we get a really harsh, frosty winter, the leaves will get knocked back a little bit. But these ferns are bone hardy. You know, these will have our lifetime guarantee. They'll have our snowflake symbol. These will come back year after year after year. But you know, that is a fern for moist shade. We've also got a brilliant fern for dry shade as well. Because the thing is, with shade, it depends where it is, doesn't it?
It does.
If it's just a north-facing border, but it's open to the sky, well, the rain gets in, doesn't it? So you've got moist shade. But then, say you've got shade because of an overhanging tree, for example, or an overhanging building, that's going to be dry shade. This is brilliant for dry shade.
Well, these are the ones that I've got underneath my eucalyptus tree, and the eucalyptus tree saps everything. You know, it's even if it's been pouring down, the ground underneath eucalyptus can still be rather dry. Yeah. So these are the ones that I've got there, and they do really well.
Yeah, these are the Polysteichum polybretharum, which again are really popular fern, the Japanese lace fern as well. And the reason it's sort of kind of called a lace fern as well is because when the new leaves first emerge, they have these sort of little golden hairs on the edge of the leaves, so they kind of look like lace. Or a tassel fern is another name for it as well. So you know, it has that interesting look. Again, this one is actually evergreen. This is definitely evergreen. This one, this will look good all the year.
I was going to say in the winter they still look pretty good.
Absolutely.
Really good.
And all you need to at the end of the winter is just take off some of the really battered leaves. If some leaves look a little bit scruffy, a little bit damaged by the wind and the weather, just take them off.
And what sort of size will these grow to, Adam?
This one gets to about 75 centimetres tall eventually, but as I say, really good for dry shade, which is fantastic.
Yeah. I think mine are about probably pretty close to that size now. I've been there a few years.
And they won't do that in the first year. They'll take sort of 3 or 4 years to build up. And also, it depends on position. I mean, the heights we give are ultimate heights generally, and that will depend on factors in the garden or soil conditions and so on. But this is an elegant fern. It's an evergreen fern. It's a hardy fern. It will come back year after year after year. Just the key thing for both of these is make sure you keep them in shade, though. They will hate to be in sun. If you put these in full sun, they'll get burnt, they'll get crisped, they'll really dislike it. But in shade, they'll do so well. And it's just nice to be able to bring you something so luxurious, so gorgeous, so stunning for a shady position, because shade is probably one of the most difficult areas in the garden to cater for and grow plants in.
I was asked recently if I was a plant, what would I be? And I think I could definitely be one of these because the sun hates me. It really does. I mean, you get a great tan. I just fry, and I'd love to tan well. I mean, my face actually gets quite tan, but
you got a good tan.
Yeah, but I tell you, look, finishes there.
Yeah.
If I put my body in the sun, literally. We are really busy today. They are amazing. If you're a club member, you get 2 of those for $14.99 minus 10%, about $13.50. Amazing. I mean, that's working out what, £6.75?
Yeah, again,
amazing.
For some reason, ferns have got really expensive these days, and I've seen in 2-litre pots ferns this size in garden centres for $14.99.
Yeah, I have.
$14.99
I was
for
shocked.
one
I went
plant.
to a garden centre just the other day, and I was like gobsmacked. I was like, this is crazy. Even some of the big sheds, as I call them, ridiculous prices. So make the most. You've got to use the offer code YGTV 2724. But if you have just joined us, I know numbers are building on YouTube, on Facebook, and on our website as well. Many of you watch us, of course, on our website. Let's have a look at all the items that we have got available today on YouGarden TV. So go to YouGarden.com. If you're on our website, I mean, you'll know if you're on there already. But all you need to do is go onto live now. I'll click on the YouGarden TV tab. There's the home screen there, and just scroll down. Now that's your free gift. Don't forget, that's the Ultimate Rose Bloom Booster. So use the offer code, that will be free. That will automatically go in your basket. There's the ferns we've just seen there. We've got some gorgeous citrus trees coming up as well. We've got an amazing clematis. Roses, it's a buy one, get one free. Some of those are Harkness roses there as well. We've got a clearance price on our marigolds, Gazanias and Geraniums. I know it says $12.99, but when you enter our offer code, they get us down to £4.99. The Oleanders are half price, but also if you go for 2 of them, it's a mix and match. So you can go for white, pink, or red, and you get 2 for $19.99. So let's show you. If you wanted the Japanese lace fern, and that's got the RHS Award of Garden Merit, add it to your basket, put 2 in. Now, at the moment, that's showing $19.98, and I told you $14.99. The reason it's showing that price is because you haven't put the off code in. So YGTV2724, apply the code, boom. There you go, and your free gift has gone in there. Now, you will be paying $6.99 postage. That is the maximum amount you'll pay per order. But if you do want to get free postage, just spend £40, and it's easy. You know, get some pots, get some compost, get some of that reduced price bedding. But if you spend over £40, you will get free delivery as well. What are you doing, Adam?
Well, I'm having a little swapsy over really, because we were just talking a moment ago about this fern. This fern is brilliant for moist shade, and this Corydalis is also brilliant for moist shade.
They'd be good companion plants,
yeah,
wouldn't
that's
they?
what I thought. So I thought I put the pictures side by side, because I just thought that would look absolutely glorious to have those stunning, stunning blue.
That would work so well.
Corydalis flowers with the fern.
Now, I will be honest. So I tried to grow these next to my ferns underneath eucalyptus, and they didn't like it. It was too dry.
Too dry.
Yeah. So I moved them. I've got the bottom of my garden where, because mine's on a slope, and the bottom gets really kind of moist, and they love it there. And it is sometimes just finding that right position, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Because you put the plant in the wrong position, it struggles, and suddenly you put it where it wants to be, and it just thrives. And these blue Corydalis are just amazing. They also have the most incredible fragrance.
I know.
Really sweet, isn't it? A really, really sweet fragrance.
I never ever realised how good they were in terms of fragrance, but you've got to get on your hands and knees, obviously. But it's worth doing, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Well, it's the same with me, because I didn't. I mean, I've got the yellow one that grows in my garden, which is like a wild one, and that doesn't really have much fragrance. And I grew these, and I remember being in the garden and thinking, what is that fragrance? What is that fragrance? And it was these really stunning, sweet fragrance, incredible, lovely, lacy, ferny foliage. That's the great thing. The foliage on these is quite. In fact, if I sort of tilt one forward a bit, you can see you've got that lovely kind of ferny sort of foliage on there that looks absolutely amazing.
So those in front of your copper shield ferns would be fantastic.
That'd be gorgeous.
Because the Corydalis is not going to grow anything like as tall.
No, they only get to sort of 6-7 inches tall, and they flower for sort of a good sort of 6 weeks to 2 months with these deep, deep blue, really unusual blue flowers. You've got those sort of blood red stems on there as well. You've got that lovely lacy kind of ferny foliage. So planting those ferns together, the Deuteropteris erythrosaura and the Corydalis blue heron together is a match made in heaven, really.
Some great tips from Adam today, and they are free tips, don't forget. These were Bex's Corydalis, looking absolutely fabulous, aren't they?
They are easy to grow. Once they get established, they'll come back year after year. They grow from little tiny corms, and they form nice little sort of clumps. Once they're finished flowering, you've still got the lovely foliage, and it looks quite nice. Plant them right at the front of the border, or in parts somewhere sort of moist, sort of shady kind of place is what they really, really love. And they'll just give you that spectacular kingfisher blue type of flowers.
And we should say, if it's really hot, they can go a bit dormant in summer, but there's no worries about that at the moment, so don't panic.
It'd definitely be there this year, wouldn't it, at the moment?
Yeah, because I remember a few years ago we did have a really hot summer, and mine did really just kind of pretty much not disappear, but they really sort of stayed static.
Yeah, well, some plants above 25 degrees will actually kind of arrest their growth. They will just stop, if it's too hot, because.
But this year you'll be fine.
Yeah, no problems this year.
We're going to move on to some absolutely stunning plants, and. Basically, Stu and Adam and Bex were walking around the nursery the other day, and they saw these and said they've got to be on the show. Now, Adam, these are called the Mandevilla J collection. It's a plant that goes outside in the summer, but would want to come inside in the winter.
Yeah. This isn't hardy in our country. Diplodenia is the other name for these as well. And you have these huge, great big trumpet-shaped flowers.
I mean, when you see them abroad, they can be massive, can't they?
Yeah, and they're climbers actually as well. So, for instance, if you want to grow these, they'd be fantastic in a tower pot, because you could put 3 of these in one of our tower pots, and you could get the mix of 3 colours in that tower pot. And of course, if you've got them in a pot, you can bring them inside for the winter. But we'll talk about it in a minute, because we want to think about summer at the moment.
Would they be? Because I've got a really sunny conservatory that gets very hot. Would they be okay in there? it wouldn't scorch them?
No,
or?
they would be all right in a conservatory. You just need to keep it sort of quite aerated, though, because the only thing sometimes when you grow plants like this indoors in a conservatory, they can start to get things like red spider, mealybug, scale insect.
So just
yeah, they can get those houseplant kind of pests. Whereas if they're outside in the garden, they're not going to be subjected to those sort of indoor pests. These are absolutely fine outside in the garden, probably from mid-May right the way up into end of September, even October if it's warm and mild. They twine, they twist, they flower for month after month after month. My wonderful mother-in-law Jenny bought me a white one of these some years ago, which I kept for a good amount of years.
Shall we have a look at the white one?
Yeah, let's look at that, Shaun.
I'm lifting it there badly here, but
and
you can see. Look, these are that's the growth. There you go.
So you can see it's a twiner. The way it grows, it's got that habit. Let's oik that out the pot.
These are. I'm sorry, this price, because I've seen these in garden centres and they're actually really expensive. It's one of the biggest savings today, saving £19. They're incredible, Adam, aren't they?
Look at the root. They are. These are stunning. I mean, if you want to kind of bring the feel of the tropical, that holiday feeling, that kind of, a touch of this sort of the oriental or something like that into your garden this summer, these are easy to grow. Plant them in our professional compost. Put them in a towel pot, something like that, for example. Keep them somewhere sunny and bright.
And how big would they grow this year? I mean, bear in mind it is July now.
They could get to sort of a metre and a half.
So they're quite vigorous.
Yeah. And in the wintertime, just keep them some in the wintertime nice and bright. That's the thing, through the wintertime, nice bright place.
And above 0 degrees.
Yeah, keep them probably about sort of 10 degrees plus, 10, 15 degrees-ish kind of plus. Not warmer, though. Don't need to be super warm.
So even if you've got like an enclosed porch or something like that?
That would be okay, as long as it's light.
Yeah, with windows and things.
Yeah, and cut down the water. Keep them on the dryish side during the winter. And then, next spring, bring them back out and they'll do it all over for you again.
Do you know, to be honest, at that price, and especially if you're a club member, bear in mind what you spend on your summer bedding sometimes. Geraniums this year, a single geranium could be like £5-6. I'd be happy if they just were for this summer, Adam, that kind of price potentially.
Yeah, because they will. I mean, these are fantastic plants. I mean, there's flowers out on these already. There is, I mean, every stem on here, Shaun, I can see buds. So, these are going to keep flowering for months. As I say, I've grown before myself, and they're just such a happy, gorgeous, attractive, unusual plant for the summer.
When you do see these in the Mediterranean, I remember seeing some of these in Italy last year. They just look amazing.
They do.
They really do.
Yeah. And if you've got the Oleanders today, these will make great partners with the Oleanders as well, because we've got the same colour range. We've got pink, red and white, and we've got pink, red and white Oleanders as well. So, you've kind of got that option.
It's always designing, you see. It's always putting things together for you. Really busy today. And then finally, just over this side of the potting shed, we have got our salix bush as well. We've got the standard coming up, but this is the bush. I love the Flamingo Willow. The colours are amazing. You've got pinks, you've got creams, you've got greens, the most incredible foliage. But here's our wonderful Bex outside on the nursery, just to show you these en masse.
Hi guys, I'm here at YouGarden. I'm out on the nursery. It's absolutely wonderful. It's really busy right now. Loads of people here picking and packing orders. What we're taking a look at, though, is the Salix Flamingo bush. This thing is absolutely gorgeous. I adore it. Look at the uniformity that we've got of all the plants here. This is about quality, and that's what we bring you from YouGarden. The Salix Flamingo is so easy to look after. It's totally winter hardy. It's really not fussy on soil type. It's the non-diva of the plant world because it's so easy. You've got that gorgeous variegation, the creams, the greens, the pink tips on here as well. It's an absolute standout when you plant this in a mixed border, but you could easily keep this in a pot as well if you want to. It does look great for a long time during the year. It will drop its leaves in autumn, but it reliably comes back every single spring. This is definitely one that I think every garden should have somewhere.
Don't they look amazing, though?
And they do, especially en masse like that.
Yeah.
Really, really striking, all those colours.
And that's what I love about YouGarden. When you walk around the nursery, you will see hundreds, sometimes thousands of plants, all of the same quality. And don't forget, any plant that you buy that is classed as fully winter hardy is backed by a lifetime guarantee. So if you ever buy a plant from us, I mean, this is crazy when you think about it, but if you buy a plant from us and it dies and we class it as winter hardy, get in touch with us. We'll replace it for free. All you pay is the postage. So that is so good, isn't it?
And it's a lifetime, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's not 5 years or 10 years. It's whenever.
I mean, you imagine going back to a garden centre 3 years later and saying, "Oh, I bought this rose from you in 2021 and it's died, so I want another one." They just wouldn't do it, would they? But we do give you a replacement with any plant that's classed as fully winter hardy. We will replace it free of charge. All you pay is the postage, which just gives you that ultimate confidence, doesn't it?
Especially if you're a new gardener as well, because sometimes money's tight these days, isn't it? And we can't throw away money easily these days. So when you buy something like that in your new garden, it's nice to have that reassurance that if it doesn't succeed, you're going to get a replacement.
I mean, I've not killed many plants, but we all do it from time to time, don't we?
Yeah, I've done it. I tell you, the thing I've killed the most plants with is overfeeding. I've done that.
Your feeder.
Well, you do that thing where it says put 2 capfuls in for 10 litres, and you always think, just put 1 more in it. That'd be fine.
I'm a little bit guilty of that.
And it's like, no, don't honestly never do that, because I've done that before, and it's poisoned the plant.
And I think one of the big things probably this year is if plants get waterlogged, particularly if you've got plants in pots and things. When lots of plants hate being sat in water, don't they? So obviously it's been fairly rainy and stuff, so just always bear that in mind as well. Right, we're going to move on though to the most beautiful clematis. I've been away for the last 3 weeks, and I came back today, and Adam and I had a little chat, and we're like, how stunning and beautiful is it? If I was a clematis, I would want to look like that, wouldn't you?
That is amazing, Shaun. These flowers can be up to kind of 2 inches across. These flowers, they're like sort of decoupage kind of flowers. They've got that layered look to them. It's like a flower within a flower, isn't it? The colour is spectacular, and this is a super crazy hardy clematis. This will go down to minus 20 degrees, and it's one of the Viticella type of clematis. Now, that sounds gobbledygook to most people, but Viticella clematis are really vigorous clematis that put on a lot of growth in 1 year. And the great thing about them is they're one of the easiest type of clematis to prune, because all you do in the spring is take the whole plant, and it can get up to 10 foot in one season. God. You take the whole plant down to about a foot above ground level, just above some buds, and it will come back and it will do that glorious display all over again in one season.
I love that type of clematis, don't you?
Really easy.
That you can chop right back February, March to, as Adam said, about a foot, something like that, and then you still get all of that amazing growth. Now, will it flower all summer long, or is it just a period on this one?
Flowers for a long time. So this is going to be from about mid to late summer. So Viticellas tend to be sort of a back end of the year flowering clematis, which is great, because when all the other spring ones are finished, this is going to give you colour right up until September, October, perhaps even to November. Viticella clematis do flower late in the season, and there's a really famous, super famous clematis breeder called Raymond Evison.
Yes.
And this is one of the clematis that he's actually bred. He was on the Chelsea Flower Show coverage back in the summer. He is the go-to person in the UK when it comes to sort of clematis. He's bred so many different clematis. And all you've got to do with this clematis, as with all clematis, is make sure you keep the roots nice and cool and moist, and have the top part of the flower up in the sun. So, for example, what you could do, if you've got some strolch, you could actually mulch the base of the plant with a strolch product, which will keep it nice and cool. The 2 most important things with clematis: keep them moist and feed them. They're really heavy feeders, clematis.
Now, would the free food today be suitable?
Be absolutely brilliant. In fact, what I would suggest is when you plant your clematis, if you order these little Avant-garde clematis today, is put some of the feed in with them when you plant them, and that will give them a really good start.
Cool. So absolutely amazing. It's a buy one get one free, but you do need to use our offer code, don't forget as well, which is YGTV2724. Right, Vinca next. I've got Vinca in my garden, and do you know what, Adam? I use it as, I've got a big garden, and there's still lots of brown soil showing. Because because I've just it's taken a lot of doing. So you saw it when it was a building site, didn't you? But Vinca is amazing at ground cover, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Now, just to kind of clarify as well, because there's two types of Vinca. There's Vinca minor and Vinca major. Vinca major has the big leaves, and it's the real thuggy one that just takes over
it's a bit keen,
and drives
isn't it?
you mad. This is the Vinca minor. This has the smaller leaves, and this one is so lovely. This has got such a nice growing habit. Doesn't get very tall. I mean, no more than about 3 or 4 inches tall. Fantastic ground cover. 3 varieties here as well for you in sort of slightly different colours. One of the varieties has got that lovely variegated foliage, that yellow and gold and green foliage, which is absolutely glorious. And then these very pretty sort of periwinkle star-shaped flowers that sort of have a main flowering in the spring, but pop out flowers pretty much all throughout the year. In fact, I've even seen Vinca flower in the winter sometimes.
I was going to say I have, yeah.
Just odd, weird flowers.
Yeah. Not loads, but it's sometimes a few.
It's not one of these specific only flowering period plants. It will flower odd times throughout the year. Super crazy hardy, really hardy. Good for shade as well. Good shade plant as well as full sun.
Yeah, I must admit on our website it says, if I remember rightly, but it does say sun part shade. But I've had it in quite almost deep shade, and it's done okay.
They do well in shade. What you might find in shade is you get slightly less flowers, and with the variegated one, you might find that you get more kind of green than the yellow variegation. But fabulous ground cover, super crazy hardy. These will definitely have a lifetime guarantee.
Fully evergreen as well. I mean that price, 3 of them, $9.97. They've all got different foliage, but that was very important what Adam said. 2 varieties, minor and major, and I had the major one before. And it was a bit too keen. It literally got everywhere. Yeah,
that's why I wanted to point out, because I know some people might think, well, no, I'm not going to go Vinca. I grew that before, and it went mad.
But the minor only goes to about 1 metre, doesn't it?
It does, It's nice and ground huggy. It won't take over your whole border. It's really well behaved. But you've got the evergreen foliage. You've got these lovely, gorgeous purple flowers. You've got the ground cover, sun or shade, bone hardy, lovely
plant. But if you're
sick
of weeds in your garden, if you've got areas that need to be filled, if you've got areas where you want ground cover, it does not get better than that. Really busy today. We've got, honestly, when I walked in the potting shed today, it just felt great. The plants, the quality, the prices are incredible. And we've got the one and only Adam Woolcott with us as well, who is very modest, but he's really good. He knows his stuff.
I try.
Do.
There's always more to learn.
There
always
is
more to learn.
Of course. So I think we learn every single week. It's one of the things I love now about being involved with YouGarden. Every week I learn more about plants.
Yeah, which is why it's such a fantastic hobby, because it's you could live to be 1,000 years old and you still wouldn't know all there is to know. Yeah. So it's lovely.
I have to say as well, since I've been working for YouGarden this past 12 months, my garden looks better than ever because I've picked up so much, and I've bought so many wonderful plants, and I hope your gardens, despite the average summer, I know everyone's moaning about the summer, but actually most summers in the UK are rather mixed, and I always think it evens out, and I'm sure we will still get some glorious weather.
Now, funny you should say that, because
Adam Weatherman, go on.
They are saying from the 16th of July, which is Tuesday week, I think, there's big high pressures coming in, and they're saying predominantly the rest of July and August we're going to have a lot of very hot, sunny, dry periods.
You heard it here.
So I can't guarantee. So don't poke me in the eye if it doesn't happen. But that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, it normally does. It normally evens out, doesn't it?
Yeah. Be it dry, be it wet, nature always repays a debt, and it's probably going to happen.
So true. So there you go. Like that. So remember, put it in your diary. Adam Woolcott said from the 16th of July, big high pressure.
And Shaun backed me up.
I do. Listen, I know it's on its way. And even this morning I woke up, it's sunny here today. I know not the whole country's sunny, but, we are going to get some great weather. It will happen. It will happen.
We're keeping the faith.
Yes. And if you buy plants now, you'll be able to make the most of what they say. The great weather from the 16th of July actually starts 9:15 in the morning, 16th of July, high pressure, boom, in it comes, and it's going to stay there. Right, we're going to move on to some amazing deals with our Garden Ready annuals, our bedding plants right now. And basically, these are £12.99, but using our off code, the price goes right down to £4.99. Gazanias. Sorry, Mum, I forgot to get some this year, but it's not too late, and I'll buy these today because you get 10 of those garden ready plants for what would be £12.99, £4.99, working out a few pence each. And Adam, what you were saying earlier as well, you can actually treat these as tender perennials. There's a good chance you can actually overwinter these, isn't there?
Yeah, Shaun, I've seen these in customers' gardens in mild winters actually get through the winter and come back the following year. Now, we're not selling them to you like that. We're not guaranteeing to you they are hardy, but if you can get them frost-free, like say, for instance, you grow these in a pot, if you can just put that pot somewhere frost-free for the winter, it doesn't have to be warm, just frost-free, keep them on the dry side, give them some light, they will go through and come back the following year. But even if they don't, it really doesn't matter, because the joy they're going to give you for the rest of this year, right up until October, November, is just incredible. These are stunningly beautiful daisy-like flowers with the most, marvellous colour markings, really.
Yeah, and I love the way that they open up in the sunshine, they sort of sun worship, they close up at night. So there's all sorts of movement going on, but it is all about those big, lovely, colourful flowers and all the stripes and all the different varieties.
That opening and closing, that's known as nyctinisty. That is the posh name for that.
Nyctinisty.
Yeah, nyctinisty.
Sounds like dynasty.
It's nyctinisty. It's called, and a lot of plants do it with flowers and foliage. And it's a way of some plants they fold up their foliage at night or their flowers. It prevents predation by animals that eat plants. It sort of keeps the moisture in, and also for some plants it protects their pollen and nectar at night from other creatures that would kind of nick their pollen. So yeah, that's why they close up at night.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, nyctinisty. Nyctinisty. Flowers do it and foliage do it. It's a really unusual thing.
I'm just thinking dynasty, and that'll remind me of that. Do you remember dynasty?
Yeah, don't say my plants are doing dynasty.
Nyctinisty.
Nyctinisty.
Right,
yeah.
got it. £4.99. Grab those. Really busy today. Big audience. Welcome to YouGarden TV. It's so nice to be back. Right, I'm going to move on to the Fire Queen. I've got loads of these in my garden, and my mum, as you know, some of you know, my mum's partially sighted, and what we've learnt is she sits in a little conservatory. The back of her garden, we've got hanging baskets and pots, and what we've learned is when I put reds in there, she can see them. She can't see the detail, but she knows that they're there. And actually, my mum always says, because she's seen the baskets and the pots close up, when she sits and sees the colours, her mind kind of fills in the gaps.
Yes, yeah. I can understand, because we did a garden, I think the last one we did was guide dogs.
I remember, your sensory garden, wasn't it?
Yeah. And one of the things there was we had to think of all different senses, and it was colour, big blocks of really bright colour are good for people with reduced vision or no vision, almost no vision at all. And these are stunningly beautiful on different fronts as well, because not only have you got the deep sort of red flowers there, you've got the fantastic foliage on these. You've got those, what they call those zonal kind of decoration on the leaves, which look brilliant in their own right. But if I just bring that up, you can sort of see there on the leaves, the lovely sort of markings on the leaves there, which are glorious. And also, Bex always falls in love with these because they've got a sort of an aroma to them that always reminds her of her nan.
Yes, I remember saying,
which is kind of nice.
Do you know what? Geraniums remind me of my school days, because the school I went to, the primary school, we had loads. Stu just said in 1497. It was a long time ago, but there was a corridor that was full of geraniums. It was a corridor that was full of windows, and there were these big displays of geraniums. I was always fascinated by plants, even as a young child, and the geraniums pretty much flowered all year round inside. And we forget, when I was a child, when Adam was a child, maybe when you were a child, geraniums were used as indoor houseplants.
They were, yeah.
They weren't used as bedding.
Not really, no. And you used to grow them indoors, and they got taller and taller and taller. You used to get really big, lanky kind of plants that kind of grew up to almost the top of the window. And they'd throw out odd flowers even in wintertime because they were kind of indoors. And they used to let them get bone dry, never water them, did you? That's another good thing.
They're drought tolerant.
Super drought tolerant.
So when that big high pressure comes in at 9:15 on the 16th of July, you'll be pleased you bought the geraniums.
Especially if you're going away for a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Then,
one of my friends often worries about going away and so doesn't do any summer bedding. I always say, just do geraniums.
Yeah, because
doesn't matter.
literally you can leave these for a couple of 2 or 3 weeks without watering them. I mean, obviously, ideally do water them, but if you don't, they're not going. They're not going to give up. They will survive being dry for a long time.
And at the end of summer, bring some inside and use them as houseplants as well. But again, they are in our sort of clearance section, $4.99, 10 garden ready plants. If you're a club member, 4 for 10. Now these are Bex's ones. Don't look at that patio that needs a lot of attention. Don't look at the patio at home. Stop looking. Stop looking at that moss. Stop it! Look at the geraniums.
Well, I think
Bex is going to kill me.
I think the geraniums do actually sort of take your eye away from the other things there. Hopefully, I was trying to be very diplomatic.
I'm taking the mickey. Bex, your geraniums look amazing there, don't they? And I love what she's done with the lobelia.
Yeah, which is really nice, and the little pencil cypress in the middle. So you've got those sort of 3 levels there, and she's
really
got the little.
Doesn't it?
What's the what's the little round parts? They're in the Taurinos. No, Alhambra.
That's the one.
Alhambra.
Yes.
I was thinking the other type, but yeah.
But yeah, grab them today. £4.49 if you're in the club. If you're not a club member, by the way, you can join today and save 10% on all of your plants and your pots and your compost. Just as you check out, you'll get there's a little message that'll come up on your screen. It'll say how you can save extra money today. You can join the club for £5 for the year on auto renewal, which you can cancel at the end of the 12 months. £5 a year to save 10% on all of your plants.
So I love that as well, Shaun, is that if next year we put it up that amount, if you've kind of registered this year, it's still £5.
Yeah.
It doesn't go up.
£5 for life.
We'll keep it for life. Yeah.
So do join the club. We've got 45,000 club members approximately now. And then our final reduced bedding, and it's all garden ready, obviously at this time of year, are our marigold Durango mix. Do you know what, Adam? I'm going to be honest. I really went off. I don't know why, but I really went off marigolds, and now I love them again. And I don't know why.
Well, I've always loved marigolds. My other half doesn't. I'll be honest. John doesn't like them. He's not keen. But
is it because I don't know? But to me, there's more variety in marigolds nowadays. I don't know. I love them now. I've got loads in my garden this year.
I just think because these plants are so compact, they've got such fabulous foliage, they've just got so many gorgeous, super bright flowers, you just cannot fail to like them. And they've got really nice sort of fragrant foliage. And actually, smell that, Shaun. That is really, really lovely.
Oh, it is, isn't it?
Gorgeous.
Yeah,
That's really
nice.
Really lovely, sweet fragrance on there as well. And these are, and look at the root system. I mean, these are so.
Yeah, they want a home now.
They do. They just want to get into the garden right now.
One of the other things with marigolds, I think they're quite weather resistant in terms of the rain and things like that and the wind.
Yeah.
I mean, we had some really strong winds and rain the other day, and things like my petunias did not fare that well. But marigolds are fairly resilient things.
Well, I think the reason being is because they're nice, compact sort of plants. These get sort of about 8-9 inches tall. They form nice little domes. So, and they've got nice thick stems to the flowers, so they don't get blown over in the wind or the rain. They'll withstand those heavy downpours, those heavy showers. And look at that pot. I mean, that picture of them with them in a pot. That just looks glorious, doesn't it? That massive colours there. And you've got those oranges, you've got those yellows, and I also adore the fact that some of them are a solid colour, but you've got the little bicoloured one there that's got the red on the edge of the petals and the yellow in the middle. Just really hot, lovely, sunny colours. And these always remind me of my grandparents because, again, we're similar ages, Shaun, a bit older than you, but you'll remember back in the day when it used to be the gardening display. So it'll be the big row of red salvias.
Yes,
then you had your row of marigolds.
Yeah.
Then you had your blue lobelia, and then you had
the
your
alyssum.
alyssum.
Yes,
That's it, yeah.
yes.
And that's what it reminds me of. That's what my grandma and granddad's garden used to be like, and they always had those marigolds.
Isn't that funny?
They bring back really fond memories for me.
Yeah. Right. So the garden readies, I mean, going crazy today, as you can imagine. $4.99. If you want the marigolds, they're normally $12.99. We're just clearing the stock today. 410-072. If you want the geraniums, again, the same story. Clearing the stock today as much as we can, and they are £4.99. Should be $12.99. Garden ready. You're picking them up for just a few pence per plant there. 410-064. And then finally, we have got the Gazanias. If you've got gaps in your garden, fill them today. Think about that heat wave that Adam Woolcott has promised on the 16th of July.
At 9:30?
No, 9:15 actually.
Oh, 9:15, sorry.
410060 for the Gazania Tiger Stripes mix there. Yeah, honestly, just amazing. Right, another incredible deal today. So our oleanders, we are doing individually down to $14.99, but we've got a double up deal. And the great thing is you can choose the colours that you want. You can go for 2 white, 2 pink, 2 red, or a red and a white, pink and a white. But if you double up, mix and match, it's 2 for $19.99. And if you look at the quality of these oleanders, I mean, that is an amazing plant, isn't it?
Look at the root system. That root system. That is so good. That's why we pull things out of the pot, because we know every time. Look at that. I mean,
we're proud of our roots, aren't we?
That is stunning, isn't it? Yeah, that is a stunning root system there. And that shows, these plants, these have been grown from cuttings. Normally, you get about 9 stems per pot, which is great. Sometimes 8, sometimes 9. Leaves all the way from the base to the top. Super glossy, willow-shaped leaves. Flowers on them already when you get them out the box. Flowers to come further down. And plant these somewhere sunny and bright and warm, and you'll get blossom on these right the way up to sort of September, even perhaps October.
Yeah, love them. They are hardy, we say, to -5. So really suitable for most parts of the UK. These are real shots in our nursery this week, and it gives you an idea of the quality. And we actually work, by the way, with what we believe to be the top breeder in the world. They're based in Sicily. It's a family business. They've been breeding and growing oleanders for decades, so the quality is impeccable. And oleanders are really hard to get hold of in the UK. They're actually quite a rarity, and I'm not going to go into too much detail, but it's actually, you need to be a very established and what's the word I'm looking for? Respected company to be able to import oleanders into the UK for many, many reasons. But YouGarden have worked with oleanders and with our breeder for many, many years. The one thing I always say with oleanders, don't eat them. Don't eat any part of that applies to humans and your pets as well. Let's show you how to get the deal with these today. So go to the website, go to the YouGarden TV page, scroll down and you'll find all the products in the show. We've still got loads to come. The roses, don't forget, they're buy one, get one free. Some of those are Harkness roses. There's all our reduced bedding. And there's the oleander. So this is how you do it. So you find the red one. It says $29.99. Ignore that because we're going to do far better than that. Continue shopping. Now you might be thinking, I want the white one as well. So you've got to place that in separately. Where's the white one? There it is, to the left-hand side. So again, $29.99, just ignore that. So it's still saying, and this is why it's so important to use the code, it's still saying £60 plus your postage, so $66.97. But if you put in our special code, YGTV2724, apply the code. Oh my word, that now goes down to $26.98. Now, the only thing I want to say is we want you to get free postage. I'm thinking to get some pots to go with those, Adam.
Pots would be fantastic, wouldn't they, Shaun?
Yeah.
Because then if you're in a really cold area, you can just bring them in for the winter and keep them protected.
So if you want to get free postage, add some pots there or some compost or some other plants, get your order to over £40 and you will get free delivery as well. That's really important, free delivery when you spend over £40. So if you like the white, then that is $680.058. I would definitely want to go for the white because, as Adam said earlier, it's probably the rarest or one of the rarest colours.
Perhaps you've got a wedding coming up this year, wedding celebration or an anniversary celebration. That'd be great, wouldn't it? The white one, lovely.
I always think white, it brings out all the other colours in your garden, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Then we've got the pink. I mean, all of these are gorgeous. We've got less of the white if you want it, $680.058. I think we're going to have a really busy show today by the looks of things. This is the pink option. So they're all in the different item numbers. We just put the different numbers in your basket. That's $680.027. And then finally, we have got the red as well.
Whenever I said pink as a kid, my mum used to say pink makes the boys blink. I think she should say that. Oh, was it pink to make the boys wink? Yeah, I remember the little saying. She used to come out with,
said that,
yeah, little sayings like that. It's weird, isn't it? All these little things you remember, when you was a kid.
One of the things Mum used to say is, I used to say, where is it, Mum? It's down yonder. Did you know what that meant? Down yonder. I'm like, where? As a kid, it used to drive me potty as a child. I'm like, Mum, what do you mean it's down yonder? Where is down yonder? It's down yonder. Do you not know the expression, Adam?
It's a bit weird, isn't it? Is it unusual? Because another thing I used to say to my mum, what? And my mum would go, what? Cat's feet all hot. That's another thing she used to say. Yeah,
anyway, we diverse and digress. Back to the oleanders. If you want to go for the red option, so the pink is 680,027, the final one is the red. And remember, you can mix and match, but if you put 2 in your basket, you get the double up deal, and that's $19.99 for 2. Or if you're club member, £18, working out about £9 each, which is incredible. Rad, and the perennial collection has gone crazy today as well.
It's not surprising, is it, Shaun?
I mean, this is the best ever value, and these are not. I mean, I'm not being funny, Adam, but I'm sure we've had plug plants at this kind of price.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, these are not plugs. They are in 9 centimetre pots. I'm just going to get the iPad. You'll be fine, won't you, Adam?
Yeah, I mean,
you won't lose me too much, will you?
No, I'm fine, Shaun. I've been doing it a while. I think I'll be all right. I think I'll cope. But I mean, look at the root system. This is a little foxglove. I mean, look, fabulous root system on that. And again, I know I say this loads of times, but you could put these in a garden centre. I've seen foxgloves this size in a 2-litre pot for $4.99, $5.99 for one plant. This is in a 9 centimetre pot, and the fact that if you think, if you're in the club, you can actually get these for less than £1 each. That is insane, and you're not going to get any repeats on these. You're going to get all different plants. We can't guarantee exactly which ones, but it is a pick and mix. But the good thing about it is what will be guaranteed in that mix is you'll get plants that are going to flower at different times of year. You're going to get different foliage types. You're going to get plants with different heights. You're going to get plants that will grow in different parts of the garden. So, it really will cover all those areas. And you could go to a garden centre and buy plants in 2-litre pots, and pay £6 each. You could pay £72 for these in a garden centre.
Philip bought these recently. His Adam delivered, and he's just unpacked them all. I think he went for 2 lots actually, but look, there you go.
Look at that, looking good. All they need is a little bit of light there.
I think Philip went for the 18 deal, which a few people said was too many, not for Philip, obviously. But look, I mean, they're really good quality, aren't they?
Super plants there, all ready to go. Great root systems on there. Really, really lovely mix there as well. Yeah. And they're all labelled, so on each pot you've got a label on each one, so you can Google the names, look up the plant, find out where. I'll tell you what, just go on our website, because if you just enter the product number on the pot, that will bring up, because we have little descriptions of how to grow and all that kind of thing as well on the website. So it's all there for you.
So I was just checking out your plants there, Philip. Thank you for that email there. So it is a lucky dip, no doubles, all different, but they will all be in 9 centimetre pots, really well established, and they will give you cover for many, many years to come. When I say cover, they'll just fill beds and borders beautifully well.
So no double dipping with this one, because I hate when people do double dipping. It's not good. It's not good.
Full of expressions there.
It's not good etiquette, is it?
It's really not.
You know that thing though, when you kind of go to like what's the thing, a buffet or something, and then there's the dips, and people like then stick it. It's like, don't double dip. It's not good.
No DD.
We don't like that.
Right, we are going to move on to our best-selling product ever at YouGarden. It's our premium professional compost. This is the compost we use on the nursery, and this year alone we probably potted about at least 150,000 roses. We did all of our hanging baskets, which came out superbly, and you always get such a good price on this. $24.98. That is for, remember, 100 litres, 250-litre bags, and you'll get your free gift, which is the rose bloom booster, not just for roses, but it will make your roses do fabulously well, but you can use it on all your shrubs. I mean,
absolutely.
I mean, let's be honest, you can use it on pretty much everything.
I would say, even your bedding plants, little clematis. If you bought the Avant-garde clematis, they're big feeders, so put some of it, just follow the instructions on the back.
It does say on the front, ideal for all roses and shrubs. So don't just you might say, I don't have roses. What about all of your shrubs? They will love that. So amazing value, and you get free delivery as well. So if maybe you're buying a few bits and pieces from us, and you're thinking, I'm nowhere near that £40 mark. maybe you've got in your basket 3 lots of our garden bedding, for example, and you're thinking, oh, I'm quite short of my £40. Get your compost. If that takes your basket to over £40, you'll suddenly get free delivery on everything. And
there's the other little sneaky thing you can do as well, isn't there?
Oh, go on, Adam.
No, you do it. Go on.
No, go on.
Well, the thing is...
You're the corrupt one, Adam.
Well, no, it's just that, look, P&P's kind of included with the cost of the compost. So if you want kind of more than 2 or 3 bags, if you kind of individually order and then check out each time, you'll get one of these each time you check out.
That's really fiddling the system.
So you can just
talk about, rinsing it.
So order it, then come back, order another bag, and you'll get another one of these with it as well. So you can get 2 or 3 free gifts.
Jokes apart, that's what I do. Why not? Because that's worth £5. So separate orders on your compost actually really, really works. And I love it when we do the feed as a free gift because you can store that. I mean, that's got a use by date of May 2026.
Yeah,
and that's actually best before. So actually, even if you use it after that, it's still going to be good, isn't it?
Yeah, it'll be fine. I mean, it's not going to harm your plants after that. We just give it an optimum kind of time.
You've got the best part of 10 months there before the best by date, anyway. So. Our premium compost, it is our best seller. We've perfected this formulation over many, many years, and you've got a big saving from the recommended retail price. And in a nutshell, you have got 50% composted wood fibre. You've got 3 different types of peat, the light, the dark peats, and renewable peats, such as the sphagnum moss peat. You've got pH buffer, Adam.
You have as well, so it's not too alkaline, it's not too acid, so that means the best, it's better for the vast majority of plants.
You've also got a wetting agent. So when that big heat wave comes in July, the 16th, remember, and all your baskets are drying out, if you've used this compost in your pots and containers, when you water, rather than the water just going all over the side of the pot or the hanging basket, that wetting agent allows that water to stick to the compost really, really straight away.
It's what we call hydrophilic. It actually loves water.
So not hydrophobic?
No, not hydrophobic, hydrophilic. So it loves that water. It's going to hold on to that water. It's not going to repel it like water off a duck's back. You've got that slow-release fertiliser in there as well, the little green or tan kind of little tiny pellets you see in there. Going to feed your plants for up to 6 months, which is fabulous as well. And the bags are just dead plain bags. Because again, Stuart Product always says the value is in the bag, not on the bag.
And I'm just going to put it out there. Although we're all aiming towards being peat-free, and I think most of us support the idea of peat-free. In reality, a lot of friends that I know have had disappointing results sometimes with peat-free.
Yeah, it can be a struggle, peat-free. I mean, eventually...
That's where we're going to go,
We will have to go. The law is going to come in eventually, and we will have to be peat-free. There's going to be no choice. But, I mean, I've heard this as well, and it's like during any transition period, isn't it? When we're going from something we've used for a long time to something new. Isn't it? Yeah, sometimes it takes a little while to get that perfect kind of replacement.
What we should say is that we have, over the years, really reduced the amount of peat in here. So, it used to be a very, very high percentage, but now we're putting the minimum amount we can to give you the maximum results.
Peter, our head gardener, Peter McDermott, our head gardener, he was ahead of the curve because he started hugely reducing the peat in his compost long before it became, a real kind of popular thing as it is now. So, we're ahead of it.
Anyway. It is so lovely to be back today. Thank you to everyone that's placing orders. We've got such a good show. It's pretty irresistible today, isn't it? Let's be honest.
It is.
I mean, I'll be perfectly frank. I came to work today and I said to myself, well, you don't really need anything for the garden. I'm sorry, now I'm like, I do need plants. Yeah,
because I would actually like the white oleander in my garden, but again, I've got 3 plants that have been sitting on my patio for the last week because I've got no gaps to put them in. But I just saw them somewhere, and I just, it's like
there's always room for a few more pots, a few more.
It's almost impossible, isn't it, to go into a garden centre or anywhere and walk out with buying nothing.
No, well, we've got so many great deals, so do not miss out. Let's remind you. By the way, we're talking about planters.
These are nice. These are gorgeous.
2 today for £19.99. These are, right up my street. And if my mum's watching right now, I think these look gorgeous either side of her front door. But the hibiscus starburst in that pot, instant beauty there.
Straight away, you've created a statement there, haven't it? It just looks fantastic. And that will be happy, that hibiscus in there, for at least a couple of seasons before you need to transplant it. But it just means now, doesn't it? You know, if you've got a small space, you're 3 stories up and just got a balcony, you can enjoy a hibiscus in a pot. You can prune them back as well and keep them small if you want as well. So, you know, these pots give you that option. But of course, the thing with these pots, Shaun, is they look like the real deal.
Yeah, they do.
But these are not super heavy. These are not going to chip or fracture or be destroyed by the frost. They're UV stable, they're frost resistant, they're lightweight, they're stylish, they're just such gorgeous planters.
And message in if you had pots broken on Thursday when we had those high winds, let us know. Because these, if these had got knocked over by the wind, that wasn't supposed to happen. But it doesn't matter. The pot's fine. Those perennials, they've stood up now. There you go, they're fine.
But so, I mean, you can literally kind of just, you know, drop them like that onto the floor. We're knocking everything over. But look, I mean, you could not do that with a proper terracotta pot. It would chip, it would break. This isn't even scratched. You know, these are robust as well. And another thing about these, Shaun, look, watch my knuckles.
You're really solid, aren't they?
My knuckles are turning white. These aren't soft, flimsy plastic. These are real. You could do a workout with these.
You could.
Get your pecs and your biceps. Look at that. White knuckles there. These are really, really tough, but super lightweight.
And looking at the bottom of the pot, they really are £19.99 each normally. But the double up deal, you get 2 basically for the same price you'd normally pay for one. 133.86. Right, we've still got loads to show you. We've got Harkness roses coming up. We've got loads back here actually, Adam.
We haven't touched these, have we, really?
No, we've got
pretty
citrus trees. We have got the eucalyptus over there.
The lovely standard willows, which are great.
So loads coming. But just to remind you, the gorgeous hibiscus, the starburst chiffon, is only $14.99. Fully winter hardy. Did you say it's -20 with hibiscus, Adam?
-20, Shaun. Yeah. So you could grow these, you know, even if you live in the Highlands of Scotland.
Yeah.
You can still grow a hibiscus.
And they flower kind of late summer. I mean, they're a bit early this year, but normally kind of end of July, August time, right the way through into the autumn. Fully winter hardy. And just a delight, absolutely beautiful. They're like a sunny spot, don't forget, and well-drained soil, but they will still have in fairly poor soils. I know that from my mum's garden as well. And then the other hibiscus we've got, which is just as beautiful, is the Marina, and this is this fabulous blue. It's really quite dramatic, this one, isn't it? I think that looks amazing, truly spectacular. And that one is only, again, $13.49 for club members today. Now, we had some amazing ferns on the show. This is known as the copper shield fern. Now, this one likes a moist, dark environment. So if you've got an area of your garden that doesn't get a lot of sun, you know, maybe it's the bottom of your garden that's a little bit in the shade, dark corner. You know, you'll know if you've got a really difficult area. These are going to be absolutely superb. So they're like moist and shady, and they are. We class this one as semi-evergreen. So depending on how harsh the winter is, it may keep its leaves, it may keep some of them, but you get these adorable copper tones to the fern itself. Absolutely amazing. They're really big as well. They arrive in 2-litre pots, and we have got a double up deal, so 2 for £14.99. Ferns are massive this year. Part of that's because of Chelsea. A lot of people dubbed the Chelsea Flower Show the Chelsea Foliage Show this year because there was a big emphasis on grasses and ferns. And so with our wet sort of weather that we tend to get a little bit more of a wet climate now in the UK, these ferns will absolutely love it. 561-200. And then the other fern that we've got is a Japanese lace. Now this one is one that I've got underneath my eucalyptus tree because this one likes it dry. So if you've got a big tree in your garden and nothing grows underneath it, these are the ones to go for. So they're like shady and they do well in dry as well. So great for underneath trees, big trees like a eucalyptus, for example. 561-202. And again, the same double up deal, 2 for £14.99. That's coming up, by the way. We're just getting our roses ready right now. It's a little preview there. Now, also, we had the Salix Flamingo Willow bush, We've got standards coming up, which are the ones on the tall stems. But these are the bushes. Oh no, this is again all about the foliage. So as the new foliage comes out and develops, it's this magnificent pink. I mean, isn't it beautiful? Really is. Quite spectacular, actually. And then the older foliage is green with lovely cream markings in it. Very easy to grow, sun or part shade, just likes to be kept moist. I mean, it is a willow at the end of the day, and willows like it wet, so nice moist conditions, not waterlogged, but nice and moist. And all you need to do, give it a trim now and again. It will lose its leaves in the winter time, and then it starts to get the new growth round about March. But incredibly beautiful, and only £12.99, so £11.69 for club members, £5.10.919. Then we also brought you this extraordinary clematis, the Avant-garde. Now it's a really great clematis in terms of ease. So every year you chop it right back to about 30 centimetres. So you do that in early springtime, and then all the new growth comes that season. And it can grow, I think Adam said about 10 foot in a season, this one. I mean, really amazing. Covered in flowers, from like midsummer onwards. And the flowers, I mean, look at them. They are so, I mean, they're so full. They're so colourful. They're so exotic looking, aren't they? They can make, I mean, when you think of other clematis that you may have in your garden, they can actually make some clematis look quite boring, and this is really quite spectacular, and it is a buy one get one free today. First time I've seen this variety. It's called the Avant-garde, and it really is just extraordinarily beautiful and quite dramatic looking as well. So the main plant needs to be in sun, but don't forget clematis like damp, shady roots. So sometimes you might want to plant other plants around the roots of this, or give the roots a bit of protection. If it's in a pot, you could protect the roots with something like straw as well. 550116. Then we brought you the amazing Vinca collection. Now, very important. Vincas have got a bit of a reputation of being invasive. They can sometimes get everywhere and become a bit of a nuisance. Not these, because these are Vinca minors. The invasive ones are Vinca major. So these are minor. So they're well behaved, basically. They will only grow to about 10 centimetres in terms of height, and they've got a spread of only up to a metre. But they are brilliant at filling in gaps. They ground cover, basically. So they are evergreen, and you've got different foliage on the three different varieties. The illumination is kind of like it's like a quite citrusy yellow foliage mixed with green. The next one that you've got there is the Ralph Shugart, and that's kind of got variegated cream and green. And then the solid foliage comes with the Vinca minor La Grave, or La Grave as I pronounce it. They flower kind of springtime into summer, but they will sometimes flower randomly, even in the winter time as well. Great deal on those, £9.97, £5.11, £4.67. Now we've also got clearance prices today on our garden ready bedding. So all ready to go. If you've got gaps, if you're looking at your garden right now thinking, oh, there's a few gaps there, fill them right now with these amazing prices. So these are the Gazanias, $4.99 if you put the code in, 410060. The most popular has been the Geranium Fire Queen. Now don't forget, Geraniums at the end of the summer, before the frosts come, bring them in. Bring them inside, use them as house plants, keep them for next year. But if you are, like my mum, partially sighted, these bold colours stand out really well. If you've got a long, narrow garden and you want to make it appear shorter, put loads of colour, bright colour at the back, and it actually brings the garden more closer to you. 410064 for the Geranium Fire Queen. 10 garden ready plants, £4.99. They've been really popular today, actually. And then last but by no means least, we have got the fantastic Marigold Durango mix. I can honestly say I'm back in love with marigolds. You know, I had a bit of a separation with them. I don't want to get into too much detail, but you know, me and my love for marigolds, it died for a while and we separated. But do you know what? Something rekindled my love for these marigolds. And I do. I adore marigolds now. And I'm not alone with this. They've just become really popular again. And I think it's because of the amazing varieties that you get. And they are good in terms of weather resilience as well. They're not going to get too battered by winds and rain. And they love the sun, of course, as well. 410 072 at £4.99. Discount club price is £4.49. Then, now these would work really well with the copper shield fern, because the copper shield fern likes it wet and dark, and well, I should say shady, and these could go just in front of them. So these will only grow maximum kind of 4 to 6 inches, absolute tops. And these are the Corridalis blue heron. So you get this amazing electric blue in terms of the flowers. They've got kind of white throats to them. They've got the red stems, gorgeous foliage. Really quite an exciting, extraordinary plant. £9.97, 480,809 is the item number. And then the Lucky Dip, they've gone absolutely crazy for this. You know what? 12 garden ready perennials. They're all established in 9cm pots. They work out £1 each. If you're club members, they work about 90p. And you might get echinacea, you might get aquilegia, you might get foxgloves, digitalis, you might get things like geums, all sorts of goodies, but one thing we'll guarantee is they will all be garden ready and really well established, just raring to go in your garden. £12 is all you're going to pay. But we are, today we are joined by the lovely Adam. Adam's been here a lot lately, he must have been, Adam.
Yeah, been here quite a few Sundays with Bex. Missed you though. It's like
I missed it as well.
But no, it's been good. We've had some great Sundays. Really busy Sundays. Lots of different plants. Yes, it's been amazing, really. Yeah.
And hang on, did you do show with Stuart as well?
Yes.
Oh, that was
that was really good actually. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, Stuart actually came out.
So hang on, who did Stu's job?
Yeah, there's a guy called Martin. Martin did, and then Stu kind of came in. It was.
Oh, Martin.
Yeah, it was kind of, it was strange. Yeah, the idea was strange to start with, but we got on brilliant. We did well.
Stu could do anything.
Yeah, we did. We had a great time. It was fantastic.
Yeah, honestly, there's not a single thing that I've seen Stu not be able to do so far.
He's a very, very, very incredibly talented guy.
He can do anything. All right, he said Andy's good looking as well. He's not bad, is he? Yeah.
He's a handsome-looking man.
He's handsome.
He's tall. He's got a fabulous mop of hair.
You're going to say he's tall, he's dark, he's got hair.
And he's
that's a bonus. He's got hair.
He's got a fierce kickbox motion as well. I've noticed he did a kind of like a big kind of He's so, fit as a butcher's dog.
Yeah. There you go. We've sold. There you go. We've sold Stu to you. Anyway, the most important people. It's all of you watching today on YouGarden TV. We have got amazing deals. So just to recap, if you want to save money on your postage, spend over £40, we'll deliver as much as you like, absolutely free of charge. If you want a free gift, what do we need to do, Adam?
Free gift, need to join the club, which is really, really important.
Not to get the free gift,
not club, sorry. No, promotion code.
Yes.
You need your promotion code. That's what I meant.
That's what you meant. And that will give you your free gift. Now, this is our ultimate bloom booster, roses and shrubs. So all shrubs, all roses. Roses coming up next, worth £4.99, free with every single order. And even if you've just placed an order, and you're thinking, oh, hang on, I want to place another one, you get another free gift. Just use the code, which is... that was your cue.
2724.
Yes, well,
YGTV 2724.
Right.
He doesn't tell me these things are coming. Just as like I'm
just testing you, Adam.
Sorry,
Adam's such a brilliant plantsman and knows so many things about the plants. I can't make you do everything, Adam.
I don't mind.
Right, what else have I missed out? Club, yes. If you want to join the club, you can do it today. You get a little message as you check out, and this is amazing. So, £5 will give you 10% off every plant and accessory order. That includes things like pots and compost and other things as well. You're going to get 5% off every outdoor living and gifts order. That could include things like garden machinery, £20 worth of YouGarden vouchers. Now, you can use those throughout the year. It's one every 3 months. It's like getting free money and exclusive offers, competitions and expert advice. Now, apparently, we've changed it, so you can use those vouchers now whenever you want.
Yeah, I think somebody the other day used all 4 at once.
It wasn't like that originally, I'm sure.
No,
it wasn't. I know.
No, it's a new revelation.
Brilliant. Right. Join the club today if you're not a member, and you're going to get £20 worth of vouchers as well. Wow. And by the way, the difference between those two memberships, the auto renewal just renews automatically, but you can cancel it. It's £5 for the year. The other one is £10, but that only gives you 1 year, then it finishes. So the choice is yours, but I would always go for the auto renewal, because you could cancel at the end of the 12 months, but if you go for auto renewal, the price will be fixed at £5 a year for your lifetime, which is incredible. We might live to regret that, but that's a deal and it's in print.
If you like to have a lot of savings in your basket, join our club. That's
absolutely
kind of the end of the day.
So I don't know how we do it on this show, but we have so many ways to save you an absolute fortune. We really do. Now we've got another amazing deal coming up right now, and it's roses. Now we've got a variety of roses. Some of these are Harkness roses as well,
which is fantastic. What a name.
Yeah. I saw Harkness at Chelsea. Their stand was amazing, and their Chelsea Pensioner Rose was shortlisted down to the last 10 for Plant of the Year, but they've won about 25 awards at Chelsea.
Gold. I think it's just gold. I think it's just been gold forever.
25 gold.
Yeah, 25 gold straight. Yeah.
And they've been breeding roses for about 140 years. And I think Philip Harkness won a gold for the first 12 years at Chelsea.
Wow.
Yeah. So they're amazing roses. Some of these are Harkness, but the deal is it's a buy one, get one free, but you can mix and match. So amazing at £24.99. Now we're going to start off with the Raspberry Raw Rose. I absolutely loved it. This one actually, I should have done some pictures. This one was at their Chelsea stand this year. They had a whole, I might actually go and find them. They had a whole container full of this, and it actually made a really nice miniature hedge. Yeah, I'm going to go and get a picture.
Well, I can believe it, because I mean, look at this particular rose. Everything about this rose is divine. You know, sometimes you go to the supermarket and you get those little tiny miniature roses in sort of 9cm pots. This kind of reminds me of one of those roses. I mean, you've got that incredible, delicate foliage, super healthy foliage. Look how glossy and shiny and healthy that foliage is, and those tiny little flowers there, which are just so beautiful and stunning. And if I turn this rose around, you can see the vigour of this rose as well. Look at these gorgeous new shoots that are coming on this rose. So, you know, a super healthy rose. This is a patio rose, this one. They describe it as a patio rose. You know, obviously, sort of the clues in the name. Great for growing on a patio, great for growing in a pot. This is a fantastic, I'm just actually finding, there's the best side. That's where it looks its nicest, so you can really see the flowers there. This gets to about 2 foot tall, and of course if you've got it in a pot, you can actually turn it to whatever way looks best at the time. Most plants are what they call something like face-sided. They kind of tend to have a sort of a best side and not so good side, but like all of us really. So you can always tilt it towards the sun. You could put this in a border, or you can grow it in a pot if you want to as well. It's what's known as a floribunda rose as well. So a floribunda rose basically means, you know, you get the Valentine's roses. They're they're known as an HT rose. So you get a long stem with one big flower on top. Floribundas tend to have more flowers on the end of the stem that are slightly smaller, but you get a lot more of them. This has got a delicate fragrance to it. I'm not going to say to you it's a real knockout fragrance, but all in all, this is such a wonderfully beautiful rose. I love the fact it's compact. I love the super glossy, healthy foliage. They're really tiny flowers on there that are so different, so delicate. It's got this really nice sort of domed habit. They only get to about 2 foot tall, and is equally happy in the front of a border as it is in one of our pots. And this would look good in one of our olive planters. It would look fabulous in one of those.
Right, I found my picture, by the way. So I've emailed it to YouGarden TV. I'll show it in a second.
I'm glad you got that picture. I've never spoken so long about it in my whole life.
It was great, Adam. Gave my voice a rest. Gave the viewers a rest for my voice.
I'll keep going. Well, well-being. I mean, and goodness me, you would feel like you use well-being with this. Again, another great rose. Look, a lovely yellow flower there. Wow. Really healthy foliage. This, again, is one of those roses as well that I like the habit of the fact that when the new foliage comes, it's this bronzy sort of red colour. This is a shrub rose, this one. The first one was a patio rose. This is what we call a shrub rose. This is really fragrant. This has got a really strong fragrance. Gets to about 90 centimetres, ultimately to 1 metre tall. It's got sort of a pink outer and then sort of more yellow amber colours in the centre.
It's lovely, isn't it?
And it's repeat flowering, which the technical term is remontant. It won't just flower once. If you let it flower, if you deadhead it, it'll reshoot and it will just keep flowering for you throughout the summer, right up into the autumn. Now, you could grow this in a container as well if you wanted to, as well as the garden.
Now, one of the lovely things today is you choose the roses you want. We're not going to say you've got to have this pair of roses or that pair. It's a mix and match. You choose any two. It could be two of the same, it could be two different ones, but you will get the second one absolutely free of charge. So, you know, you might even want to go for 4 roses, 6 roses, but that's the second one called Well-Being. Then we're going to move on to Claire Marshall. Now, again, this is a very, very famous rose.
Yeah, and the fragrance on that one, Shaun. That, I mean, I'll tell you what. Let's get that rose over because
Claire is beautiful.
I want you to smell this rose because I went out and picked this one earlier from out in the garden centre here.
Oh, well, Claire is smelling good today.
Isn't that gorgeous?
The fragrance is amazing.
That is lovely, isn't that?
Seriously, Adam, and I don't even have a good sense of smell. That
is really
oh,
deep.
my word.
That is a really deep fragrance.
Stunning.
It almost smells like essential oils. It's like one of those roses that you can imagine they make perfume from. It's such a deep, deep fragrance on that one.
That is one of the most beautiful fragrances I have smelled on a rose.
And again, it's repeat flowering, this one. So you're not going to just get one flush of flowers and then that's it. You deadhead the rose, it will come back and flower again. And look how super double that is, Shaun. You've got those deep, deep, lustrous, shiny, fragrant, classic kind of roses. I mean, this is such a fabulously gorgeous rose. This one again gets to about 1 metre tall. It has healthy foliage. It's got quite high disease resistance as well, which is great. But you know, I know I shouldn't have favourites. This is my favourite. This one.
And I actually think, and again it's up to you, but I think the Claire Marshall and the Well-Being, I think pink and yellow can work really well together.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, they look good together to me. I don't have any problems with sort of mixing colours myself. I know some people like to kind of colour coordinate. For me, I really don't have a problem.
No. Our next rose, and remember, you choose whichever ones you want, but it's a buy one, get one free. Best deal I've seen on roses here at YouGarden TV, and I truly, truly mean that, honestly, because these are, I'm not being funny, you'd expect to pay that price for bare roots.
They are.
You really would.
Yeah.
You know, we sell bare roots at this sort of price, but you're getting established roses in 3 litre pots. Now, something really different now is the oranges and lemons, the Papagena rose. This has got a special jumping gene, hasn't it?
It has. So you get these kind of changes of flower all the time. You know, every flower is unique. So you kind of get these different flowers. And isn't it good to get 2 colours on one rose as well? Because you might have limited space and you might want an orange rose and you might want a yellow rose, but only room for one. Well, look at this. This gives you the best of both. You get these different flowers. This rose was created about 1993, so it's a long-established rose. This one has a light fragrance. Again, it gets to about sort of a metre, just over 1 metre tall. It's a floribunda rose, so you're getting those sort of multiple flowers on the top there. And again, this is repeat flowering. That's a good thing to know because some roses aren't repeat flowering. Some will flower once and that's it for the season. This one, you deadhead it after it's flowered, you give it a liquid feed, and then it will flower for you and it will keep repeat flowering right the way up into the autumn. All of these roses as well, if you wanted to, you could grow in a container. You don't have to grow them in the actual garden. Either or is fine, but if you grow them in a container, you will need to feed and water them regularly. But just such an incredible selection of roses today. And this one, this is a real talking point, this one, because it has got those so unusual flowers. In fact, I've seen sometimes on a famous website that sells lots and lots of things named after a huge African river. I've seen people selling fake packs of seeds on there, and for roses, I mean, first of all, you're not going to grow roses from seed anyway. No. But I've seen these seed packets, and these roses, one rose has been like blue and pink and orange and yellow and green, all in one flower, and it's like that rose can't exist, and they don't. But this one. This does exist. You know, this looks like a made-up rose, but this is this is the real deal.
And every individual rose is actually unique.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the
some
thing.
will be, you know, predominantly orange, some predominantly yellow, some an absolute mix of both. You even can sometimes get solid yellow roses.
You can. That's the great thing. You just don't know what you can, because you've got that gene that isn't fixed, that kind of gene that's really variable. It'll give you those different flowers all the time.
And remember, you choose. So any two, I mean, honestly, at home, you really need to go for these today. For club members, $11.25. Some of these roses we mentioned are Harkness roses. For me, the best breeders in the UK, 140 years experience, 25 gold awards. And then finally, not all of them are Harkness, but some of them are. And then finally, we have got Lady Marmalade.
Yeah, Lady Marmalade again is a floribunda rose, so you're going to get in that those multiple amounts of flowers on the stem. I mean, sometimes with floribundas, you might only get one flower on the stem, but sometimes you'll get more than that.
Clusters.
Yeah, big clusters of flowers. This one, about 90 centimetres to a metre tall as well, so not a really huge tall rose. A delicate fragrance on this one.
Look how healthy that is. Look at that rose.
The foliage is brilliant on that, Shaun, isn't it? Super glossy.
And look at the buds about to come. There are so many buds.
Well, this has got good disease resistance again. So if you're used to roses being plagued with black spot and mildew and rust, all those kind of things, this is going to be much more resistant to those kind of things. And also, quite often those fungal diseases are more prevalent in wet years. So it's always good to go for a rose that's got that natural resistance. Then you don't have to keep buying lots of pesticides and sprays and fungicides and things. This was actually Rose of the Year as well in 2014, which is really believable when you look how stunning this rose is. You've got those sort of tangerine orangey flowers, and as we said before, this will do great in a border if you wanted to put it in a border, but you could grow this in a pot quite happily as well.
Now the choice is yours, but grab this today. You're even getting, don't forget, your perfect rose feed with every single order today. So let's just get our heads around this. You're getting stunning roses. Many of them are either Harkness or award-winning. They've all got their own individual stories. It is a buy one, get one free. Then you're going to get £4.99 worth of rose feed. It's not just for roses. You can use it on your shrubs as well, but it will give your roses the best food that they could probably ever eat on their menu. So it really is. And you're getting that for £24.99. That is incredible. The only thing you are going to have to pay postage, $6.99 per order. But if you're thinking, I mean, why not go for 4 roses, and then you get free delivery, wouldn't you?
Yeah, which is again really
or
good.
Some of the things on the show. You might want to go for, say, 2 roses and some compost. Yeah, whatever. If you can get your order to over £40, we will take away that $6.99 postage as well.
Because it's good to know, even if you've got to spend that few pound more, it's just so nice to think, Shaun, that what was just money for P&P, for a few pound more, is now going to be a plant or compost or something tangible. And
when you look at what you're getting in our example basket here, you've got your free rose food, which is worth $4.99. You're getting your free rose, Lady Marmalade. You paid $24.99 for the Claire Marshall rose. That is actually a really good price for that rose. But you're getting a free one with it. Then we've put in our oleanders. So one's $14.99. We've got the second one for £5. So that is a huge basket. $44.98. Free postage. Do you know what as well? Can you see it there? It says save a further £8. Become a YouGarden discount member. We're getting lots of new members today. So your membership is a £5 on auto-renewal, which you can cancel at the end of 12 months. Not that you want to. So if you want to save another £8, join the club today. Spend a £5. Well, you're £3 up, aren't you?
Yeah, it is. I mean, I always find when Stu does his examples, it's mind-blowing. I mean, it is just you start off with that price at the top, and then you see kind of what you've got left at the end. It's remarkable.
Right, we've had a little question from Grinny, who said, how does that's Ian, isn't it? Been a while, sorry. How does the orange and lemon grow? What's its habit?
Well, I mean, it's a floribunda rose, which I said before, so you have those sort of multiple flowers on there. It gets to about a metre tall, so it's a nice upright kind of rose. It doesn't really need support, so, it's like pretty much most roses, really. You plant them, you feed them, you look after them, put it somewhere quite nice and sunny. Roses like a nice sunny position. Add some really good organic material to the soil before you plant it. Oh, just one quick thing. While while you're asking about that.
That's been the most popular rose, by the way. We're selling really quickly.
I'm not going to use that one actually the example, the oranges and lemons. I'm going to use the Claire Marshall as an example, because if you see at the base here, in fact, let's get this label out of the way so it doesn't kind of obstruct what I'm trying to show you. You see this little leg bit here, this bit. This is called the union. So this is basically two different roses. This bit is a wild rose, and the rose you want is budded or grafted onto the top, and that's known as the union, where the two join. The most important thing when you plant roses is to make sure this is buried at least ½ an inch to an inch below the soil. So when you get this in its final position, you want the soil to be about ½ inch up the green part of the stem, and all this union bit to be buried under the soil. That's really, really important, because I do see roses planted like this, and that's okay while they're in the pot, but long term that's not going to work. Okay. Bury all the union bit plus ½ inch of the stem. That way the rose will become nice and established, and you won't get that wind rock as well in the winter time.
Now my favourite rose is actually the Raspberry Royale over here. And I was very lucky. I was at the Harkness rose stand at the Chelsea Flower Show this year. Do you know what? I always liked this rose, but when I actually saw it planted in like a mini hedge, honestly, there. So in fact, I'll tell you what, I'll just zoom in a bit so you can see. They did a whole container of this rose, like a little mini hedgerow. The only thing ruining it is my face, but can you see? I just thought that looked fabulous. So if you've got a smaller garden, I know a lot of our lovely viewers watching right now tend to grow using lots of pots and containers. That rose, because it only goes to about 60 by 60 centimetres,
which is perfect.
Perfect for smaller gardens. And what Harkness told me was the amount of roses it produces in a season is extraordinary.
Well, look at this one.
Look here, look at the buds you've got.
There's, again, it's a floribunda one, so you're getting those flower heads with multiple amount of flowers. But let's just do this one, Shaun. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, about 9, 10 flowers on one stem. This one I'm not even going to count because there's probably 20, 25. The foliage, look how healthy and glossy that foliage is. These little new shoots here, again, showing you this rose is full of vigour. And the flower, that is so pretty, and it's so delicate, that little tiny flower. Tiny, but absolutely beautiful, and super double as well. It's got a light fragrance to it. And as you say, a hedge of this could look amazing. Just an example I've thought of. You might have got a little bit fed up possibly with having a lavender hedge. You might find, the lavender hedge is
woody.
It goes a bit woody. Yeah. It's, it's not like the wet weather, and you want something different. A hedge of this either side would be glorious, wouldn't it?
So I have a really good thing, because you might want to buy, as Adam said, 10 of these and do a mini hedge like you just saw on the Harkness rose stand, but do it today while it's a buy one get one free.
No, the Laval pots would be good for this, at least for the first year or so. The first season that would be okay in there to get it established. Let's pop that in, Shaun. Let's have a look. I'll drop that in.
Is it going to be deep enough for it, Adam? It is just, isn't it?
Just about. I mean, if I'd be really honest with you, you probably would want slightly deeper than that. So, yeah.
I think the olive pot, don't you?
Yeah, I think the olive pot.
By the way, the Lavelle, it is a twin pack. So you get 2 for $14.98, but if you want 4 of them, so 2 pairs, it's $19.98. I love those. I think they're really contemporary. They work well with the Oleander. I say contemporary. I think they work in modern and traditional, but they just look really classy.
Again, I like the raised pattern on the side there as well. Just looks really good. So I'll give you that one
wonderful.
back.
But I think, Adam,
let's try the olive one.
I think the olive ones, because roses do like a little bit of depth with the roots.
Yeah, it's important to get the depth in there, and also you want to get that bulk of compost or soil in there as well, so the rose doesn't dry out.
I think that's going to look fab.
Yeah, so I'll pop that one down. Let's turn that round so we. See, I think
I think that really works.
Yeah, that works in there. Look at that. I mean, in fact, in reality, you'd have it slightly higher.
Yeah, you'd have it like that.
But yeah, I mean, let's get that white.
And actually, because the rose grows to about 60 by 60 centimetres, that is going to fill that pot and just tumble over beautifully.
And that would be happy in that pot for a good sort of 3 or 4 years, if not longer, to be honest, because this rose only gets to about a couple of feet tall. So, providing you kept it well fed and well watered in there, that rose would be happy in there for a long, long time. And then, of course, you can can bring that pot to wherever you want the colour as well. You can bring it right up to the patio doors. Imagine one of these either side of your front door, for example, or somewhere like that.
Look amazing.
Right, the pots, fantastic.
Right, we're really busy today. Those pots are going so quickly. Double up deal, 2 for $19.99. I love that, Adam. And as you say, we've not even obviously planted it properly, but in reality, that is going to fill that pot really well. I would say even by the end of this summer.
Oh, definitely. You can tell that because look at the new shoots. I mean, we've got all the way round. This rose has got these really healthy, vibrant new shoots. So, this rose will probably double in height by the end of the season. And each of these new shoots is going to produce flowers for you this year because it's repeat flowering. So, a remarkable little rose.
And I promise you, I was at the Harkness rose stand, as you saw. I was very lucky. I was there with the team at the Chelsea Flower Show. And this rose looked spectacular, and it's one of their favourites. It's really quite unique, the fact that it's so compact and produces hundreds and hundreds of roses in a season. It's one of those plants that just wants to please. It's just like, look, here's some roses, here's some more. And sunny position, obviously.
Yes, sunny. And it's so good for people with a small space. I won't really bore you to death with my example. I always come out if you're just 3 floors up and you've got just a balcony. You can still enjoy a rose with hundreds of flowers all summer long. I mean, these are all gorgeous as well, but, they take more space. They need a bigger pot. And also, this is compact.
Some roses, I mean, they can just get a bit out of shape, and you've got to, be pruning them. This one tends to be like just a bit lovely compact.
Yeah, well, it's a nice dome shot. I'm just going to see because it's
smaller
delicate.
leaves, Adam, as well. I don't think it's that fragrant. If
no, delicate.
Yes.
I can't really smell it at all. To be honest, it doesn't really kind of have a fragrance to me at all.
What I will say with roses, because I learnt this at the stand.
So it's quite heavy.
I can just manage it, Adam. We've all got different senses of smell. So some people came up to the rose and said, "Oh yeah, I can smell that." They all said to you fairly delicate. Some people didn't smell anything. Some people thought it had quite. We've all got different senses. See, I can smell. I can smell something, but it's very delicate.
Yeah, it is really.
It's lovely.
Yeah. I mean, we always say you're always honest about our roses, and sometimes I kind of sort of personally grade roses. Sometimes I say flower first or perfume first. I'd say this one flower first, perfume second on this one.
But amazing value. So if you want the green planters, superb deal today. 2 of those for $19.99. Club members, you're going to get your discount, so you get 2 for about 18 quid. £18, £9 each. Amazing.
Yes.
It's good to be back, Adam.
Because plastic pots are so expensive. You go to garden centres. I don't know. I do know we do it because I went for a walk outside last Sunday. And there was about 8,000 million pots out there on well, not that many, but there was a lot on pallets. And when you can buy things in bulk like that, that's how you get the discount. That's how we can get these fantastic prices.
I mean, we've got 45,000 club members alone. That's just the club members. We've got, I think our database, it must have millions of customers on there over 20 years.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think I heard something a little while back of, we was here one Sunday morning, somebody said even by lunchtime, not even including what we're doing here, that 20,000 orders had gone through.
Yeah.
So
it's a big company,
It's remarkable.
But they do care about every individual customer. If you've ever got a problem with an order, don't sit at home and be disgruntled. Give us a call and we'll do our very best to put it right. We really mean that. And all of our fully winter hardy plants, that includes all the roses you've just seen, are backed with our lifetime guarantee. So if ever a plant dies and we class it as winter hardy, then we will replace it free of charge. All you need to do is pay the postage. So you really can order with full peace of mind here at YouGarden. Now, what would be nice, keep those messages coming in. So you can email us, remember ygtv@yougarden.com. You can message us on the group chat on Facebook and of course YouTube as well. Right, now I don't know the price of these, but Stu has said, Shaun, you're going to be really excited about the price of these. So one of these I'm going to say £25. 20, £25?
Yeah, I would sort of garden centres I'm thinking of, I could imagine.
Oh, that's right. There you go. What our usual price is £24.99.
Well, I could imagine £29.99 in certain garden centres for one. £29.99 per plant.
Right. So today, apparently, it is £24.99 for one. So what's the price for? Oh, that is good. So 2 for £29.99. £15 each.
Oh, okay. Yeah, wow.
I'm like this. I didn't know the price, honestly, because I've been away, so I've not had time to check all the prices and things.
Have a look at this price.
£15. So club members, you'd get 2 for £27, £13.50 each. It works out.
And then...
and you get a free gift.
Also, and if you get over 40 quid, you don't pay the postage either if you already have a £40.
So do you know what? I've got one of these in my garden. It's in a. I'll be honest. I've just cut it right back because it just got a bit out of shape. So I've cut it right back. It'll grow back so quickly. But what I love about these is just the colour of the foliage. I mean, this is all about the foliage, and it's the new growth. There's this extraordinary pink, isn't it?
That's it, Shaun, and it's the new growth that has sort of the best colours.
Yeah.
But, I mean, just look at the habit, though, of these, the way they kind of splay out and give you these lovely kind of full heads of foliage colour on these. These are bone hardy. These will come back year after year after year. And the good thing about standards, as we always say, is it allows you in a small space to have flower or foliage at different levels that you can plant right up to the base underneath. Yeah, if this was straight out from ground level, the garden we did in not Worcestershire. Was it Worcestershire? Gloucestershire. Yeah.
Well, it's close.
Yeah. We planted one of these and it looked absolutely stunning. No, two of these actually in a two raised beds, and they gave some really good height. And great thing about them was they were against a black painted fence. So the fence
you really saw the colours.
Yeah, really made them pop. And what we did was, just incidentally, we actually planted little miniature buddleias underneath, which kind of, and that's the good thing about a standard. You can plant at the base. Sometimes if you've got a shrub version of this and you've got it straight at ground level, well, you've got to allow that space for it to grow, haven't you? Whereas it can get big up the top here, but you've always got the space to underplant at the bottom. And you can leave these. You can leave these to go natural, like this one, or you can trim or shape them. You can sort of make them into topiary if you want to. Kind of the option's yours.
And what happens over the years? The actual stem will get thicker.
It will. It'll thicken out.
So that'll you get thicker and stronger, and the top head will just get bigger and fuller. And when you see these, because I've seen these there, like 1.5 meters width-wise. They are spectacular, aren't they?
Well, it's funny enough, I'm going to, this afternoon, after the show, my hubby John and I, we're going to our lovely friends Tony and Pamela on our estate for dinner, and we designed their garden for them, and we put half a dozen of these in their garden.
In the borders?
Yeah, in the borders, just 2 years ago, and they have gone nuts. I mean, they've got stems now probably about that kind of thick, and these great big kind of heads with all this lovely pink and white.
Bring some photos?
Yeah, I need to take some pictures actually, because in fact I might have some on my phone. I can send Stu in a minute when I'm off camera, and they look absolutely remarkable. I mean, they look fantastic.
So I went to an open gardens in a village near me, and the garden had been designed by Bunny Guinness.
Bunny Guinness. Wow, yeah, she's right up there.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's the most amazing garden. I mean, seriously, I got garden envy. I was like, but they had a lot of standards in borders in rows of threes, and they looked incredible, including plants like this. So they can work really well in your borders as well as in pots. The choice is yours. But the value today, if you do want a multi-order, I can't wait to see your picture actually, Adam, and go for several of these. They're working out £15 each, or if you're a club member, £13.50, which is amazing value. Just want to talk about this because when you get them home, you might look at it, what's this weird stuff here? And this is like a waxy substance, but it's where it's been grafted, isn't it?
Yes, literally they've been grafted. So again, originally these had been two separate plants. So this could just be like a sort of a basic willow, probably like a goat willow or something. Probably just Salix caprea, for example. And then because this one on the top is the same family, you can graft the two together. So they just add this onto the top, and that's the graft union there. And eventually that will kind of heal over a lot more and become more solid. This is just to protect that graft joint in the time being. Little thing you might find that happens, you might find occasionally with these, you get a shoot come out of the actual standard stem. As soon as that shoot starts to come out, just rub it off with your thumbnail. Don't cut it off, just rub it off with your thumbnail back to the trunk, and that way that will stop it coming back, because that will just be the original stem trying to reshoot, which you don't want. You just want to keep the bit on the top.
Bex was out and about on the nursery last week, just checking these out, and I mean, I can honestly say they look spectacular. So if you're thinking, are the ones that I'm going to get as good as those in the potting shed? Of course they are. Have a look at this.
And here we are on the nursery, and this is the Salix Flamingo Standard. It's absolutely beautiful. Look how straight and gorgeous that stem is. And of course, you get this firework display up at the top with this foliage. You've got variegation, there's greens, there's creams, but it's this beautiful flamingo pink that you get on here that make this one of the most standout and ornamental trees that you can have in your garden. And the best thing about it is they're so easy to look after. This is definitely a thrive on neglect plant. It is deciduous, so it will drop its leaves, but it bursts into life in springtime, and it is a standout plant in your garden all the way through spring, all the way through summer, and into autumn as well. Totally winter hardy and not fussy on soil type.
And we're back. Don't they look gorgeous? And Bex, by the way, probably, I don't know if you noticed in the background, but that's the reservoir that we have here at YouGarden, and that has saved us millions of litres of watering each year. We do try to be as environmentally friendly as possible. So we've got the reservoir, all of our packaging is 100% recyclable, and all of our lifting vehicles are now electric as well. So we do our very best to be as environmentally as possible. And we're always working on that, of course. But we're going to move on now to a stunning eucalyptus. Oh, that's so nice.
Isn't that nice?
Oh my word, that is actually really fragrant, isn't it?
That is so nice.
Yeah.
You can imagine if you've got a blocked nose, just almost inhaling that, and it's like that's such a really zesty, healthy kind of smell.
Have a look at this. Now we've got an amazing price on our eucalyptus now, and it's a big plant, so it's already really well established. But it's got £20 off today, and it arrives in a 24cm pot. Now, this is a very special eucalyptus, isn't it, this area?
Yeah, this one, because this one has got, well, first of all, it's got that incredibly fragrant foliage, which is absolutely stunning.
It's I would say, more intense than
definitely
probably any eucalyptus I've ever experienced.
Really
what
lovely.
else about this one then?
Well, it's got that glaucous blue foliage as well, which is sort of any plant has when it grows in a really, really hot condition. And when it's sort of young like this, it has this really, really lovely foliage that's very, very popular with florists.
Yes.
Which they absolutely love. And this one, I mean, in the wild, this one left can form a really, really big tree. But you know what? This can just be kept compact. You don't need to let this become a really, really big tree. You can just keep clipping this, and it's got this wonderful kind of flowing shape to it. It's evergreen, so it looks good all the year through. This will look brilliant. This is hardy in the UK as well, so it's going to get through the British winters. It's just one of the most sort of stunning eucalyptus that I've come across, really, Shaun.
And they do look good pretty much all year round, don't they?
They do, yeah, because it is evergreen. So plant it in a nice sort of sunny spot. That's where it'll be happy, in a sort of sunny, well-drained spot. You could keep it in a bigger pot if you wanted to as well. And I know some people sort of worry about eucalyptus running away and getting really, really huge. This one, left to its own devices, will get big eventually. But you know what? You can just keep pruning it back. Yeah. You can just keep clipping it. And if you keep clipping it, you end up with that juvenile foliage. Some eucalyptus, when they're young, will have very sort of oval leaves like this, and as they become bigger plants, they can sort of develop more willow-shaped leaves, the adult foliage. But this is great. This is a real statement plant. This has been so popular, and it's not surprised me, because you've got the foliage, you've got the wonderful structure of this as well, that lovely sort of structure, and the leaves. I like the way the leaves actually sort of surround the whole stem. Such a different looking plant.
Gorgeous, and such a big plant. And a big saving of £20 as well. Now, I've just said, you know the roses that we brought you, they have gone absolutely crazy. So if you want to go for our roses today, it's a buy one get one free. It's a mix and match. Go to the website, click on the YouGarden TV button there, and go straight into the show. Scroll down, and we've made all the roses. We made it simple to find them because they're all on one line. Some of those are Harkness roses. Many of them are award-winning. We've got some really unusual varieties with the, say, orange and lemons there. But remember, you can choose whichever two you want, and it's a buy one, get one free. But they are going crazy. I mean, look, this is the sort of price you'd pay for bare root, but these are really well established in a 3-litre pots. They are incredible. So, $24.99 530 664, buy one get one free. Now, I mentioned earlier you could grow this as a hedge, And Glyn's just said, if you grow it as a hedge, can you trim it like a hedge?
What I would suggest to do is leave it to grow throughout the summer. Don't kind of prune it throughout the summer, just kind of let it flower, let it do its thing. And then the following spring or late winter, then you could sort of give it a light pruning over then to take it down a little bit. And then those new shoots that come will give you your flower again all the way through the summer.
But I think Glyn's saying, like, could you get a hedge trimmer to this? You wouldn't want to do that, would you? It'd be too harsh.
I wouldn't think about keeping it as a hedge, as in a formal hedge. Yeah, we're talking about keeping it as a loose hedge. Like a lavender hedge. If we talk about a lavender hedge, we talk about a hedge that's got loose and open and flowering.
Actually,
you can do the same with this.
Could we show that picture again, by any chance, of the Harkness rose stand? Only because, Glyn, it will give you an idea of. In fact, if I zoom into that. Can you see, Glyn? So it's like an informal hedge. So it's not all the same height, but they're just planted really closely together. But I think that works, don't you?
Yeah, it's just kind of a loose, informal hedge.
Yeah.
You sure he wasn't at a stag do there? But, yeah, I mean, it would just make that lovely sort of informal hedge. That's what it will create. But next spring, like all roses, all roses can be pruned pretty much. So February time, end of winter, March. If it's got too tall, you can trim it down. And just a couple of quick tips. Well,
I mean, I was going to say the reason I wouldn't use a hedge trim on it is because you wouldn't want to.
You just chop all the flowers off, wouldn't you? And you kind of just.
Yeah, but even also you want really nice clean cuts on roses, don't you?
You do, yeah. And I wouldn't hedge trim it. I would say in the spring, just prune it like you normally prune roses. So any criss-crossy branches, take them out. Any diseased or dead branches, remove, and just sort of trim it so you've got nice outward-facing stems. But always prune down to an outward-facing bud, and just keep it as a hedge.
Really busy, buy one get one free, but you can choose whichever one you want. But that is a Harkness rose, multi-award winning. Then we've got the Claire Marshall as well. Again, a very famous rose. Beautiful pink, but the fragrance, this is a strong, beautiful fragrance.
Yeah, the one in the studio, I mean, this is that really classic, deep, sensuous, kind of strong, musky kind of fragrance from this rose. It almost smells like one of those roses that they'd make a perfume out of, like almost an essential oil kind of intensity on this.
So if you're buying a rose for its fragrance, that out of all the ones we've got today, that's the one we'd put at the top of your list.
Well, it's fragrant and stunningly beautiful,
well,
isn't it, at the same time?
Claire's got it all. 531006. Then this has been really popular. Lady Marmalade. I mean, what a gorgeous colour that you've got there. Yellows, peaches.
Yeah, and it's one of those rose flowers as well, which a lot of roses do. As the flower bud matures, the colours slightly change on the petals as well. And you get different colours come through. But a knockout one again, and a one with good disease resistance and healthy foliage.
But I mean, this offer is unbelievable, and they're selling really quickly because they're not bare roots. These are really well-established roses. Many of them, pretty much all of them, of course, have got flowers and buds on them. And $24.99 for two. Right, just now nipped into the lead, the oranges and lemons, the Papagena. It was second, but somebody's just bought 4 of these. But I mean, sometimes repeat planting, and as an award-winning gardener, sometimes repeat flowering gardens and repeat planting works so well, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. And sometimes if you, in a garden, for example, if you sort of put the same type of plant in different areas in the garden, it kind of brings the whole garden together. Yeah. It creates structure, and you can do that with a plant like this.
And don't forget, if you are going for 2 pairs of roses, that puts your basket value over £40. So then you get the free delivery, and that's what a lot of you are doing right now. And you're going to get your free rose food, remember, but you do need to use that off code YGTV2724. So that was the oranges and lemons. What else have we got?
With
the well-being is the one, isn't it? Yeah.
Again, fragrant. This is another fragrant one as well. This is a fragrant rose, this one, and it's the rose we mentioned a moment ago. Look on the outside petals there, Shaun. You've got the little pinky tints around the outside there on the older petals as they mature, and then as you move into the middle, we get to sort of deeper and deeper colours there. This one about 1 metre or so tall, and really lovely double flowers on that as well.
531009. Now we are exceptionally busy today, but I can honestly say, when I came back to the studio after my little holiday, my big holiday, just couldn't believe the quality of the... No, I'll take that back. I always expect great quality with YouGarden. but I could not believe the deals, the prices, and the size of the plants that you're getting for such a small amount of money, including things like the salix, the Flamingo Willow standard salix here. $29.99 for 2. And Adam, we're going to have a little break in a couple of minutes time, only a small break. But Adam's going to look for his photos because you designed a neighbour's garden using several of those.
I have, yeah, and they've done so well, and they're over the moon with them, and they've really established. They're incredible, incredible plant, real statement pieces. And
it's all about the foliage. There's pinks, there's creams, there's greens. This has been grafted, as Adam said. So you've actually the top's been grafted onto probably just a standard willow.
Yeah, probably something like a goat willow, Salix caprea, or something like that. Nice straight stem. Yeah, and that eventually that joint will become really well fused and established in time. The stem will thicken out, it'll get to sort of about broom handle thickness, in fact even thicker than that as time goes by. So these are really stout plants, long-lived plants. My brother Darren has got a fantastic one of these. He's had in his front garden for years and he's so over the moon with it.
Now I'm just going to be really honest with you. I've got one of these in a pot, but it dried out, and because they hate being dry.
They don't like to be dry.
It didn't die, but it did go brown and crispy, so I've had to chop it all back. But it survived, and it's all got loads of new green growth. So that's the only thing with willows. You do need to keep them nice and moist. They do not want to dry out. Right, we're going to find that picture. While we do, check out your baskets. Remember, you need to use the offer code YGTV2724. Free delivery when you spend over £40. Your free gift, which I keep losing, good job I've got a spare down here, is your Ultimate Rose Bloom Booster. So that's every order. So if some of you placed 2 orders today, you're going to get 2 free gifts. But that's also for shrubs as well. We've got some questions coming through. We're going to answer those in a few moments' time. So if you've sent in a question, we will answer those in about 5 minutes' time. Also, you can send in your pictures as well. Don't forget, you can email us ygtv@yougarden.com. But we've got some special messages now from, let's just take a bow. It's our head gardener. There he is. The one and only, I nearly called him Sir. I'm going to call him Sir Peter McDermott.
Did you know we have Discount Club? And actually, since we've launched it over the years, tens and tens of thousands of people have actually become members. And when you become a member, what do you get? Well, first of all, you get a discount. All of the plants you buy, you get 10% discount, and that's on top of any other discounts you may have. Additionally, you also get 4 vouchers that are each worth £5 when you place an order. So you can place 4 orders over the course of the year and redeem one of those £5 vouchers each time. And even when you think about those expensive capital items such as lawnmowers, garden machinery generally, etc., you get 5% off those items as well, just by being a member. The best way to join our discount club is to pay £5 per year on auto renewal, which means that at the end of your year, you don't need to take any action. We will automatically just renew your membership. The great thing about that is if you join today and you pay the £5, we guarantee we will never put your price up. So in 5 years' time, in 10 years' time, if you're still a member, still enjoying all of those benefits, you will pay no more than the £5 per annum that you sign up to on day one. One of the things I really love about our membership club is you can start using it the day you join. So if you're placing an order today, you literally can join today and get the discount off of that same order the very day you join. This is a great way for you to really buy products for your garden at the best possible prices, and we'll deliver them to you nursery fresh at exactly the right time.
Hi, I'm Stuart from YouGarden TV, and if you've got a smart television and you're not doing it already, you can probably watch our live shows on YouTube. There's a few ways of doing it. Let me show you how. So, if your TV is a smart TV, it'll have applications like iPlayer, like ITVX, and even if you've never used it before, you can use YouTube. All you have to do is open it up and search for YouGarden. So if you search YouTube using this magnifying glass here and type in YouGarden, it'll take us straight to the YouGarden channel. What you want to look for is that circle. Select that and we'll go straight to the YouGarden channel. And then if we're live, it's the first thing you'll see. Select on that and we're watching YouGarden TV. And if you're familiar with technology, you're slightly more advanced, You may even be able to send your picture straight from your smartphone to your TV. Once we've found the show on our smartphone, all we have to do is tap on the screen and look for that little symbol there. And that will show me if there's a television in my house that I can watch the programme on. Press on that TV and it'll broadcast it straight to my set. And the picture will appear on your big TV. Now, if this is all still a little confusing, or if you're not even sure if your TV can do this, just email us, ygtv@yougarden.com, and we'll do what we can to help you out. Thanks for watching.
For years, we have perfected the compost we use on the nursery. I mean, I've literally been in. I started my life in the horticultural industry when I was 15. Or just about 15, 14 and a bit. And I went to horticultural college. I lived and worked on my family nursery, so I've grown things for a living. Now I run this company, and we actually have a separate nursery to this nursery where we produce hundreds of thousands of plants a year. And that would be roses, it would be fruit trees, it would be perennial plants, lavender, you name it. We're growing those sorts of things in big volumes. This year alone, we'll grow somewhere close to 200,000 potted roses ourselves. And the compost we use is this. And the reason that we would use this compost is because, in our experience, it's the best. It gives the best results. It gives consistent results. And it does that because the makeup of the product. So you've got a peat, including peat, compost here. So 50% by volume of what's in my hand is peat. And you'd look at it and say, well, that looks just like all of it is. But it really isn't. 50% is, but the rest isn't. Of the peat that's in there, you've got a blend of sphagnum moss peat and sedge peat. So the sphagnum moss peat is light and airy and has lots of tubes within it. So sphagnum has got little tubes going down the middle of the strands, and that gives an air-water porosity ratio that plants find perfect. Because plants don't just need water, they need air and water, and for that to be in the right proportions. The sedge peat actually does the opposite. The sedge peat retains moisture, so it actually is a bit heavier, a bit claggier, so it will hold moisture. Then you've got the wood fibre in it. Now you can see the strands of wood fibre, they're very short. And in fact, you can see the slow release fertiliser popping out. Oh, there we are, look, she's got it. There we are, Bex has got it. Loads of, now we put that in because it feeds the plants from the moment you plant them in there. And we make our compost fresh. So the reason we make it fresh, so when you get it, the nutrients that are in it have not yet started to deploy. So you can actually expect to get anywhere between 3 and 6 months of nutrients gradually drip feeding from that slow release fertiliser into the compost and feeding your plants via the roots. All of these things are considered carefully by us from a professional perspective, and we know that this gives great results. Now, we are trialling and testing other composts alongside this on a regular basis, and I can absolutely assure you that this year again, this spring again, we've done multiple trials. This compost is the winner. It's the winner for roses, it's the winner for fruit trees, it's the winner for lavender, it's the winner for, you know, all of the perennials we grow, from thousands and thousands of hydrangeas that we grow each year. Magical Matterhorn, if you bought that potted, or Magical Candle, if you bought that potted, that was grown on our nursery and is in this compost. So our confidence is high. You can use this product with confidence, and I can tell you it's the only compost I use at home. It really is.
I'll tell you what, the only compost that Peter uses, that I'm sure many of you now only use. It's an amazing compost. And don't forget, free delivery, and you're going to get a free gift as well. Right, Adam, did you manage to find that picture?
I did, yes. Yeah.
Because we were looking for Adam's garden that he designed a couple of years ago using the Flamingo Willow salix. Now these are on an amazing deal today. It's a double up, so it's 2 for $29.99. I know lots of you have joined the club today, so you'll get 2 for just under £27. Right, let's see. Oh yeah, I've got your picture, Adam.
Yeah. And these,
oh, they look great.
Yeah, they've established so well, and now they've kind of, yeah, you can see there.
Look at those.
Yeah, they've formed these lovely, great big domes. and they look absolutely stunning.
And were they the same size as ours today, Adam?
Not far off, to be honest, Shaun. I mean, in a couple of 2 or 3 years, they've grown that much. I mean, they've liked this garden because it's got moist soil, where it's got really, really good topsoil as well. And, they've really, really kind of zoomed away in that garden, looking so good, so healthy.
So don't think you've just got to grow these in pots. They look absolutely fantastic.
I think it might be one. Yeah, I think it could be one of the olive pots. I know Pam and Tony do watch YouGarden, so. I'll
just have a look around the rest of it, Adam. But to be honest,
it's a geranium.
It all looks gorgeous. But the Flamingo Willow, they steal the show a bit, don't they?
They do, yeah, and they give real good structure.
Yeah.
There's actually some more up the side and along the back of the garden as well, and we've kind of dotted them through the border. And they've given the border that extra height. It made the border three-dimensional.
So you've sent me another picture of it.
Yeah, so rather than it kind of just being flat. Yeah, that was another part of the garden. That was I think that was the first year they were in. That was an earlier one there because we underplanted them with tulips, these beautiful tulips. You can see a bit of a work in progress there, but that was the first year, and then the picture you saw a moment ago was the same ones, but like the following year. So they're kind of pretty much doubled in size.
I'm zooming in. Is that one of our heavy-duty pots there?
It could be because I've got some. No, it's a trug. Actually, it's a trug.
Oh, is it?
But I've got some of those heavy-duty pots.
But it looks great, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So there you go.
They've done so well.
And don't forget, if you want to send your pictures in, you can do that ygdtv@yougarden.com. Are you impressed with my technology today?
Yeah, good. And thanks on my behalf for sending those pictures. Thanks, Johnny, sending those in. Brilliant.
Right. They are going really quickly. Big audience today. So if you'd like to go for the Flamingo Willow Salix Standard, Nakuro ni Shiki, isn't it?
Oh, they've got ridiculous. Salix, Hakuro, Nishiki, Integra Flamingo. Yeah. Can they give any more words?
No. Let's just call it the Flamingo Willow.
Flamingo Willow, that sounds nice.
Right, oleanders are next. Right.
Oh, we've been challenged, Shaun.
Which colour's most popular? I'm going to go white again.
I'm going to say white. I reckon white's the most popular, only for the fact that I think we brought you the pink quite a lot, and we brought you the red quite a lot. So I'm kind of guessing people are liking the white. But we might be completely wrong.
It's still the red.
It's like the Antiques Roadshow, isn't it, where Fiona Bruce has got to guess which one's the most valuable or something, and we got it wrong.
We've got basically a mix and match. You can go for whatever colours you want. Don't listen to us. Any two for $19.99.
Any two will do.
To be honest, they're all lovely, aren't they? They really are.
I don't know who you choose. I mean, I'd want to buy all three, to be honest, and just put in a big pot and just have all three together. But
I love them all. So. They're normally £20 each. You can buy one for $14.99. For an extra £5, you get two. And let's just talk about oleanders, because this is it's a Mediterranean plant that you'll see growing freely. If you've ever been to Spain or Italy, Portugal, you'll see these growing freely. You even see them growing by roadsides and things like that. And they grow huge, don't they?
They do. And actually, I read a really interesting story because down in Texas, there's a place called Galveston. There's a place called Galveston Island. And in 1900, Galveston was hit by the most decimating hurricane. I mean, it totally flattened the place and it looked destroyed for ages. And they wanted to kind of get as much greenery and colour back in as soon as possible. So they actually planted oleanders all over Galveston. And now Galveston is known as the Oleander town, it's actually known as the Oleander city.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, because they just wanted something that would grow really, really quick and just make the area look nice again because it was so damaged. So they planted thousands of oleanders, and it's now got that famous kind of epithet for being known as Oleander City.
Well, the great news is oleanders do really well in the UK. The reason being they are winter hardy to -5, so in most parts of the country they're going to be fine. And you can always protect them, so if you're growing them in pots, you can easily just give them that extra bit of warmth by putting a fleece over them, moving the pot to a slightly warmer position, sheltered corner. All they need is as much sun as possible. So the sunniest, brightest spot in your garden, well-drained soil.
Well-drained soil, or not too dry. They do like a little bit of moisture, but they even go as far as China. I mean, they're really spread out across the planet now.
And what I love about them is that they're very strong, robust-looking plants. I mean, the foliage is fantastic. Every shoot, generally speaking, you can see here on the white one, which I'm pushing now. I just love the white. But look, every single stem there, these are multi-stem covered in buds and flowers. And these will flower right the way through to October. I've even had the odd flower in November.
It will, if you put them in
really mild year.
Yeah, but if you put them in that super sunny position, that's the thing. The sunnier the better, because it's the warmth and the sun that really triggers them into flowering, and it's kind of the shortening of the days at the end of the year that then sort of stops them flowering. But in London now, there's some huge examples of these now. And I've seen, just driving around generally, with the milder winters, we're getting larger and larger examples of these in the UK with the milder winters. But to say, we say hardy down to -5, but the plants we're providing, I mean, look at this, Shaun, let's take this one out the pot again.
Adam, I remember working...
Look at the root system.
On a shopping channel. Many of you know that I worked on a shopping channel for many years. Presenting those shows, and I remember oleanders even back in 2010 being far more expensive than the price that you get. And in a world where everything has gone up in price, hasn't it?
Everything, everything's gone crazy.
The amount of times I'm just shocked at the price of things. But honestly, you'll know if you've followed us for many years, the price today to get 2 for $19.99 of this quality is just outstanding, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if they were $19.99 for 2 plants, and say they were quite well established in a 9-centimetre pot, and they were about 9-10 inches tall, I'd say that's good value.
Yeah,
but
really is.
The fact that what are these, Shaun? These come, well, that one, what's that, a couple of feet already, that one?
Yeah.
Like probably 50,
and
60...
multi-stemmed.
50, 60 centimetres heading towards multi-stemmed, leaves all the way down to the base, flowers all over. These aren't kind of examples of what yours are going to grow into this year.
No, this is what you get.
This is what you're getting out the box when they arrive.
And Elaine's just, she sent in a picture of her oleanders, and she's put them in some of our pots, and they just look great. And do you know, with an oleander, sometimes you don't need anything more than an oleander in a pot. She's put some nice stones around there. I love the white stones against the pot, but they look great just like that, don't they?
They look fantastic. I mean, you've gone for that really gorgeous contrast there, which I like, because and that's created a really lovely Mediterranean kind of feel to it there. And I love the way those white pebbles are really uplighting the foliage on those and the flowers. And the good thing about being in pots as well, if this winter suddenly we get a freaky winter and we're going to they're forecasting -9s and -10s, well, you can just pick them up and put them somewhere frost-free, and just keep them away from the worst of the weather till next spring.
And what I can honestly say is that oleanders are so hard to get hold of now in the UK, and I won't bore you into details, but there's a lot of legislation to get oleanders from the Mediterranean over to the UK.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was a post-Brexit thing, wasn't it? There was a disease on the continent as well called Xylella, which was affecting oleanders as many other plants, and there was a fear of that being imported into the UK. So we've managed to circumvent all those problems and find an amazing supplier. Well, people were telling me, Shaun, this supplier for some people is a 10-year waiting list.
To join.
To get oleanders from this supplier, because they're almost, I'm not saying they are the exclusive supplier, but they are. We
believe they're the world's best.
Yeah, they're the world's best without a doubt.
So to get the price, and the only reason we can give you this price is because we buy thousands, it could even be tens of thousands of these, get them shipped over from Sicily. And because we work in such massive volumes, we are able to give you this huge discounted price today. So all you need to do is choose the colours. They're under different item numbers, so just put them, whichever ones you want, put the different item numbers in your basket. And if you buy 2, you will get 2 for £19.99. If you just want 1, that's not a problem, £19.99 for 2, or £14.99 for 1. Choice is yours.
So you could order 6 in it and actually get 2 of each, couldn't you? 2 of each colour if you wanted
nice,
to,
Adam.
which would be good, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but choice is yours. Right, we are also going to remind you of the incredible deal on our perennials.
Oh, I tell you what, I've got to do a bit of reparation down here, Shaun.
A bit of what?
We knocked them over, didn't we, earlier?
Oh, we
Dropping
did,
our pots.
yeah.
There we go. Bring them back up again.
Well done, Adam.
There we go. In fact, we'll have this one, because what I want to do is, it's what we normally do, it's just
Look at this. I know.
Do you know, this is a bit like our compost reviews. You're never disappointed, you're never caught out, because we do this every time. We whip things out of a pot, and I can't think of one occasion when I've done that and thought, oh, that was awkward.
No, same here.
Yeah, every time, fabulous root system on there. I mean, look at this plant. Go to a garden centre, put that in a 2-litre pot, $5.99, $6.99 for that geum. You're getting this for under £1 if you're in the club. It's madness, isn't it? It really, really is.
And it's amazing. Like in a lot of plants, as you know, the price is dictated by the size of the pot. So the moment something goes from a 1-litre pot to a 2-litre pot, the price goes up. But that plant is big enough to actually be in a 2-litre pot.
Well, this is the thing. This is what's been fascinating me about this collection we've been bringing you, because some of these are pretty much 2-litre size plants, but in 9-centimetre pots. That's because of the love we give them. That's because we start them off in a professional compost. But this mix is phenomenal. I mean, this geum, for example, which one is this? This is Lady Stratheden, which is a really, really stunning variety of geum. I can't remember which colour that is strictly. I bet my other half's shouting at me going, it's yellow, it's orange. But anyway, it'll be either yellow or orange, and these are great for shade or sun, so a nice sort of ground-hugging plants as well. But we've got some quite dramatic things here. Remember, you're getting a mix. I mean, we've got foxgloves here, so you could end up with a foxglove and have a plant that's up to about 1 metre tall. Foxgloves are good for dappled shade. What have you plucked out there, Shaun? I think you've probably gone for the verbena, which is, well, both the verbena and the salvia that you picked out here. These are great for super sunny positions. So if you've got somewhere really hot and sunny and dry, well, both these two, this salvia and this verbena bonariensis, both of these will absolutely thrive in hot sunny positions. The verbena can get up to about 1 metre, 1.5 metres tall, giving you flowers for month after month after month, lovely purple flowers. You can see the salvia here. This is Salvia salvatori, which has got these lovely sort of purpley pink flowers on there. Flowering now, more flowers to come. Sometimes if you trim these down after they've flowered, they'll send up more flower spikes and flower for you over again. And you've got plants here that are going to be flowering at different times of year. So the verbena I just mentioned will go right the way up into the autumn. You've got the foxglove, which next year will flower. Even a little Doronicum or leopard's bane down there, which is quite early flowering. You've got the Powys Castle, the Artemisia Powys Castle, which is a lovely silvery coloured one, which is semi-evergreen. So such a fabulous mix on here. We've even got a little type of allium here as well that's got these chive-like foliage. Actually smells like chives. It's probably edible actually, because they're in an allium family. Tastes a bit like chives. Oh, lovely. That's nice. I'm not recommending you eat it, but that does taste good. You've got the Alchemilla mollis here, great ground cover, lovely sprays of limey green flowers for a long period of time. Look at this, nice leucanthemum or daisy. Such a fabulous mix there. And when you 12 plants, you open the box, you've got an herbaceous perennial border in a box ready to go.
Just one of those plants, there was the Verbena bonariensis, and I just remembered I took a little picture this morning, and that's, can you just see, that's the Verbena bonariensis, those two big spice shoots.
Whoa, look at those.
I know, they've been in now 2 years, and this year they are getting, I'd say, 1.5 metres tall.
I thought they were an agapanthus flower when I first looked at it. I thought they were like big. Yeah, you can see. Yeah,
Verbena rather.
Verbena bonariensis. They're great, and the good thing about the Verbena, Shaun, is as well is they're tall, and they're smothered in purple flowers, but you can see through them, can't you? They don't obscure the plants beyond, which is nice.
That might be one of the plants that you get and look at it. But honestly, the value there is incredible. And bearing in mind, you're spending £12. Your free gift with every order today is the Bloom Booster, which is great for all shrubs and roses, worth $4.99. It's a great all-round feed. That's worth £5. Right, we are getting very busy today. Can we remind everyone of those gorgeous clematis as well, Adam?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to all avant-garde now, aren't we? With this, with this one. And this is great because this is a Viticella type clematis, and I like the Viticella type clematis because they flower from mid to late summer. In fact, sometimes they're even flowering as late as October, November. Easy to prune as well. You don't have to, some clematis, there are all these different pruning groups and it can be a bit confusing. Viticella, end of March. Yeah, about end of March, that'll do. Middle of March, end of March. Cut it down to about 8-10 inches and just let it all grow back again. It'll grow up to 10 foot in one season.
So that's just, it's so easy to remember.
Absolutely
every year,
simple. Yeah.
Chop it right back in March. 8 to 10 inches, and then let it grow back. And it will cover your fences, your pagodas, whatever, in one season, and it does it all again the next year.
That's a good thing.
But look at this variety. I mean, that is extraordinary, isn't it?
The flowers are just beautiful, aren't they? I'd say the word beguiling. You know, they really, really are.
Adam, I've got a question for you. By the way, it's a buy one, get one free. Is it a clematis that's happy to grow amongst other clematis and climbers?
Yeah, you could do. I mean, in that picture there, you saw a little purple clematis growing at the side of it. So, yeah, you could grow this with another clematis. Be a little bit cautious there because they are very, very vigorous, these ones as well. So you'd need another quite vigorous one so it didn't overwhelm it.
Actually, thinking about it, Adam, I think it's such a stunner you wouldn't want to take away from that, would you?
I would just give it pride of place on its own. You can see there's another, that looks like a Tangutica type kind of flowering next to it. This is a Vitacella type. They have slightly sort of different flower shapes. But all this needs is something to climb up, trellis, old tree stump. You could grow it up through another shrub if you wanted, for example. Flowers can be up to 2 inches across on this as well, which is quite spectacular. And many flowers on this.
That is on my list today, and I'll be honest, I'm going to go. Obviously, you get the buy one get one free, but I'm going to keep one for myself and one for my mum.
Go for it.
Yeah,
hardly to -20.
Should be all right.
So you're going to get through any winter without a lifetime guarantee. Just a couple of little things with clematis is they like to have their head up in the sun. They like to have their roots nice and cool and damp. So if you can, for example, put some nice sort of bark mulch or some strolch or something like that over the roots to keep the roots nice and cool. In fact, what you could do, in that lovely picture we saw with the oleanders, if you use something like white gravel or white chippings, that'll actually reflect the sun's heat as well, so that will keep the roots nice and cool.
What about if it was in the ground? Could we maybe plant vinca around it?
Yeah, you could. Yeah, put something over the top of it.
Yeah.
But just keep them well fed and watered. But you're going to get a rose booster with them anyway,
which is great for clematis.
Which is brilliant for clematis. So just follow the instructions on the rose booster. Plant the clematis with the rose booster. That will give them a really good start in life. But Vitacella, probably one of the easiest, simplest, most rewarding types of clematis to grow.
Well, that's been really popular today. First time I've seen it on YouGarden TV as well. And you are getting a buy one get one free for just £12.99. Keep your comments coming in, by the way. Now the vinca, love this, and I think what you said was very important, that this is the vinca minor, not the major, so it's not invasive.
No, the vinca major
does have a bit of a bad reputation.
It can do, yeah. Vinca major, this is the one with the really big leaves, and it sends out those great big huge runners.
Yeah, and then they just root elsewhere, elsewhere.
Yeah. And it grows up through shrubs, and it can really run amok. And it's got its place, but not in a small space. I
think if you've got a massive garden, it's a bit wild, then that one's fine. But this is the minor, so it's well behaved.
It is well behaved. It's got much smaller leaves, but again, it makes a great ground cover. It's a lovely ground covery plant to sort of keep the weeds at bay. Or I'll tell you another thing it's great at doing as well. If you've got a raised bed, it's great for tumbling over and sort of sprawling down the sides of a raised bed or something like that. You know what? You could even try this in a hanging basket if you wanted to.
I'm just going to say that.
Might be something different. A window box, even the front of a window. You know, when you do the winter flowering baskets, we always put ivy in. Why not try vinca instead?
That's a great idea. And you sometimes do get flowers in the winter. I mean, they're supposed to flower sort of late spring, but you do sometimes get those random flowers.
Yeah, they are really, really weird. They do have a specific flowering period, which tends to be sort of spring, early summer, but they will send out odd flowers like ours are doing right now, sort of randomly. We're giving you a mix here as well. There's a couple of nice variegated ones. One's got sort of golden variegation, one's got silver variegation. They're all various shades of purple. They're super bone hardy, really, really bone hardy. They come back year after year after year. They're disease resistant. They're easy to look after. There's nothing to do with them once you planted them. Just leave them to grow.
And they do. We say on our website some are part shade, but I've actually got some in fairly heavy shade. And they do really well. Not full shade, but it's quite dark.
Yeah, the only thing you might find is in very deep shade, the ones that are variegated, the leaves might tend to become more green than variegated. Because, just a quick technical thing, when you see a plant with variegated foliage, that variegated part of the leaf cannot photosynthesize. So it's actually supported by the green part of the leaf because it can't photosynthesize in its own right. It hasn't got any chlorophyll in it to kind of photosynthesize. So what happens is if you put that plant in the shade, because you've stressed it a bit, then it has to create more green leaf because it can't support the variegated bit because of lack of sunlight. So in other words, if you want to keep that really bright variegation,
you need more sun.
Keep them in the sunnier position.
That was really interesting.
Yeah, just
told you it was good, didn't I? Didn't I? And you get all three there for £9.97. 501467. You have actually got a £20 saving there, which is incredible. Right, we've got a clearance section now. It's garden ready plants. Obviously, we need to get these out to you ASAP. So if you use that offer code today, and loads of orders coming in today, YGTV 2724, you'll get them for £4.99. So first of all, we're going to start with Gazania Tiger Stripes Mix. Over the last few years, Adam, I have fallen absolutely in love with Gazanias. My mum had one of these for the first time last year. Not just one, so she had several of them in her border. But she said to me the other day, I can't believe you've not planted any Gazanias this year, because she loves them. So I'm going to buy these because I just forgot. She's still got a bit of room, but they're really quite extraordinary flowers, aren't they?
They're dramatic.
They are. I love the stripes, don't you?
Yeah, they're just such happy, joyful plants. It's something about a daisy flower as well. It goes right back to our childhood.
Yes.
When you was a kid,
that's what you draw, isn't it?
That's what you draw, yeah. And somebody say when you're a kid, draw a flower. What do? You draw a daisy.
Yeah.
I mean, these flowers are simple but brilliant. They're sort of those compound flowers as well, because they're actually a collection of super miniature flowers in the middle there that give that lovely yellow centre to them. Look at these dramatic colours as well. The flowers open out in the sun, they close in the shade. They've got that nice foliage that sort of forms a rosette and hugs the ground. And if you actually can keep these somewhere frost-free or protect them in the winter, they can actually get through a winter and come back year after year. They're like a tender perennial.
Well, they're all ready to go right now. 10 of them. So if you've got some gaps in your garden, get them right now. Now, the next clearance item we've got is the Geranium Fire Queen. Same price, same quantity, 10 of them for £4.99. Club members, £4.49. I've got loads of these this year. My mum has as well. And we were saying earlier, my mum's partially sighted now, so we use these at the back of her garden in pots and in hanging baskets. In fact, I'm going to find a picture, sorry.
Great root system again there, Shaun. Really fantastic. Look at that lovely root system. It's a little bit wet, so it doesn't show up on camera as well as it would if it was dry, but good root system there. And there's just a few yellow leaves at the base, but don't worry about that. That's normal. That's the little leaves that they grew with. So, but what I wanted to show you is, well, you've got a flower spike there. Look, flower bud there. Yeah. Flower bud there. Another flower bud there. Even though these are that tiny, they've already got 3 or 4 flower stems on. That's before they've even got in the garden. So once you plant these, and look at that, you can see there, look, 1, 2, 3, 4 flower spikes and an actual flowering stem, all on that one little plant already.
And Adam, I was saying that, for anybody that wants to save the geraniums, in our day when we were children, geraniums were a really popular houseplant. And so things change, and now they're used more as a bedding plant. But actually, at the end of the summer, before the first frosts come, if you want to dig some of those up and bring them inside as houseplants, they'll do really well inside.
They will, yeah, just keep them on a bright windowsill during winter, as bright as possible, bright sunny windowsill. Keep them on the dry side. They'll actually keep flowering indoors, and then the following spring you can take cuttings if you want to.
Yeah, of course. And do you know what, geraniums, I mean, Adam might tell me off with this, because I'm sure there's a professional way of taking them, but literally, when I take geranium cuttings, I just take strong shoots, take off the bottom leaves, and put them in a little glass of water, and they root within about a week. Yep. Is that? I mean, that's all I do.
Go for it. Yeah, a lot of plants will do that. Yeah, yeah, and especially if you put them in a dark bottle as well, like a little old tablet bottle or something, they root even quicker then. So yeah, or you can just put them in some nice gritty compost, for example, and just keep them. Yeah, but
they're really
easy to take cuttings from. But these are going to keep going. Well, these would keep flowering right the way up until October, November. And in recent years, through mild winters, I've actually seen geraniums survive outside all the way through if they're somewhere really well drained and sunny.
My mum's survived in her front hanging basket. I don't know how, but they actually survived.
I think probably the really acute drainage helped, because sometimes plants like this, if they're wet and cold, they'll rot off. But if they're cold but really, really well drained, they can make it.
And my mum never ever remembers to water her front.
Oh, it doesn't matter with geraniums.
No, it doesn't. Honestly, she always forgets. In fact, that's why we do geraniums in her front garden, because she forgets she doesn't go out in the front garden much. So really busy for those. $4.99, $4.49. I've got some pictures of Mum's garden, but they're a bit old, and there's so many more flowers now. So I'm going to take some for next week, if we've got any left, I should say. And then finally, we have got marigolds, and I said that I'd fall in love with this. Just quickly, by the way, the geraniums, the Fire Queen, Amanda's just said she got them last year from one of our shopping channels, and they're flying again now, so they survived.
Doesn't surprise me, because I think we kind of had a few -3s, -4s this winter, but if yours are in a really sheltered position, and it's quite dry, well-drained soil, it's, they will get through. We're not guaranteeing that, but it can happen.
Now, last but by no means least, we have got the marigolds. Again, same deal. You get 10, garden ready. We're clearing the stock as much as possible today at £4.90. I just think marigolds look so good on mass, don't they?
Look at the root system on that, Shaun.
That wants a home, doesn't it?
It does want a home. I mean, look at that. That's just gorgeous, isn't it? And what a quality plant this is. What a quality plant all of these are. These plants are stout, they're compact, they're smothered in bud. They've got healthy foliage, they've got gorgeous, gorgeous coloured flowers. And the great
I'll
thing...
be honest, some of the bedding I've seen in the supermarkets...
Oh. They don't water it, do they?
No.
They let it all dry out, and then...
It breaks my heart. I think...
And it's in
I think it's due to staff shortages nowadays, because all the big supermarkets, it's all automatic checkouts now, isn't it? Scan your own stuff. There's very little staff around, and I honestly think, and I don't know, but to me it's like, who's in charge of the garden and the bedding? Because so many trolleys full of half-dead plants.
Well, they get shoved
really
into those
sad
Dutch trolleys of all the different layers, and the poor little ones at the back against the wall don't get any light, so they get all leggy and sad, and then they dry out.
And the ones at the bottom don't get any water, because if it rains, it never manages to get to them.
All ours are laid out on the floor, aren't they, Shaun, here? They're all spread out on the ground in the garden centre, all getting light straight from above, being watered really, really well. So that's why, even though it's, kind of getting towards the middle of July, these still look so fantastic.
We believe in equality here at YouGarden. All the plants are treated the same, aren't they?
They are indeed.
They are.
Yeah. But the thing is, we don't want these here anymore. We don't. We don't want them here.
We want them to go to you.
To go to you. That's hence the value. But because these need to be in the ground. These need to be filling those gaps.
And our delivery, you'll know if you're regular. Our delivery, generally speaking, is pretty fast, isn't it?
This time of year we're doing good. And I just plucked another one out because again, just show you the root system. Randomly picked one out.
So if your baskets are maybe a little bit shy of £40, maybe you've got a basket you put together now and it's like £36. Get some of these in there, get it over £40, and you will get free delivery. Right, now, something I meant to buy, Adam, last year, and I don't know why I didn't. Sometimes there's so many plants of... was a Coronilla, which we've got right now. And I think, if I remember right, it was one big Coronilla that we had last year. These are 3... they're still big, but they're 9 centimetre pots for $14.99. That's good, isn't it?
Go on, have a sniff of that, Shaun. These do smell.
Oh my word!
Isn't that lovely? Isn't that really sweet?
That reminds me of a gardenia.
Yeah, that is really,
doesn't it?
Really sweet. Oh, lovely fragrance on those. Oh yeah, God, it's nice when you get a really good fragrance on the plant.
Really stunning, actually.
Stunning fragrance, stunning flowers. Evergreen as well, these plants.
And I remember, Adam, these have got a really long flowering period, haven't they?
Well, they actually start flowering in the winter time.
I'm going to say, what are these doing now?
Well, these are still going. If you go to a garden centre sort of in January or February, you'll actually see these out already in full flower.
Because don't they normally start kind of before Christmas?
Sometimes, yeah, and they look really weird because it's like, a bit strange. Why are they flowering this time of year? But they do flower very, very early. Again, we've got one of these in our front garden at home, growing up on a framework, which I think Johnny did send a picture of him before actually, but it's been absolutely stunning in our front garden, and it's gone round this framework. In fact, you could probably try one of these in a tower pot. These would do quite well in a tower pot because they would sort of spiral up through the tower pot, and the flowers would give you that 360-degree
look. But they do
look.
flower for many, many months.
A long time. These are really hardy plants. These are bone hardy, really, really hardy plants. They've got this glaucous-y kind of blue foliage on them as well. These lovely sort of pea-like flowers on the top there, which are really fragrant, and it's just a really interesting plant.
Now, as a multi-award winning garden designer, is it good to plant in threes, Adam?
Yes, definitely. Threes are good.
Firm yes.
Because, you know, threes is an odd number, isn't it? It's random.
And nature is not even, is it?
Not generally, no. Although,
I mean, obviously, if you want a formal-looking garden, you go in even numbers. But for most of us, when you want that natural, beautiful-looking garden, 3 really works, doesn't it?
3s, 5s, 7s, those kind of odd numbers work really, really well. Just gives a kind of really nice natural look, which is why I like it. Earlier on in the year, we were doing you things, we were bringing you 2s of things. I was like, no, don't do 2s, because 2s is awkward. Like, do 3s, because 3 looks more natural when it's planted. So 3 of these will look great. These like somewhere sunny, well drained. You could leave them to grow as shrubs in their own right. They've got quite a nice, lax, sort of wiry, open habit. But if you want to, you can grow these up as support. Like a tower pot would be great, or something similar to that.
Do they need support, though, Adam?
No, I mean, not ultimately. They don't have to have
but
support.
But they are, say, quite a loose,
kind of a lax, loose kind of plant. Good for growing on a bank or somewhere like that, or just somewhere that you've got a space and you just need something sort of just to sort of sprawl and cover that space. And what I like about them, they're nice, what I call innocent sort of plant. They just sort of fill their space. They're not too aggressive. They just kind of do their thing and flower and give you the fragrance. And let's just do the usual as well, because I'm sure we've got every time, another fabulous root system on there as well. Another fabulous root system on there as well. So these aren't some sort of widdly little cuttings that have just been put in a few weeks ago. These are grown on established plants, really healthy plants, ready to go out in the garden, give you sort of year after year of colour. Can you just check for me, Stu? I'm pretty sure they will have. Have these got our winter hardy guarantee, the little snowflake symbol?
They would.
I'm pretty sure they have.
Yeah. I'm gonna say yes. We're checking right now. Correct. Good.
Yes,
I thought.
good.
So whenever
there
you see. If you're looking at any of the plants on our website and you see that little kind of snowflake, what that means is it's winter hardy, but most importantly to you, it means it's got a lifetime guarantee. So if this doesn't survive the winter, you will get another plant sent free of charge. All you would pay is the delivery cost. And it's also got the RHS Award of Garden Merit, it's saying there as well.
That says it all, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You don't get that for any ordinary day. You've got to be a really good plant to get that award. So, winter hardy, AGM, fragrance, evergreen. I'm
a bit confused why they're flowering now, because it is July, but with climate change, you know what? And
they are still going. Although the one we've got in our front garden still got the odd few flowers on it as well. So
because normally I would have expected it to slow down by now. Yeah.
But normally, I'll tell you what, I can actually smell those from here.
I can from here, Adam.
I think these days, with the way things are now, we're going to have to get used to new normals. That's what we're going to have to get used to.
New normal.
A lot of the old rules are, things aren't. Well, this year the magnolias were flowering in March.
They were.
They looked fantastic in March, and the irony was, we had a really mild March, so they all evaded the frost. And then when we got to April and May, we started having -3s and -4s, which would have knocked them back if they were flowering at their normal time. So
it's true.
It's strange.
Although actually my magnolia flowered later and it got really
did it?
Yeah. Anyway, we've got some incredible ferns next, and I think my favourite today is actually the copper shield. And this one, Adam, loves wet, doesn't it?
It does. Yep, this one likes moist, and the foliage on this sometimes
it's just gorgeous.
It can almost be pink when it first starts out, like a pinky colour. Then it goes to bronze, and then it goes to the green. This one is semi-evergreen. In a mild winter, it will probably stay evergreen. And in the spring, you can make a couple of choices. If the leaves still look really good, you can leave the old leaves on, and the new leaves, or what they call croziers, will actually come up through the old foliage. But if the old foliage looks sort of a bit sad, just remove it before the new leaves come through. This gets to about 60 centimetres tall. And it's called the copper shield fern because it has that sort of coppery colour to it, and it is really good for moist shade. We've got 2 ferns here. This is great for moist shade, and the other one we've got is good for dry shade. So moist shade, for example, could be a border like I've got in my back garden that is north facing, but it's open to the sky, so it still gets the rain. It's not dry. But sometimes you might have an area that's shady because you've got a tree overgrowing it or a building overhanging it, so it's shady and dry. Well, we've got an answer for that as well with another fern.
Just before I move on, look at the size again. I mean, these are absolutely magnificent. Look at them. They're huge. And you are going to get, if you double it, you get 2 for $14.99. I think most of us got that difficult, dark area. You know, the bottom of my garden, because my garden's on a slope, the bottom of mine gets really quite moist. And I've got like shrubs there, and there are some dark, sort of like, you know, shady areas that really benefit from ferns like that. And I always say in your garden, if you've got gaps, because quite often the shady areas, you don't plant anything there because lots of things won't grow. You end up with weeds, don't you?
You do, yeah, because weeds will always fill a vacuum.
You'll always find a weed that doesn't mind a shady spot.
Yeah, nature hates a vacuum, and it will always fill it. So, but I had a gap on the left-hand side of my border, which I've now put one of those spider web fatsias in.
Oh, lovely!
But which has filled that gap really nicely. But I did see in a garden centre before that a fern. Now it was in a slightly bigger pot than that, about bucket size, and I thought I'll have that. That's gorgeous. I went up to it was $49.99 for this fern, and even though it was in a bucket-sized pot, the actual fern itself wasn't a lot bigger than this. And I thought, 50 quid? You're having a laugh. I'm not paying 50 quid for that.
I can honestly say, I think those ferns, and I've worked with YouGarden for 20 years in some capacity, some of the best ferns that I've seen at this price. Absolutely incredible. Now, the other one that we've got, this is one that I have got in my garden. It's a Japanese lace fern. Are you going to pronounce a big name? Polystechum, isn't it?
Yeah, Polybletharum.
Polystechum polybletharum. But this one, I've got this underneath my eucalyptus tree, which gets really dry. I mean, the eucalyptus like saps everything out, but these have done really well there.
Yeah, good for dry shade. So again, the shade's the thing, because shade can be difficult. You can get moist shade or dry shade. So we've got a fern for each. This one is also called the tassel fern as well, and it has, when the new leaves come through, or the croziers come through, they have these lovely sort of like golden hairs along the edge of. In fact, you can just see them on the tips of the leaves. There's little golden hairs that kind of gives it the name that it gets. This one is evergreen, so it looks good all the year through. Looks as good in January as it does in July. Gets to about 75 centimetres tall, and good for shade, really hardy, comes back year after year. It'll have a lifetime guarantee, and such lovely quality plants we're sending out to you. Fresh leaves coming, lovely established in the pots. They're instantly going to give you that impact, that colour, that interest. And there's just been such a sort of resurgence in recent years in evergreens, be it ferns, be it grasses, be it shrubs. I think.
And so the Chelsea Flower Show tends to set the trend, and it was all about, for many of the gardens did feature grasses and ferns, didn't they?
I got a little bit of a hunch in that what it might be is we've gone for a very tough financial period in recent years, and I think people are looking for plants that are looking to look good all the year through. That people can't necessarily afford to replace 2 or 3 times a year. So I'm just thinking perhaps people are thinking, you know what, I just want a forever plant in that space that's always going to look good all the time.
And these do.
Yeah,
because those are fully evergreen as well. And again, it's the same deal. It's a double-up deal, so you get 2 for $14.99. Now, if you have just joined us, a very good afternoon. You're watching YouGarden TV with myself, Shaun Ryan, and the wonderful Adam Woolcott. We're live until 2 o'clock. Don't forget, if you ever miss a show, you can always stream later on YouTube, on our website, of course, as well. We'll probably leave this show on repeat for the rest of the day, so if you missed the beginning, and the beginning was really good. I can't believe you missed the beginning. But if you did miss any of the show, you can, of course, watch us all day on YouTube. But we're going to go to our roses. So basically, we have got a mix and match, buy one, get one free with our roses. And I know earlier on this year, Adam, we were selling bare root roses for about the same price as you're getting fully established roses today in 3-litre pots. So it's working out $12.50 a rose. And many of these are award-winning. Many of them are Harkness roses. But the most popular has actually been the oranges and lemons. And I mean, Adam, This is just extraordinary. I mean, it's so unusual and beautiful, isn't it?
It's dramatic, isn't it? I mean, it really is dramatic. And the good thing is, I love it when, we have a picture at the back. When we bring our plants, you always have that picture card, and it's so easy to say, oh yeah, look, they've photoshopped that, or they've photographed the best flower you can ever find.
But
it won't look like that in reality.
And actually, I'm going to bring this one forward so you can see the difference between those two roses.
Look at that.
So every rose is unique.
And as good in reality as in the picture. Because, sometimes, I'll tell you what, I remember years ago ordering a rose called Blue Moon out of a catalogue. And in the catalogue, they actually kind of made it look more blue than what it actually was. When I got it home, it was purple rather than blue. These are as dramatic, aren't they, in reality as they are when you see them on the picture.
And there's especially, they call it a jumping gene, don't they, Adam? So every rose will be different. No two can ever be the same. No,
which is really, really bizarre. I think jumping genes can occur in humans as well, in certain circumstances as well, I think. So, I know jumping genes are... Normally, genes are fixed, aren't they, for life? It's decided, isn't it? Your chromosomes decide and that plant will stay the same forever. But this has that sort of jumping gene, so you've got that variation going on all the time.
I wish some of my genes had jumped, so I didn't have some things I've got, Adam.
Yeah, I wish I'd had more. I wish I had more of a height gene. I'd have liked to have been another. About up there would have been nice.
Yeah, I'd have liked the height gene.
That would have been good. I'd have liked that.
Yeah,
but
I'd have liked the good skin gene.
You're all right. You've got good skin.
It just burns so much.
Yeah, but I mean, look how good you look for
92. Not bad.
Yeah. You have to count your blessings, don't you?
I know.
You do at the end of the day. Look at what you got, not what you haven't.
Yeah, it's true.
But these... I'm glad this rose has got a jumping gene.
I'd quite like to have the same hair colour, or because I'm just like a tabby cat. Seriously.
At least you've got lots of hair.
Yeah, but I've got like brown hair on my head, ginger beard, black hair on my chest. It's like
I'm quite lucky because mine kind of all matches in. It's like kind of pretty much.
Yeah, well, I was hoping. Yeah, mine might even out one day. But yeah, I'm just like a tabby cat.
Do you ever wake up in the morning and go, oh God, who the hell's that? Oh, it's me.
I'm not at that stage quite yet.
But
anyway,
we digress.
We digress. That rose is amazing. Mix and match. We've got 5 available on the show, but you get 2 for $24.99 or $22.49. If you want to buy 4 roses, you get free postage because you'll be spending over £40. And don't forget, your free gift today with every order is your Ultimate Rose Bloom Booster, not just for roses, for your shrubs as well. The other one that's been really popular has been Lady Marmalade.
Yeah, Floribunda rose again, so you get those sort of multiple flowers. This one gets to about a metre tall.
It's a lovely colour, isn't it?
Great colour, good disease resistance on this one as well, and they describe it as a spicy fragrance on this one. So really, really lovely fragranced rose. And it's that rose, isn't it, Shaun, where sort of the petals have a slightly different colour, depending on how old the actual flower is, how far open it is. So it's one of those roses where in the centre you get that really intense kind of deep pink colour, but as you come out to the edge you get more blush kind of colour. Glorious. And look at the foliage.
Right, and if you're ready, because the roses have been really popular today, look at the size of this one. All of them should arrive in bud or flower, but that's not... You'll know earlier on in the season a bare root rose would have been a similar price to these because these are working out $12.50 each. That is a wonderful, healthy, splendid rose.
I'm going to try and get that out of the pot. I know it's spiky, but I'm going to try and do it.
You're feeling butch, Adam. Go on, brave.
Let's have a go. I've got tough, leathery old fingers. Look at that root system on there. Look, roots right the way. There you go. Look, a lovely white fibrous root system all the way down to the bottom of the pot.
So this is not a bare root that's just been recently potted on.
No, this is grown on here. Sometimes you can go to garden centres and buy potted on roses, and it's happened to me at work. You empty them out the pot, and all the compost just falls away.
It's so annoying.
And it's really annoying because basically you've just bought a bare root rose that's been shoved in a pot. It's not been pot grown. We can actually claim now that these have been pot grown. They've been pot grown on because you can see the root system. These are established. So that means when you plant this, if all the compost and soil fell away, it's going to struggle. Because you've got that established root system, and plants do lose a lot of moisture this time of year. It's going to get established really quick, and it's not going to be stressed and struggling.
So do not miss out on those. I mean, honestly, I don't think we've had a deal like that ever before on our roses, and many of these are named roses. Some of the ones that are available have been bred by Harkness, who are multi-award winning when it comes to their breeding. They've been breeding roses since, well, 140 years. You know, it's long time.
Old, isn't it, really?
Not all of them, but some of them are Harkness roses. Some of them, say, are just really unusual, like the oranges and lemons, but it is a buy one, get one free as well. The other ones to choose from that are on our website, Raspberry Royale. Now that is a Harkness rose, and it's a really compact rose. So only about 60 by 60 centimetres, that one. So it's not, it's a really compact rose, and honestly, it is delightful for pots and smaller gardens. So if you're thinking, oh, I'd love roses but I don't have the room, that is definitely one to go for. It's a really splendid rose. It's beautiful. I don't think I really appreciated how beautiful it was until I saw it at the Chelsea Flower Show, and it looked amazing. Then another very famous rose is Rose Claire Marshall. Now this one is not just beautiful in terms of colour, but the fragrance is incredible. Like a really beautiful, deep fragrance with many, many different notes to it. But look at the colour as well, isn't that gorgeous? So that's another one. So the lovely thing is today you can pick the ones that you want. We're not just forcing you to have a particular pair, and that's 521006. Then finally, last but by no means least, we have got the Rose Wellbeing, and this is a delightful yellow rose that has got these just splendid peach tones to the edge of some of the petals. It's quite a full rose. You can see just how many petals are in that individual rose. That one there almost looks like it's got a double centre. But you might be thinking, well, how do I get these amazing offers? Well, it's very simple. Go to our website, click onto YouGarden TV. We're live right now. Here's all the things in the show. Oh, by the way, the orange and lemon tree is coming up next. So let's pop in the orange and lemon rose. So one goes in the basket there. And then I really like Claire Marshall, actually. And again, pop that in. But at the moment, you're not getting the discount. You get a £10 discount, but that's not enough, okay? So what you need to do, and this is what you need to do for every order today, you can do it on the phone lines as well as the website, YGTV2724. Watch what happens when you apply the offer code. Suddenly your second rose is free, and you'll notice your free gift has miraculously just jumped in your basket. And it's the perfect gift. It's the ultimate rose bloom booster, complete fertiliser, great for shrubs as well as roses. All of that, it works out just £31.98. Now, you are going to pay £6.99 postage. But don't forget, if you want free postage, get your order to over £40 and we will take that postage off. So, I mean, you might want to go for some compost. You might want to go, there you go, let's go for compost. So we're going to add that. So there you go, delivery now has gone down to £0. We're saving nearly £58. That's a really good basket, isn't it? That really, when you look there for two stunning roses and your compost. And I tell you what, if you just want to take advantage of free postage, what about the garden readies? Because these are only £4.99, but they've got £6.99 postage. So if you want to add those to your order, you'll get them delivered absolutely free. A couple of those pop in your basket. There you go. You just charge £4.99. Hey, hang on though. We do need to save more money. Look at this, save a further £8.50 by joining the club. And it's only £5 to join, and that'll give you 10% every time you order for the next 12 months. And suddenly, you've paid £5, you've saved £8.50, so you're £3.50 better off. You can't beat that, Adam. No.
I just had a Muppet moment.
What's a Muppet moment?
Well, Stu said to me, can you put the oranges and lemons in the olive planters? So I actually got the oranges and lemons rose, and it's like, no, Adam. I want the orange and the lemon in the... Oh, I got it right in the end.
You know, I'm not being... We've been presenting for quite a while now today, haven't we? Yes.
I'll tell you a little test for you as well, because I just quickly picked these up and plonked them in these pots, but I haven't looked at which one is which, and I've just kind of put the pictures there. The pictures might be right, they might be wrong. If you pick a leaf off there...
Am I supposed to know?
Yeah, I'll pick a leaf off here, because they say you can, if you just tear the leaf a little bit, so... You saying that's...
I need to smell both.
So I'll smell this one then, so...
I'd say
that's the orange.
Yeah, and that's lemon.
Yeah, I'd say that's orange, and that's lemon.
Yeah, that's lemon, definitely.
Yeah, I'd say that. Let's just double check. Honestly, on my life, I've not kind of... Oh, it's the orange. We got it wrong. There you go. Well, I could have sworn that smelt right. Let's try that again. So we send it... This is... Yeah, that was close, wasn't it, really? But
I'm really confused now.
yeah, I would definitely said it was the other way round, but there you go. So
anyway,
we have been smelling a lot of things today. Perhaps we've got nasal overload.
I've told you my sense of smells not like great anyway. What I can honestly say though, the price you're going to get for these today, I mean, look, they're absolutely beautiful. This is nearly knocking that out. We're going to start with the pots though, because we've popped in the olive green planters. They're on a double-up deal, so it's two for, well, one for £17.99. For an extra £2 you get two, so you definitely need to go for two. But I do think the planters really set off the citrus trees beautifully.
They look amazing. Just quick thing on that.
You're obsessed with roots.
Because I can't hold this up any longer, because this is seriously heavy. Yeah,
it is.
You can see brilliant root system. I'm putting that down now, because that is a substantial plant. But yeah, amazing.
Right, we'll start with the orange tree, because we've established that is definitely the orange. They're both down to £20, $19.99. So they're all standards as well, aren't they?
Yeah, these are standard plants, really well established. And just, a quick few things to run through to these as well. These are fantastic outside during the summer. You can have these outside on your balcony or patio from probably April all the way through to sort of mid-October. If you're going to grow them in these pots, use our ericaceous compost. They like acid compost, so that's really important. And if you grow them in pots as well, if you can, water them with rainwater, feed them regularly with an ericaceous liquid feed, which is really good.
Adam, do you need, because you can buy the special citrus feeds and citrus compost, do you really need it, or is an ericaceous feed okay, general ericaceous feed?
Definitely the ericaceous compost, because they like acid soil. So, we've got that on our website, so definitely go for the ericaceous compost. If you've got ericaceous compost, you could use just a normal feed. You don't have to specifically use an ericaceous feed if they're an ericaceous compost. You could use our blooming farce if you got some of that, for example. But these flower in the spring, they flower in the early part of the year. They have the most wonderful sweet scent.
Yeah, they do.
Lovely white flowers, delicious sweet scent. And eventually they will start fruiting for you. And the fruits form over a period of time. So once you've had these a couple of 2 or 3 years, you'll have fruits on here that are developing at different times.
So you actually have like different size oranges and lemons, but also you often get blossom and fruits at the same time, don't you?
You get that simultaneously. Yeah. And if you've ever been abroad and you've been in Spain or somewhere like that, luckily enough, and you've seen these growing down high streets and places like that, you'll see the orange and lemon trees there. They've got oranges and lemons on of different sizes, different maturity, but also they're flowering at the same time as well. In the winter time, you bring them somewhere in, keep them frost free. It doesn't have to be super warm. You don't have to spend a fortune keeping them heated. Somewhere warm, nice and bright, really keep them on the sort of dryish side, bring them out again next summer, and you really can, honestly, you really will be able to grow your own oranges and lemons in this country.
And if you've ever been into somebody's home and they've got an orange or a lemon tree, it does look really nice, doesn't it? It really elevates the space. It does.
Sometimes you flick through those really posh magazines and they show you people that have got oranges or big conservatories, and they have one of those sort of posh sort of pots and with a lemon or orange tree in it. It just kind of, it just looks really nice.
But Adam's advice, if you've maybe not had success before, it is that simple thing of putting them in an ericaceous compost, because a lot of people don't realise that.
No, they will need...
and using rainwater because if you use tap water, it takes away the acidity, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. Where I live in
Neutralises
Norfolk, we've
it.
got really hard water, so it's got a lot of lime in the water. So
that's alkaline.
That's
isn't it?
alkaline, yeah. So eventually, that's going to make the compost alkaline. So if you can use rainwater, really, really good. If you can't use rainwater, use normal water, but then liquid feed with an ericaceous feed, because that will then give the plant what it can't get when you're using the rainwater.
But honestly,
hard water rather.
They are magical, and the price. I've been away for 3 weeks. I couldn't believe that club members, all of you 45,000 club members, £17.99 for that. Just extraordinary.
These could be £50 each in certain garden centres.
I've got a lovely garden centre near me, but it's premium, and you're right, that would be, I'm sure, that kind of price.
Yeah, and next year these could well start flowering for you. And as soon as the flowers have been pollinated, and you'll so enjoy the fragrance of these. The fragrance is so sweet, so delicious, and then they'll start developing fruit, and then sort of year on year.
Some of these, because you will have had blossom already, some may have, I'm not going to guarantee it, but some may have some fruit already forming.
Yeah, that's a possibility, Shaun.
I'm not going to guarantee it, but some may. Right, the other one you've got here is something that I use in a gin and tonic. It's not a gin tree, it's a lemon tree. But I love lemons, not just for gin and tonics. I love homemade lemonade. Lemons are so good when you know, in cooking.
I had some lemon meringue pie the other day.
Ooh,
yeah,
nice.
I love lemon meringue pie. I've got to say, the lemon meringue pie I had at this place wasn't very nice.
Oh, really?
But generally, I love lemon meringue pie.
Yeah,
really nice.
I do.
Yeah, really zesty.
But imagine this. Covered in blossom, and then the lemons. The lemons, from a flower to a full-size lemon, you're probably talking about 12 months, aren't you?
Yeah, it's about 12 months. So that's why you end up in time with. You can see there. Obviously those lemons have taken a year or so or oranges have taken a year or so to mature, but then we've come through to the second season again. So that's when they're starting to flower again. So that's where you then end up with this kind of cycle of some fruit maturing slightly ahead of others, and then the flowering comes round. Obviously those fruit are going to be smaller than the ones already on the tree. So in other words, you can end up with fruit on the tree pretty much most times of the year once they become established.
Don't be scared going for these. Honestly, the value today, they are they're beautiful, they're so impressive. But remember, the golden rules are ericaceous compost, water them with rain if you can, keep them outside from about April to October, and when you bring them inside, what's the best room for them?
Best is cool. They don't want to be warm. Don't put them in some super hot centrally heated living room.
Because I know what'll happen, the leaves will just fall.
The leaves will fall off, they'll get mealybug and all that kind of stuff. Put them in a cool position with as much winter light as possible. The brightest spot you can give them during the winter time is fine, but even if the room's only 3 or 4 or 5 degrees, that's fine. They don't need any and let them really go much more on the dry side.
So it might be the spare bedroom that doesn't get used, that you don't put the central heating on. It might be you've got an enclosed porch, something like that, that's got obviously a lot of light.
It might be a conservatory. Sometimes not everybody has a heated conservatory, do they? So sometimes in the winter, if you haven't got a heated conservatory, they can be a bit cold. And sometimes people have doors, don't they, to close the conservatory off. They would do fine there because they'll be frost-free and cool, but they're getting the light and they'll be absolutely fine. But what they'd really hate is to be in a room that's 24, 25 degrees with no light, and they wouldn't like that. So don't think you've got to really fuss and mollycoddle them in the winter. Cool, dry, bright, that's all they need. Right,
if you want to go for them. I've had them survive before in a greenhouse, an unheated greenhouse. I've had to give them a bit of protection sometimes. But they, I'll be honest, they only survived a few years in there. Then we had a really bad winter, it was like -10 or whatever. But I have managed to keep them in a greenhouse as well. Just kept them a bit above freezing.
Yeah, just one little thing just to point out to you, it's only a minor thing, but they do have quite sharp little spikes.
Oh, I always forget about that.
Really quite sharp little spines. Just be careful of that. When that's natural. So just watch out for that when you sort of do anything with them.
By the way, if you've got any questions, you can still message us. ygtv@yougarden.com. I'm in charge of technology today. Oh, Will sent us a picture. Hang on. Are you impressed with my technology today, Adam?
Oh, I think you're doing good, Shaun. You're better than I would be doing with that thing. I'm hopeless. My other half's probably thinking, yeah, he is. I just can't do any. I'm tapping it and I can't get it to work. Oh, they're nice. Wow.
So Will's just sent in pictures of hydrangeas, they look fantastic. It's been a good year for hydrangeas. They've enjoyed the wet, haven't they?
They've really, really thrived. Oh, two different types. I thought it was a busy Lizzie for a minute on the left. Well, two gorgeous hydrangeas there. Great in the pots as well, aren't they? Looking good in those pots.
Yeah. See, this is the thing. I know we've all been moaning about the weather, but some plants have loved it.
There's always winners and losers, isn't there, when it comes to the weather?
Yeah.
Wildflowers
William,
this
you're
year.
a winner this year with those hydrangeas. Well done. Right, really busy for the olive pots as well. Sorry, I just interrupted there, Adam, didn't I?
I'll forgive you.
Yeah, thanks.
There's no injuries. No injuries happened.
Everyone's gone crazy for these, Adam, today. $17.99 or two for $19.99.
Look how elegant these look. I mean, they've got that glazed look to them. You really swear these are, kind of glazed, literally glazed pots.
And if these were glazed ceramic pots, they would be expensive.
They could be 30 quid each.
Yeah,
easily,
in a garden centre.
$34.99 each as well. Plus, also, they'd be really, really heavy. And also, I mean, this one. Let's lift this out. Oh, that's a gorgeous plum. That is.
It really is.
I mean, if you kind of dropped, like a ceramic pot like that, for example, you've broken it. It's gone. It's finished. This can take that impact. It's tough.
And actually, I'm a member of a couple of gardening groups online, and so many people were complaining that pots had got broken last week because we had some really high winds across the UK. Loads of things blowing over. With these pots, it doesn't matter. They're not going to crack. They're not going to break. Fully UV resistant as well. Got drainage built in there, so you don't have to get the drill out or anything like that. But they look so stylish, don't they? They look expensive.
They do, Shaun. I even like the fact, they've got this kind of like little ridging kind of round there as well. You've got the lovely olive motif on the side there. And just watch this as well, because watch my knuckles, because I'm trying to squash this.
Yeah.
You can see my knuckles are going white there. These aren't flimsy, but I'm really giving it my best to kind of like deform the rim of that pot, but I can't. These are strong but incredibly lightweight. I mean, I don't know what this weighs, but it can't be any more than, I don't know, like kind of a couple 100 grams really, 200-300 grams.
So it does mean it's so much easier, to move plants around, and it is important. I move loads of my plants around. With pots, sometimes things are looking marvellous, and then sometimes they go over and you just want to put that pot somewhere where it's not as visible. Sometimes things are looking great and you want to put them into a prime position in your garden, but moving pots around is so easy when they're lightweight.
It is easy, and also, for example, if you bought the orange and lemon tree today, these couple of pots would be brilliant for these for at least the next couple of years. And then, of course, you've got that option as well of just easily bringing these inside in the winter to keep them frost-free, as we were talking about a moment ago, without them being sort of super, super heavy. So you've got a roof garden, you've got a balcony, you've got somewhere like that. You can have those kind of pots, but you haven't got to worry about the weight issue with those.
Can I just say thank you to everyone that's been ordering today. It's been incredibly busy. Those roses, loads of orders still going through for those. Can we just remind you, though, of some of the other pots that we've got, because we've got some amazing deals. Now, we've had some huge orders going through for the Durham pots.
I'll tell you what, let's put one of these in there as well.
Yeah,
so.
Got two sizes of these, extra large and large.
So,
hang on, this is quite heavy, isn't it?
Yeah, these are substantial plants, these citrus trees.
Yeah, by the way, don't forget, even though these are really heavy, even for a massive, strong man like me, Stu's like, really? It's the plant that's heavy, by the way, not the pot. But we will deliver free of charge if you spend over £40. But
I don't know if we're delivering this one free of charge because it weighs about 5
Those
kilograms.
citrus trees are really heavy, aren't they?
Heavy, so we'll put that one in there. And shall we go for the
Pride of Madeira?
The Madeira, yeah, the Pride of Madeira for the bigger one.
So sometimes it's nice to have things matching, isn't it? And if you want to take advantage of the Durham planters today, I liked Adam's idea of getting a mixture of the large and the small, because sometimes a big one with two small ones grouped together can look really, really good. But we've had some massive orders go. A lot of people multi-ordering these, Adam, today. So the extra large is only $12.99, and it looks like a lovely kind of weathered terracotta, doesn't it?
It does, and it's got that sort of raised kind of motif.
Hang on, Stu, just come and say, how does Stu, this is how brilliant he is, right? He keeps everything going.
He's here and there at the same time.
So that's Stu, who does all the graphics and the cameras, but he's also here at the same time. But he does have a twin brother. Is this his twin?
I've just been having coffee and cake all day. I don't know what you guys are doing.
Did you know he had a twin brother?
Well, I think he's a triplet. I think they're triple twins.
Yeah, I believe he's got a twin brother, but there is just the one stew here today. Right, and he's brought in these because these mix and match as well.
Oh,
I'm going to pop that down there, actually.
Oh, we're rocking and rolling now.
Yeah. So,
I tell you what.
What, Adam?
No, I'm just doing more now.
So let's just talk you through. This is the extra large. Down by £7 today, 18 inches, great drainage there. You've got 8 drainage holes. You can see here, you've just got, I call these like little, I call them galleys, which is probably a completely wrong word.
Little drainage channels.
Yeah, there's a word for them. It's not, oh, I can't think of it now.
Shove up. I'm gonna put those in there.
What do you mean, shovel?
I'm gonna put these in there.
You sounded like my dad there.
I was trying to. I was going.
Adam's like, that's the biggest insult ever.
I'm like, I'm just.
So,
I'm just thinking these.
No, I like it, Adam.
These ferns could look. Look at that.
I like that.
That's nice, isn't it? That little fern trough. I like that.
I like that a lot. Right, so just quickly, because it's gone crazy for the Duns today. Extra large is down to $12.99 from $19.99. That's the biggest one. That's the 18-inch. The one with the citrus tree in. Plants are not included, by the way. $7.99 130578. Still a really good size. That is 35 centimetres or 14 inches in old money. And then the window box, we are doing a buy one get one free as well, and that is only $99 for 2 because buy one get one free. I mean, look how good all that looks, Adam.
Those ferns look gorgeous in there, don't they? So if you've got like a really shady position, say you've got a north-facing side of the house and you want a window box, well, job done there. Look, you've got the ferns, perfect for shade.
Yeah.
And well, you've got options as well, because if you've got sort of quite a, I don't know, live in a quite a wet, damp area, you could go for the ferns that likes the wet, or if you don't water very often, you can go with the fern that likes the dry shade. You've got the options.
Don't forget now, Stu is also an amazing comedian, and he said, these are not terracotta, they're terranotta. So we sort of like that, don't we?
He's filling with humour.
They look like terracotta, but they're not going to break, they're not going to crack, they're not going to be affected by frost. And
it's flipping raining. It's raining. It's raining men. No, it's not. It's just raining.
Yeah, but do you know what? It's been dry since 5 o'clock this morning. And it's been sunny.
It's been dry for that long without raining.
Yeah. And jokes apart, I know we love to complain about the British summer. This is not the first time we've all moaned. And the week it was hot, everyone was saying, oh, it's too hot. But the great thing is, and jokes apart, if you have been following the weather forecast, if it hasn't been great where you live, there is supposed to be a change coming on the 16th of July, around about there, mid-July. High pressure is supposed to be coming in, isn't it?
Ring your calendar, July 16th, put a circle around it.
We always say, though, things do tend to even out, and it is looking like we've got some really nice weather on the way, so don't be down about it. Right, if you'd like the ferns, we've got 2 different types of fern for you. One loves the wet, one loves dry. The cup shield, what's the full pronunciation, Adam?
That's Dropteris erythrosora.
That's the bit I struggle with. The Dropteris is okay, but it's the
erythrosora.
Erythrosora.
Yeah, it's one of those words you've got to kind of break it down. I think, like Stu said, it sounds like some sort of dinosaur.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah, you can imagine you've got to stay away from the
Mind you,
erythrosaurus.
when I look at ferns, I do think them as kind of prehistoric, don't you?
Well, ferns, mosses and ferns were the first plants to colonise the earth, so yeah, they are incredibly old.
That name is perfect, isn't it? But those ones, all ferns, not all actually, but most ferns like shade, so they're shade-loving, but they like it moist. And they're semi-evergreen, aren't they?
There's 2 types in here. So I've got the copper fern either side,
which is the
and then the Japanese lace fern in the middle.
Yes.
So, but you could have, I mean, in reality, well, as long as they're in shade, you could probably sort of mix these 2 because even though that one puts up with dry shade, it's not going to sort of turn up its toes if it's getting a little bit of moisture.
So the Japanese lace fern, if you've got like a big tree and it's all horrible and dry underneath, that fern will do very nicely there, won't it?
Well, like under your eucalyptus, for example.
That's what I've got.
Yeah, where you said other things struggled. Because I wasn't saying anyone you put under there.
Coriodalis.
Yeah, your Coriodalis didn't do well there, did it?
I had to move it. I nearly lost it. Right. You have also adored today our Avant-garde clematis. I mean, not surprised at all. I mean, I say I've been away and I came back to the potting shed today with Adam and I looked at that, I was like, oh my word, it's just one of... The only other clematis that I've seen here at YouGarden that I think gives that a run for its money is I call it the tiger clematis, you know, the yellow and blue one?
Yes, yeah.
That's another one that really stands out. It's on our website, but this is just incredible. And I like the fact, Adam, that you were saying it's one of the easiest clematis. You like chop it right back in March to about 8 to 10 inches, and then it will grow about 10 foot in a season.
It will, yeah.
And it does it all again.
It kind of grows like sweet peas or runner beans.
Yeah.
You know, it give you all that huge growth in one season, but it's a part of the Verticella family of clematis. And Verticella family of clematis are great because they give you colour from mid right up till late summer, right into the autumn, even September, October sometimes. So you get that colour much, much later in the year. This has been bred by one of the world's most famous clematis breeders called Raymond Everson. He was on the Chelsea Flower Show this year, won another gold like he always wins because he's absolutely brilliant.
I mean, he's bred some amazing plants, hasn't he?
Incredible. Really, really famous sort of name when it comes to clematis breeding. This one is hardy down to about -20, so it's going to grow in any part of the UK. Flowers from about June to September, and some of those flowers could be up to 2 inches across. So this is a really unusual but very easy clematis to grow. And just a couple of quick bullet points for clematis. Keep them moist, keep them well fed. That's all you've got to do.
And actually, the feed that you get free today,
that would be brilliant.
that one there.
Our feed here,
Don't
Shaun.
just think, oh, I don't want the free gift today because it's only for roses. Don't have any roses. Roses and shrubs. So your clematis will love that as well.
This would be brilliant for clematis because it's got all the trace elements. It's got the mycorrhizal fungi as well. So all good.
So buy one get one free. Don't forget as well, we have got a clearance price on our garden ready bedding. And if you've got gaps right now, maybe your bedding's not done as well as you hoped. Perhaps you want to do a few more pots and containers. You know, maybe you bought some of the really good containers today and thinking, what can I put in them? We want you to get these today because, we'll be honest,
we don't want them.
We want them. There's nothing worse than us wasting plants. And if we have them on the nursery for till the end of July, it'd just be a bit late for them. They've got so many big roots right now. Look at the Gazania. You know that's really, that wants a home. They really do. Look how strong that plant is, Adam.
That is such a good plant. You've got the quality of the foliage. You've got all those flowers on there as well. But of course, the thing is, Shaun, the trouble will be if these keep sitting in our nursery. They're going to exhaust the nutrient in that compost. They're going to start to go over. And then we've got to say goodbye to them because it's not financially viable for us to do anything else with them. This is why we want you to get them in your garden while they're at their peak now. And of course, once they're in the ground, that's when they get their next flush of life, don't they?
What tends to happen when you buy plants at this size, at this stage in their life, they will be so grateful for you buying them and finding a home for them. They'll suddenly go, right, I'll show you, thank you, boom, 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 and they will grow really quickly. You often find that, don't you?
Well,
when
you know what?
A bit starved.
Yeah, it's weird you say that, Shaun, because almost these will grow away actually more quickly than the ones you buy earlier in the year when the ground is cold, when the light levels aren't so high. These are going into that lovely warm soil. They've still got the long days, the high light levels. They've got that brilliant root system. These are going to just romp away. And if you keep these frost-free, you can treat these as tender perennials and get them from going from year to year.
So give the plants a home, please do. $4.99 for 10 of those, and $4.49 if you're club members as well. Now the next ones have been really popular as well. It's the Geranium Fire Queen, and what we've been saying about these is, first of all, the colour is incredible. That intense red, it's going to stand out in your garden. I'll bring some pictures in next week, but I've done the whole back of my mum's garden, the hanging baskets, pots, just a mass of the red. And that means being partially sighted, you can see it. It brings the garden closer to her orange, or conservatory rather. But with these geraniums, at the end of the summer, before you get the frost, why not bring some indoors and have them as houseplants?
Definitely.
Take some cuttings for next year.
Yeah, keep the joy going. I mean, you've got a great root system on these, or it doesn't show up too well on camera because those roots are wet, but really well-established plants here as well. Plants that, I mean, some of these little plants only 3 or 4 inches tall, have got 3 or 4 flower spikes on already. That's even before you've given them the love and attention that you're going to give them when you get them home. And they're going to double, triple, quadruple in size by the end of the summer. Months and months of flower right up until sort of October, November time. We've even, and again, we're not guaranteeing this, but we've all seen examples in recent years of these getting through winters, all the way through to the following spring.
My mum's front hanging basket, I did all geraniums, and I'll be honest, it looked a bit tatty at the end of the winter. It was bits of it, the geraniums were a bit black and stuff, but there was lots of new green growth at the bottom, and they survived.
It's incredible what's happening now, to be honest.
But again, you need to get them in your basket today. Don't leave it another second. $4.49 for club members, $4.99 if you're not. And then finally, we have got the marigolds. Do you like marigolds? You said you did, Jay. Is it?
Yeah, a bit like you. It's weird because a bit like you, I loved them as a kid. Then I fell out of love with them. I kind of hated them. A bit like dahlias, I was the same. And then now I've kind of. Now I've just fallen in love with them again, and I think it's their colour, it's their simplicity, it's that just the pureness of the flower, those strong colours, and this little yellow one. That is a really nice fragrance. I've never even really thought about that before.
And again, marigolds, we are getting sometimes 4 seasons in a day, aren't we? Sometimes at the moment we're getting rain, wind, hail and sun. Marigolds are pretty resilient. If there is a
I've just managed to break that one.
But generally speaking, they are quite resilient, aren't they?
Yeah.
I mean, they're not bulletproof, but...
They are pretty wind tolerant as well. I did go a bit over the top there. But yeah, the great thing about these is because they're nice compact plants as well, they don't flop over, they don't need staking. So if you get like a downpour like we're having here at the moment, just outside, as soon as the sun comes out, these will dry out, these will pop open into flower again. Months and months of flower from these, Shaun, as well, right up until the frosts. And on the mix here, we've got some with a nice solid colour, we've got the nice solid orange one there, we've got solid yellow, or we've got some that are a bit of a bicolour like that one. So we've kind of got that mix.
Well, oh my word, so I've just seen the time. We've only got about 15 minutes left. Just a few quick reminders. I know lots of you are regulars, but if you're not, the offer code you need to put in your basket before you check out. That unlocks all the promotions and gives you your free gift, which is worth $4.99. If you place maybe a second or third order, you'll get a free gift with every separate order, as long as you use the code. Free PP when you spend over £40. And if you want to be one of the 45,000 club members, you can join today for £5 a year on auto renewal, and you'll save 10% on your order on all your plants and your compost, things like that. Adam, we're going to finish with the roses.
We are. I'm going to get those roses back up on the bench over there for you.
Because they're on a buy one get one free, and they're stunning. But let's remind you of some of the favourites today, including the oleanders.
Yeah, they've been stunning.
So the oleanders are on a double up deal. So basically you can get 2 for $19.99. And I just want to really point out that these are one of the most remarkable Mediterranean plants. You see these growing freely in Spain and Italy and Portugal. And I've seen them in America actually, but they're actually really good in the UK because they're hardy to -5. In fact, sometimes even hardier as they get more established. If you grow them in pots, it probably gets about 1.5 meters, something like that. They're evergreen, they flower for months on end. And they are actually sort of delicately fragranced as well. But what I love about them is the fact that every stem, and these are multi-stemmed, will produce more and more flowers all summer long. Right, now very important, we tried to give you a little bit of heads up on these because we're doing a really lovely deal where you can mix and match. So we've done pairs of these before, but you've had to have 2 of the same colour. You can choose whichever ones you want. So if you want to put the pink in your basket, one of those as part of the mix and match, or 2 of those, whatever, 680-027. We also got the red available, which is 680-057. Again, $14.99, but part of the mix and match deal. I mean, don't they look amazing on our nursery? But we tried to sort of like steer you towards the white because we've got less stock of the white, and it's actually one of the rarer colours to get in an oleander. You often see the pinks and the reds, but the white tends to be a lot rarer. So if you want the white, it is the most popular now today. It's nipped in the lead, and we've now got far less stock of the white compared to the other colours. Always with oleanders, do not eat any part of them, so bear that in mind. And that applies to humans and your pets, of course, as well. 680058. Then we have got that amazing, outstanding deal on our perennial collection. Now, it's a lucky dip. You may get things like geums, foxgloves. You may get aquiledias. You might get salvias. It could be that you get an echinacea. All sorts of really sort of popular. Many of these award-winning. You've got the Achilla down there as well, I can see. But it will be a lucky dip, but we guarantee you're going to get 12 well-established plants in 9 centimetre pots for £1 each, working out £12, so just £10.80 in the club. We also started the show with some gorgeous hibiscus. Now, these are fully winter hardy in the UK. They flower kind of late summer into early autumn. The flowers are exotic and extraordinary looking. You know, you imagine these in, I always think of hibiscus. I don't know why, but I look at these and think they should belong in Hawaii or something like that. But no, they are perfect for the UK. They're just like a sunny spot, well-drained soil. They'll actually tolerate quite poor soils as well. A little bit like lavender. So, you know, if you've got an area, I mean, my mum's got a really bad border in her garden. It's really, it's stony, it's poor soil, but the hibiscus love it there. And this is only £14.99 with a £10 saving today. 510 578 for the Starburst chiffon. Isn't that stunning? But we're going to finish with the roses because, I mean, Adam, I know from working here at YouGarden for the last 12 months, and I've worked with them slightly, you know, in some capacity for 20 years, we sell bare roots at this kind of price. Yeah, and a bare root, you've got to do the work. Look at the size of these. So these have been grown in 3-litre pots. Many of them, we've got a selection, but some are award-winning. Some are Harkness roses. Some are just really unusual, like the oranges and lemons.
Yeah, some have got the most amazing fragrance, like the Claire Marshall, this one here.
They're all winners, aren't they?
Yeah, they're all winners in their own right. You know, they've got disease resistance. Most of them get to about 1 metre tall, apart from the little patio rose we've got here.
Stunning.
Yeah, the Raspberry Royale, which you can even grow as a hedge that you know, somebody suggested as well. You've got the Claire Marshall there, the fabulous fragrance. You've got the
well-being.
You've got the oranges and lemons, which
have been really popular.
Yeah, with those that in colours, incredible colour combination. You've got the marmalade one at the end. I mean, such a brilliant kind of mix of colours. All really good winners.
Do you know, I just bear in mind as well, you've got the best freebie to go with these. You've got the Ultimate Rose Bloom Booster, and that's worth a £5. And it's got mycorrhizal as well.
Yeah, it has got mycorrhizal.
Yeah.
It's got that mycorrhizal fungi, and what that does is that helps the roots of your plant to kind of plug itself into the nutrient internet system of the underground sort of root system of plants. So they're going to be able to maximise the amount of nutrients and moisture and stuff that they can absorb. It kind of gives them almost like an extra set of roots, if you like.
That gives you 4 feeds, by the way. Now, if you double up, if you go for 4 roses, you're going to get free postage as well, because your order would be over £40. Right, we are nearly out of time, so I'm going to just remind you of each one. So Raspberry Royale, this is a Harkness rose. Harkness have been breeding roses for 140 years. They're multi-award winning. And honestly, when you see this in real life, it's just amazing. And I remember when I was at the Harkness Rose stand at Chelsea, they said to me, they said, you know, Shaun, out of all the roses we've bred, this is one of the most repeat flowering that you can imagine. It just doesn't give up also. It just flowers and flowers and flowers.
You can tell that, Shaun, by looking at it. I mean, first of all, it's got this super glossy foliage, which is absolutely incredible. You've got all these heads of flowers. It's a floribunda rose, so you've got heads with many flowers on each one. And even if I turn it around, this way round, you can see, look, lots of new shoots coming as well. So even the thorns on this are attractive. They're kind of a nice sort of reddy pinky colour. This is such a beguiling kind of little rose. It's really just divine. Honestly, that's the word for it.
Yeah, I love it.
It really is.
When you know, if you've got a small garden, it will only ever grow to about 60 by 60 centimetres.
Which is perfect, isn't it? So you know, you can grow it in a container, 3 floors up just a balcony. You can have a rose flowering for months and months of the year, and it's never going to take over.
And believe me, Harkness roses are bred to be disease resistant, repeat flowering, strong, healthy roses. And that one is amazing. It's beautiful, and it's one of the deals today, or it's available today. It's a buy one get one free, but you can mix and match. So that might be one of your choices. Then we've got Claire Marshall. Now Claire Marshall is a beautiful rose, but the fragrance,
the fragrance is knockout on this. You can see the flower there, that deep kind
really
of
nice.
sort of purpley pink flower, super double flower as well. Really sweet fragrance on that. Almost the kind of fragrance that you'd expect they would use to make a perfume from. It's that, you know, when sometimes you put your nose into a rose and you want that really deep, strong, sweet, spicy, heady fragrance. This rose will not disappoint. It will give you that hit.
And don't forget, we've got some great planters on the show as well, which would be suitable for these roses. So they're, you know, if you need some pots, we've got them as well. Then we're going to move on to Well-being, and this is a gorgeous yellow rose, but there is a little bit of kind of peach around the edge, isn't there?
Yeah. The flower is one of those roses where the flowers can kind of sort of change a little bit as they mature as they age. Yeah, this rose is sort of about 90 centimetres to a metre tall, so you know it's not a super tall rose. Again, it's a very fragrant rose as well. And all these roses we brought today are all repeat flowering, or what's known as remontant. They won't flower just once. If you deadhead them, they'll send out fresh shoots and they'll flower for you again, and they'll just keep going. And this particular one, this Rose of Wellbeing, is a bushy kind of shrub rose as well, so lots of stems, lots of foliage, lots of flowers. A real winner, really is.
And then, I mean, this has been so popular. Orange and lemon. It's actually been the winner today. And do you know, we've got an open garden event on Wednesday in our village as part of the garden club that I run. So everyone's going to be nosing at each of the gardens basically and getting garden envy. And I always want things to stand out. I love it when my gardening friends come around and go, what's that? What's that?
Yeah.
I mean, you must be the same, man.
Yeah, it's good when that happens.
Yeah, it's like, look at that rose. Where did you get that? How did you do that? It's all in the breeding, darling. So look at this. And this has got what they call a jumping gene. So every rose is going to be different.
It is.
And sometimes radically different. Look at those. Oh, hang on.
Just the different colours there, Shaun, in those two roses.
Yeah. So one is predominantly yellow, the other is predominantly orange, isn't it?
You can see that, exactly
it's like a reverse.
Yeah, it's a reverse. It's just crazy. It's mad how you can get such variation of flower, but that jumping gene creates that. And look at the glossiness of the foliage on there as well. That's super healthy foliage. This rose was kind of introduced back in 1993. It's got what we would describe as a light fragrance. It's not a really deep fragrance, but certainly a pleasant fragrance. It's a floribunda as well. Gets to about sort of 3.5 feet tall or so. But this rose is going to be a real talking point because this is just so different and so unusual.
And going really, honestly, the value today, and that's why so many orders are going through, is incredible. 530 737. And then last but by no means least, we have got Lady Marmalade. I keep thinking of the song.
Yeah.
Do you? You know
again, marmalade as well. With that marmalade, you've got that spicy fragrance. So this is definitely another really fragrant rose as well.
But I mean, look at this. I remember it's a buy one get one free mix and match. Look at that rose.
Look at the lustre and the gloss on that foliage.
And club members, you must be jumping up and down right now thinking, wow, I'm getting two of those for $22.49.
Which is insane because I'm seeing roses this week for $24.99, $29.99 just for one rose grown on in a pot.
And you get your free gift. Yeah, your ultimate rose booster there, your bloom booster. So it's amazing value. And Adam, I mean, I don't think roses have ever gone out of popularity. I mean, I don't remember a single year where people didn't love, roses.
If they ever do, whenever they do a poll of the top 50 or the top 100 most favourite flower, every time rose seems to come to the top.
Of course it does.
And when I lived in my previous garden in Bishop Stortford, I wasn't a fan of roses because they didn't grow very well in my garden, so I kind of fell out of love with them. Since I've moved to where I live in Swaffham now, my roses are doing so well. I've just become a complete convert to roses now. I adore them. I've got about 6 or 7 different roses in my garden. They're flowering their socks off. They bring me fragrance. They bring me colour. They bring me interest. They bring elegance and pizzazz and just real kind of zest to your flowering displays.
And they just want to please. They will just keep flowering all summer long.
These will, because they repeat flowering.
Yeah, all of these are winners. They really are. But if you want this off, I don't know how long it's going to last, but loads of orders have gone through for the roses today. And if you want to save on your postage, remember it's $6.99 per order. But if you go for, say, 4 of these, and get your order to over £40, we'll deliver it absolutely free of charge. Do you know what? I've had a lovely time being back, Adam.
I've enjoyed it with you
It's been
today,
great,
Shaun.
hasn't it?
No, it's been good. I've really enjoyed your enthusiasm and your passion and kind
I
of
love it.
yeah. And it's good to be on with a fellow gardener.
Yeah.
Because you know it's good because we can link together kind of mentally when we talk about gardens, and we get the same buzz.
Yeah, we really do, and most importantly, we know that all of you watching today, you all love your gardens, and some of you may be new to gardening, just discovered gardening. Some of you, I know, are very experienced. We know from looking at your gardens how experienced some of you are. But one thing's for sure, when you order from YouGarden, we know that you're going to get amazing quality, amazing value. If you want to follow us on our social media, there's Adam's.
That's me, yeah, Adam.Woolcott or Adam.Woolcott again on TikTok or Instagram.
That makes it
I
easy.
keep it simple.
And if you'd like to follow me, then I am known as Shaun Ryan, presenter and plant man. Steady on Chester. So that's a TV advert that you've been commenting on. So if you see a guy on the TV that looks like me, sat with a dog, saying steady on Chester, it is actually me, but that was just a fun thing I did. Most of the time I am in my garden when I'm not here at YouGarden, and it's Shaun Ryan, presenter and plant man on Facebook. I do a lot more on Facebook than Instagram, but I'm on Instagram as well. So still lots of you watching. This show will go on repeat afterwards, so if you missed some of it, it will be back on YouTube. If you missed Thursday's show, that's on there as well. I'm going to be back on Thursday with Bex, because we've not worked together for ages actually, and you're going to be back soon, of course.
Back next Sunday, I think. I'm with Bex, I think, or yourself. I'm not sure which, but I think I'm booked in for next Sunday.
It must be me. Stu will check.
Time will reveal.
Yes, I'm here next Sunday. I thought I was anyway.
If I just put my foot in it.
Am I here, Stu? I said I would be. There might be three of us. Anyway, yes, that'd be fun actually. So anyway, we will see you. You'll see me, Adam, Bex, very shortly here on YouGarden TV. But don't forget to check out your baskets, and you can give us a call as well. Just use the offer code YGTV 2725. Have a lovely day. Hey, the sun's shining. We better get outside,
Good.
Adam.